At 19, I locked an 8-figure estate in a trust. 2 mornings later, they said, "The house is ours now." Then the deputy arrived. Just to be safe, I discreetly completed the transfer of my grandparents' full 8-figure estate into an irrevocable trust at my 19th birthday celebration, which was hosted in the cabin they left me. Everyone was laughing and raising glasses as if everything was okay, and the celebration was in full swing. I briefly slipped away while they drank to my future, took out my phone, and pressed confirm on the digital signature that secured the cabin, the land, and the accounts. With that single click, I became the sole trustee. My name is Harper Bennett. No going back. My folks trusted the lawyer I worked with for several months to prepare this, and I only waited until my 19th birthday to formally announce it. For months, the doubts had been growing, but I remained silent. I heard tires crunching gravel outside 2 mornings later, while the mountain mist was still heavy in the valleys. When a moving truck arrived, my parents and younger brother got out, grinning broadly and carrying a heavy pile of documents. "We've got it all sorted," my father declared with assurance. They began instructing the movers as if they already owned the house, telling me to pack my belongings by the end of the day, saying, "The house belongs to us now." At that moment, they glanced up at the expansive porch and noticed the man in the suit quietly waiting next to a sheriff's officer while holding an official folder. Please share your experience in the comments section below if you have ever had to keep something valuable, safe from those closest to you, or dealt with family members attempting to take what is rightfully yours. I read them all. If this type of toxic dynamics and boundary establishing resonates with you, please subscribe for more stories like this one. What comes next is something you won't want to miss. One letter that came in the mail when I was 15 years old altered everything. Based on my test results and grades, a prestigious high school in Knoxville offered me a full 4-year scholarship, one of those merit-based programs that fully reimburse tuition for exceptional students from throughout eastern Tennessee. That day, I recall racing home from school, gripping the envelope as my heart raced with anticipation. This was my ticket out and evidence that, in spite of everything, hard work pays off. I rushed into the door and immediately presented it to my parents. After giving it a fleeting glance, my mother said, "That's nice, honey," and returned her attention to the phone call she was on. The highlights of Mason Cole's most recent football game were playing on the TV when my father nodded and remarked something along the lines of "good job." The topic of conversation completely changed in a matter of minutes. That week, Mason Cole had gotten into a brawl at school. It was simply a minor altercation that turned into fists with another child during playtime. He ultimately received a few days of suspension. The house revolved around him, rather than punishing him. My parents met with the principal all week, claiming it was self-defense, arranging for a private tutor to make up the work he had missed, and even hosting a little get-together with his teammates to lift his spirits. They discussed Mason Cole's need for assistance to get through this difficult period, the unfairness of the punishment, and how the other child caused it. All of my scholarship letters were left on the counter as I sat there listening to it throughout dinner. I didn't have a family dinner to celebrate or anything planned for me. As a silent reminder that accomplishments like mine were expected rather than recognized, I ultimately framed the acceptance letter myself and hung it in my bed. It was a powerful moment. I started to see that Mason Cole's errors were the major event that required everyone's attention, and my achievements were merely background noise. Mason Cole was 16 when the second blow occurred the next year. After a successful season, my parents gave him one of those fancy bikes, and he was riding it around the neighborhood when he clipped a neighbor's parked car to impress his pals. The damage was minor, a dented door and a scraped fender, but it might have cost 5 figures to properly repair. I anticipated repercussions. After all, I was grounded for almost a month and given a lengthy lesson about responsibility when I was younger and unintentionally knocked over an antique family vase while cleaning one my mother treasured from her own youth. It was different with Mason Cole, though. My parents drove over to the neighbor's house right away, expressed their sincere regret, and promptly wrote a check to cover the repairs. They immediately brought him to the bike shop and upgraded him to a better model, claiming that after the scare, he deserved a dependable vehicle. They presented it as a lesson in making amends. However, it seemed to me to reward carelessness. My father gave Mason Cole a pat on the back and said, "Boys would be boys. No grounding, no loss of privileges, just more support." That moment summed everything up. Mason Cole came home smiling and showing off the new bike. I wasn't simply ignored. Mason Cole's shortcomings were accepted, patted, and even used as a springboard for greater things, while I was held to a higher standard and expected to be flawless and self-sufficient. It made me take on a position I never asked for, that of the responsible person who dealt with her own setbacks, avoided making waves, and quietly made things right because asking for assistance or justice never worked. These incidents weren't unique. From then on, they influenced the way I navigated the world. I began to rely only on myself, buried the pain deeper, and stopped sharing my victories. I didn't feel resentful of Mason Cole because of the injustice. That's right. He was merely a child taking advantage of the framework our parents established. However, when support was one-sided, it did make me wonder what family actually meant. In hindsight, the two incidents marked a sea change. They educated me early on that it was futile to expect equity at home and that I would have to build it beyond those walls if I desired stability or distinction. Growing up, the cabin in the Smoky Mountains became my real haven. It always felt like stepping into another world on those weekend getaways from Knoxville, which took less than 2 hours and involved winding highways through the mountains. As we pulled up the long road, the sound of the city subsided and was replaced by the crunch of gravel beneath tires and the wind in the pines. My grandfather, Everett Bennett, and I spent many afternoons working on projects. He would identify problems that needed to be fixed around the property, such as pieces of the wide porch roof that were sagging due to more than 30 years of rain and snowfall. Together, we would retrieve tools from his neatly arranged shed, scale the extension ladder, and fix shingles or replace damaged boards. As time went on, he moved more slowly but remained precise, teaching me how to properly seal seams against the mountain weather and cut angles. As they worked side by side, sweat and sawdust mingling, he would impart practical knowledge, not lectures, but just observations about doing things correctly the first time to prevent more serious issues later. I felt more accomplished than any report card ever could when I saw his steady nod after a fix stayed strong. Other days were spent preparing firewood. Grandfather bucked down fallen trees into rounds with the chainsaw. The separating block would then be positioned in the clearing behind the cabin. The swing, weight sliding forward, and maul head meeting the grain at the precise moment for a clean break would all be demonstrated by him. After a few hours, I would alternately stack the divided pieces neatly beneath the overhang to season, my muscles burning. During breaks, there was calm conversation about the forest, how certain trees grew stronger in bad soil, or stories of storms that brought down entire ridges, and cold water from the hand pump. Through repetition and attention to detail, those exercises taught me resilience and gave me power beyond my physical capabilities. My grandma Eleanor Bennett and I worked indoors in the evenings. The scent of pots cooking on the wood burner permeated her kitchen, which was the center of the space. When her health permitted, she would gather ingredients for her famous venison stew, including root vegetables from the garden plot she had kept for more than 30 years and meat from hunts her grandpa still controlled. We would joke about it while I chopped onions and she seared portions in lard, tears pouring from the fumes. Next followed the layering, which included potatoes, carrots, and herbs that were easily removed by tying them in cheesecloth. The cabin was filled with warmth that drove away any chill as the pot steadily bubbled and its taste developed over several hours. With bowls steaming and freshly made bread, we would eat at the scarred wood table while soaking up the thick broth. Grandmother told stories about how she met her grandfather during the war and how she spent her weekends away from manufacturing work building this house board by board. Her kind inquiries about my life revealed details I kept hidden at home, giving me a genuine sense of being heard. My role expanded as their health deteriorated. Longer stays, assistance with more difficult daily activities, and carrying food up the steep hill were all part of the doctor visits in adjacent towns. Sitting watch throughout hospital stays, reading mail aloud as vision failed. They never made demands but showed their appreciation for being there in little ways, such as squeezing hands or offering an extra piece of pie. Everything changed after one discussion. Beside the stone fireplace, grandfather sat in his tattered recliner. The flames were steady and low, one late October evening. We were in pleasant silence till he spoke up because Grandma had gone to bed early. "I've seen how Douglas Bennett manages finances," he added with his eyes on the flames, "and Travis Bennett, too, chasing schemes that don't pan out, overextending on credit for things that depreciate fast." He stopped, allowing the crackle to fill the silence. "Your grandmother and I talked it through many times. That's why the cabin, the land here, everything we've saved, it's yours. We know you'll steward it responsibly. Preserve what matters instead of squandering." Then came the phrase that resounded for a long time. Family isn't always about who deserves what they're given. Some aren't meant to hold on to certain things. It was an honest evaluation from a man who had led a thrifty and prudent life. It wasn't accusing. Those words stuck with me and made me wonder about remarks I had heard my father make about possible sales or property valuations. That evening, doubt began to grow subtly. changing my perspective on casual family references to the location. After then, their declines quickened. One winter, grandmother slipped on ice, and even though she received treatment, problems soon developed. Grandfather soon followed, his pulse pounding as though he couldn't bear to go alone. The service, which was held at a modest church with a view of the ridges they loved, was small and private. Most of the visitors were long-distance relatives and old neighbors who recounted recollections of meals or flood relief. The truth set in when the lawyer formally read the will in a quiet office later, attesting to the complete transfer to me of the cabin building, forested acres, and small but safe savings amassed over many years. This was not a simple case of inheritance. It symbolized conscious decisions, and putting all the trust in my hands. Later, when they stood outdoors with the mountains covered in fog, the weight felt heavy, and they felt obligated to uphold their faith by defending their creations from any known or unknown dangers. Via internet forums and local press, word of possible new tourism ventures in the Smoky Mountains region circulated swiftly. Discuss adding more attractions, better access roads, and more lodging to accommodate the millions of visitors that Caviar County receives each year. Nearby locations like Gatlinburg and Pigeon Forge had seen a steady increase in property values, with tales of land selling more quickly and for more money than previously. Our family was also affected by the buzz, which changed the way they discussed the cabin. The number of visits increased from Knoxville, which was roughly 70 minutes away on those convoluted roads. My parents began making unexpected weekend appearances, saying they were there to see how things were going or to get rid of anything that was left over from the grandparents' storage. The most frequent arrival was Travis Bennett. He had been having financial difficulties since his little construction company failed 3 years ago, leaving him with mounting credit card debt and unpaid loans. He would park his pickup in the clearing, use a measuring tape to stroll the property lines, and mumble about vistas and acreage. He drew sketchy sketches in a notepad while sitting on the porch stairs one late afternoon. He remarked, "This spot has serious potential," pointing to the wooded slope where numerous new projects are being planned. If sold at the appropriate time, land like this may bring in a fortune. He argued that the market wouldn't remain hot indefinitely and recommended listing it soon. Consider the family, he continued. Sharing the profits would benefit everyone, pay off debt, create savings, and possibly even assist Mason Cole in his future education expenses. During his subsequent visit, my father concurred, citing the expenses of upkeep, roof repairs, and property taxes on the additional acres. Reiterating Travis Bennett's statement about sharing the financial burden, he said, "It's a big responsibility for one person." Over coffee in the kitchen, Mother added that it would be good to have money for a family vacation they had put off, or for home improvements in Knoxville. The emphasis remained on money going out if kept rather than coming in if liquidated, even though she presented it as pragmatic rather than selfish. Mason Cole asked directly if selling would allow him to update his vehicle sooner after getting enthusiastic about the prospect of a new truck or equipment for his football team. Visit after visit, their remarks continued to revolve around the sale's ideal timing in the face of growing demand from developers and tourists. I listened without objecting, seeing how discussions eschewed recollections of the location in favor of valuations or realtor relationships that Travis Bennett purported to be aware of. Concern turned into convenience, and care into calculation. The pressure from Travis Bennett increased. In the middle of the week, he would send articles on regional progress or messages about possibilities passing him by. He once presented printouts of similar deals, showing figures that were significantly more than the land's value when my grandparents purchased it decades ago. By that time, my parents were fully behind him, publicly discussing the split of profits in front of me, assuming that I would agree. Mason Cole joined in, openly thinking that when he became old enough to drive, he would use his portion to buy fancy wheels or a down payment on anything ostentatious. One group expedition to stroll the border markers was when the shift really took shape. Travis Bennett timed off areas and used recent comps he had studied to estimate values per acre. While Mother fretted out loud about holding too long and missing peak prices, Father nodded along, mentally adding up the totals. Mason Cole followed, kicking rocks and already investing fictitious money in improvements. Nobody inquired about my feelings about giving up the one place that had ever been like mine. Any last question was eliminated that day. They had little interest in upholding wishes or conserving heritage. It was solely focused on making money and transforming feelings into statements. Suspicion solidified into proof. Instead of seeing the inheritance as a personal gift, they saw it as a shared resource. The shift signaled a significant shift in my perspective from cautious observation to a definite understanding of deliberate aim. Every turn in the highway gave me more time to question everything, making the 70-minute drive from the cabin to Knoxville seem longer than it actually was. Months before, shortly after my birthday, I had scheduled the meeting with Nathaniel Pierce. But now that the day had come, anxiety made my stomach turn. His grandfather had praised his direct approach to estate concerns and had suggested him years ago for managing their affairs. His office was located in a quiet downtown building, away from the hustle and bustle. Calmly, Nathaniel Pierce welcomed me and pointed to a chair across from his desk that was filled with tidy documents. We went over the paperwork he had already produced, including the irrevocable trust structure, the bank account funding schedules, and the deed transfers for the cabin and the surrounding acres. Now that I was 19, everything was just awaiting my final signature. He went over the safeguards once again, explaining how putting assets in this kind of trust took them out of my personal estate and protected me from potential lawsuits, while respecting my grandparents' wishes. At my age, Tennessee law permitted it completely. No guardianship is required. Then, with a direct yet steady voice, he leaned forward. Are you ready for the consequences? If they resist, this could lead to conflict or perhaps the loss of relationships with your family. The question weighed heavily. I tried to keep focused, but memories came flooding in. I reflected on infrequent happy moments, such as the Christmas in Knoxville when Mason Cole was a child and we all decorated the tree together. He hung ornaments too high, and my parents laughed. Or the summertime road trip to the beach, where everyone stopped for ice cream and felt almost normal. Smaller moments emerged as well. One late night, the mother assisted with a school project. Father applauding during a recital that I had nearly forgotten. On a lengthy trip, Mason Cole shares headphones. We were both singing classic tunes off-key. The decision hurt because of those flashes. They had to draw a line they might never be able to forgive, in order to protect the inheritance. If they responded poorly, isolation was imminent. Holidays may become void. Calls stopped. The connection, which was already thin, broke completely. As I gazed at the documents, Nathaniel Pierce waited calmly. It's not rash, he said subtly. You've considered this, but it's irrevocable. I requested more information, including how distributions would be made, whether I would need money for upkeep, the immediate impact on taxes, and my choices in the event that my situation drastically altered. With no pressure, he gave concise answers to each. That afternoon, doubt peaked. I stopped at an overlook and waited with the engine off as I drove back up the mountain, fog creeping in early. The hush descended, reflecting my anxiety of being alone at home if I persisted. What if I was taken aback? What if the pressure wasn't greed but simply worry? It felt like premature grief to lose what little family was left. That night in the cottage, I was unable to fall asleep. In the hearth, keep the fire low. I walked about my grandparents' lively rooms, touching things I knew. Grandma's bedspread on the couch, a walking stick crafted by the grandfather. The attraction of biological ties was balanced against their faith in me. By daybreak, lucidity appeared not as thunder, but as silent determination. The recent trips were calculated but passed off as compassionate. All of Travis Bennett's urgency pointed in the same direction. Waiting put all they had worked so hard to build at risk of being undone by deceit or false claims. The choice became clear: protect their legacy and endure the hurt of possible alienation. Even if it was lonely, growth required it. The following morning, I returned to Nathaniel Pierce's office with a more steady hand than I had anticipated. I signed the last few pages. Immediately, there was a wave of relief, security sealed in, and piercing sadness for bridges that might have burnt. He gave me a hard handshake. It need bravery to do this. Many people pause indefinitely. The combination settled as they left downtown Knoxville City and entered the foothills. They were empowered by their actions, but they were also grieving over broken relationships. Maturity was forged in that irrevocable decision, not a gentle arrival. The invitation to the family supper was not unexpected. Since I was already there most weekends, they said it would be easier for everyone if we met in the cottage itself. Curious to discover how far the presumptions had gone, I readily consented. That day, I was occupied with preparations, including setting the great oak table my grandparents had made decades ago and filling the cupboard with steaks and fresh veggies from the town's end market. As cars drew up the gravel drive, the early evening chill was chased away by the crackling of the stone fireplace. Mother brought a store-bought pie and a bottle of wine, and Father arrived first. Mason Cole trailed after, his luggage and earbuds slung over his shoulder as if he intended to stay. Last to arrive with a toolbox, Travis Bennett stated he wanted to check out a few items while he was here. Over appetizers, light conversation began. Weather, Knoxville neighborhood reports, and Mason Cole's impending football playoffs. Plates filled with roasted veggies, grilled pork, and freshly baked cornbread were passed around the table as the laughter flowed rather effortlessly. I steered it purposefully only after dessert, coffee heating in glasses. I answered nonchalantly, hypothetically, with my fork paused over the pie. What would everyone think if this cabin suddenly stopped being ours and was donated to a charity or something? Suddenly, there was silence. Mason Cole's forehead furrowed as he moved in his chair. "Don't joke like that," he said sharply. "It's not amusing." Travis Bennett was the first to recover, leaning forward and smiling like he had practiced. "The best course of action, if we're discussing hypotheticals, would be to sell quickly and lock in present values before the market declines. Divide and tidy. No animosity." Dad looked at his mother and cleared his throat. "Although unlikely, it is feasible to liquidate and make wiser investments with the proceeds." He avoided looking at me as he spoke calmly. Mom occupied herself with replenishing drinks. With a tight smile that showed pain, she said hazily, "We'll figure something fair." The change was fueled by the deflection. The conversation quickly shifted to improvements. Travis Bennett, drawing on a napkin, needed how to add a hot tub to the deck for rental appeal and extend the loft into additional bedrooms. Mason Cole enthusiastically dived in. It might become an Airbnb location, offering visitors to the national park weekend breaks. During busy times, I would manage reservations and make money. Father gave a nod of consent. Clever use of available space. Modern kitchen makeover. Improved Wi-Fi returns would quickly justify expenses. Mom proposed altering the decor. More vivid hues. Open arrangement. As though choices were already made collectively. Nobody stopped to consult me. Plans complemented one another. Specifics and overlapping voices. Estimated prices per night. Contacts with contractors. Travis Bennett was aware of short-term rentals tax benefits. I sat back and watched how effortlessly they took control of the conversation. Schedules were planned around family use, proceeds were distributed evenly, and assumptions permeated the air more than wood smoke. As he described profit estimates based on comparable listings in the area, Travis Bennett's excitement reached a climax. Mason Cole browsed through similar homes on his phone, seeing images of refurbished cabins that were selling for high sums. Father read out the possible yearly income after expenses. Mother agreeing that it may pay for retirement supplements, or Mason Cole's entire college education. Without conflict, the evening revealed everything. Their vision treated the location as a communal asset that was ready for change, excluding my involvement beyond passive consent. Despite my own tension, I nodded while cleaning plates and replenishing beverages. Confirmation settled inside. There was a lot of entitlement. Plans went well beyond just suggestion. Later, Travis Bennett gave me a shoulder clap while dishes were piled in the sink. "It will benefit everyone if this is planned for in advance." The hollowness of the sentences highlighted how completely they had altered reality in their minds that evening. More than any argument, it affirmed the need for the trust. Boundaries were more than simply legal. They felt vital to survival now. When the rumble began, dawnlight peeked through the woods. Two familiar cars kicked dust behind a big moving truck that lumbered up the gravel road. As the hired crew got out of the cab, my parents, Mason Cole, and Travis Bennett, appeared nearly simultaneously, their faces beaming with excitement. With a joyful wave of a big envelope, Mason Cole strode forward as if he were the leader. He said, "We got it done," his voice echoing through the clearing. "Signed and filed. Everything's official now." Father pointed to the furniture that was visible through the windows and promptly gave the workers instructions. Mom arranged the boxes she had brought, labeling them for various rooms, as though she had already reallocated space. "Start with the heavier pieces, the couch, dining table, careful on the porch steps." Travis Bennett joked with the team about making sharp bends on mountain roads while overseeing the truck ramp. They all exuded confidence, gave informal instructions, laughed easily, and openly discussed preparations for loading orders and storage facilities back in town. With pride, Mason Cole distributed the documents, describing how he had personally handled the notary portion. Since turning 17, he has simplified several tasks in his mind. With the help of online forms and parental guidance, they worked quickly, packing grandmother's quilts into containers and wrapping grandfather's old rocker. There was a lot of conversation about possible garage sales for unwanted stuff and where to put seasonal decor. Timeline to remove the area quickly. I stood close to the door, observing the action without interfering. Mason Cole directed traffic with newly acquired authority as the crew pulled out a bookshelf. The gang then stopped, looking up at the spacious porch above them in mid-motion. Standing calmly in his suit next to a severe county sheriff's officer in uniform was Nathaniel Pierce. Both carried formal folders with neutral-looking but clearly defined purposes. Nathaniel Pierce walked carefully down the stairs. "I have to talk to everyone here about this property." Dad stood up, his smile waning. "Who are you?" Nathaniel Pierce is the lawyer in charge of Harper Bennett's Inheritance Trust. Deputy Carter Miles is here in response to an alleged illegal transfer attempt. Mason Cole tightened his grip on the envelope. "We have documents. Everything is lawful." Accepting the papers, Nathaniel Pierce turned the pages quietly and efficiently. There are several reasons why these filings are invalid. Forged signatures and unapproved notary stamps are the main problems. No matching certification for the service used is found in the records. Travis Bennett's expression went white. Something must have gone wrong. "We paid close attention to the guidelines." Carter Miles, the deputy, spoke calmly. Title fraud, as defined by the Tennessee Code, is the attempt to transfer title without the owner's consent, particularly using fraudulent documents. This is a formal notice to stop right away. Mom's hand shot to her lips. "We believe that we were merely making corrections for the family." The father's voice became less sharp, and his posture became deflated. "Let's have a sensible conversation about this. Officials are not required." Nathaniel Pierce did not flinch. "The land, cabin, acreage, and related accounts are all part of an irrevocable trust that was duly executed months ago. The only trustee is Harper Bennett. Any additional action could result in criminal charges." The focus shifted to Mason Cole, who was holding an envelope that was shaking. He had signed conspicuously as a co-owner transferee, thinking that parental guidance made it legally binding. His first eyes widened and his color drained as realization struck, shattering his bravado. "All I did was follow their instructions." Believed it to be okay. Travis Bennett turned away and muttered something about miscommunication. Instinctively, Mother reached for Mason Cole, but she was frozen by shock. Father rubbed his temple, unable to speak. One of the crew members muttered about stopping work as they shifted awkwardly. Deputy Carter Miles spoke directly to them. "There will be no loading today. This now comes to an end." The only sound in the clearing was the wind blowing through the trees. With his head in his hands and his youth exposed in the collapse, Mason Cole sank onto a box. Travis Bennett paced quickly, his calculations clearly falling apart. Parents exchanged dejected glances, and confidence vanished. Copies of cease notices and trust summaries were given by Nathaniel Pierce. "There will be more attempts. Suggest seeking independent legal advice." "Wait." The deputy continued. They left without protest, the crew getting back into the truck and the family cars reversing down the drive. "We'll document this incident. Repeated visits of this nature could lead to trespass charges." With the exception of Nathaniel Pierce and the deputy verifying information, the porch was deserted as the dust gradually settled. Mason Cole was the one who was most affected by the reversal. He was most directly exposed by his role in signing, which transformed his adolescent self-assurance into unadulterated vulnerability. Quieter defeats were carried by the others. That morning, parents' defenses were undermined and Travis Bennett's plans were foiled. Removed all pretense, exposing real-time repercussions, and establishing legal barriers that prevent overreach. Shortly after the event, Nathaniel Pierce filed a countersuit, claiming intentional interference with inheritance rights under Tennessee statutes and attempted title fraud. The forged notary emails that coordinated the plan were discovered through discovery requests as the case proceeded smoothly through Sevier County Court. Mason Cole even looks for quick property transfer forms online. There was little opportunity for defense as the evidence grew. My family hired separate attorneys, and the costs of filings and depositions quickly added up. When word of the lawsuit spread, Travis Bennett's circumstances deteriorated the quickest, and he was forced to file for bankruptcy, which left judgments unresolved. Less than a week passed during the trial. In a resounding decision, the judge granted me punitive sums to discourage similar behavior as well as compensatory damages for legal fees. When all expenses were paid, their overall burden surpassed 6 figures, further taxing their already precarious finances. There were no appeals. The resources ran out. The payments came through months of liens and garnishment. But they were unavoidable. After that, communication completely stopped. My phone number was blocked. Initially, social media accounts were unfollowed or privatized. Holiday cards were discontinued. Group conversations ended abruptly. There was not a single message, no apology, and no promise of accountability. Absolute and final silence took the place of tension. At the cabin, everything changed to a rhythm that I was completely in control of. Mornings frequently involved planting heirloom seeds she had preserved in labeled jars, turning soil rich from years of compost, and caring for the garden plot that grandmother loved. Under my supervision, rows of freshly harvested tomatoes, beans, and herbs appeared for basic meals. Maintenance tasks arrived in the afternoons. I found matching shingles from a Gatlinburg supplier and took on the porch roof section that my grandfather had previously temporarily patched. Keeping the ladder steady against the beams, I nailed new pieces in place while removing worn ones and enjoying the sun on my back. With every blow, I felt satisfied, maintaining structure with my own hands and practically extending legacy. Evening sat by the fireplace by herself. Warmth spread through rooms full of quiet and familiar creaks as flames danced over logs I'd split myself. They made friends with books from their shelves. Nights stretch out uninterrupted and peaceful, with tea steaming on the side table. Depth was revealed by solitude. I hadn't known how to deal with years of imbalance, mourn relationships lost, and embrace my chosen independence. Freedom tasted authentic. Choices were mine. The pace was leisurely. And the environment reflected the care that was voluntarily invested. Eventually, there were rumors that Travis Bennett moved further south in search of construction work. Mason Cole's parents cut back on spending, and his high school graduation was more subdued than usual. Paths diverged without overlapping, and distance became both literal and emotional. One cool morning, as I stood on the large porch with a cup of coffee, I observed the mist rising from the valley below. Over the secured land, light broke golden, birds called across ridges, and pines swayed gently. In the view, everything was earned by hard work, peace was firmly established, and belonging was unquestioned. What I've discovered goes beyond any legal victory. Sometimes protecting what is important means letting go of those who don't share that value. True family is demonstrated by deeds over time, not just blood. Boundaries are not a sign of rejection. Respect for oneself creates space for genuine relationships elsewhere. Standing firm can lead to quiet strength, true autonomy, and a life that is in line with your own terms if you're dealing with similar pressures, inheritance disputes, unbalanced dynamics, or the weight of expectations. Full story. My husband's best friend yanked my hair during his proposal and screamed, "You can't marry him without my permission." My husband's best friend yanked my hair during his proposal and cried publicly, stating it doesn't matter without her approval. The accounting firm where I work introduced me to my spouse, Daniel. Despite his quietness, he constantly helped me fix the printer and gave me his good pens when mine ran out. We started having lunch together and everything clicked. Madison, his high school best buddy, caused the issue. After 16 years of friendship, she treated him like her own. When Daniel first introduced us, she glanced me over and stated I wasn't his type. She mentioned his exes and explained why they failed when I inquired what she meant. Always. She said she was there to soothe him. Madison texted him regularly while we were together. Random musings and inside jokes, nothing serious. If he didn't react quickly, she'd call with an emergency. The emergencies were always silly, like asking him to buy a clothing or kill a bug in her flat. Though she lived 25 minutes away, she treated Daniel like her handyman. She appeared on every date. She'd arrive at a restaurant saying she was meeting a canceled meeting. She was bored at the cinema and stayed alone. When we went bowling, she and her cousin said they'd been plotting for weeks. Daniel missed the pattern. Madison went insane when we moved in after 18 months of dating. She brought Daniel a housewarming present the first day. Nothing for me. She spent 4 hours going through and reorganizing his closet because she understood his tastes. She criticized everything I did wrong. The cups were in the wrong cabinet. His gym and work clothing shouldn't be together. He needed college awards on display, not in boxes. She unloaded his boxes and told me about each item. Since it was their tradition, she came every Sunday for breakfast. Cooking in my kitchen left a large mess for me to clean. She'd prepare breakfast Daniel's way if I made it. She sat between us on the couch with her feet in his lap. When I spoke, she labeled me insecure and stated, "Real couples don't need to sit together all the time." The hardest aspect was her continual references to their past. Every discourse centered on when we did this or went there. She used all 16 years of material. She made me aware of his extended family better than I did. She was in all vacation and holiday family photos. His mother declared her honorary daughter. Daniel's proposal planning made things worse. Madison knew he was planning it since he told her everything. She became possessive. She held his arm while walking. She'd speak in his ear in front of me. She posted old images of them on Instagram, saying some friendships last forever. She made sure I noticed her phone update his contact name to mine. We were at a wonderful garden restaurant when Daniel proposed. I thought we celebrated my promotion. After the proposal, our families hid inside until we returned. Daniel kneeled in the garden, and I cried. Madison burst out screaming his name halfway through his speech. Even though she was meant to be indoors, she couldn't resist. She sprints over, yelling that he must consult her first. Daniel tried to continue, but she grabbed his shoulder. She grabbed my ponytail and pulled me backwards as he ignored her and kept chatting to me. I almost fell. Madison cried about how I was hurting their friendship as Daniel jumped up to catch me. She stated I altered him. He pledged eternal closest friendship, she remarked. She claimed I wasn't suitable for him. Families ran out to see her having a terrible tantrum. Daniel's mother tried to soothe Madison, but she resisted. Security had to remove her as she screamed that the proposal didn't count because she didn't approve. Daniel proposed again inside with everyone watching. And I accepted. Madison wasn't invited to the wedding, but she started dating Trevor 10 weeks after our engagement. 5 months after meeting him, she got engaged. She arranged her wedding a week before ours. Daniel was her best friend, so she invited him to be her man of honor. Daniel trashed it. Her wedding was at the local country club. Madison talked about Daniel throughout the reception, according to my cousin who worked there. They'd been great friends since high school, she told everyone. She said some people depart, but the memories endure forever. She cried to anybody who would listen about losing her best friend while inebriated. Her new husband Trevor departed the reception early. They divorced 4 months later. Madison missed her best buddy Daniel and tried to contact him after her divorce. Daniel didn't reply. She brought him a gift to our house on our anniversary. Madison holds a wrapped gift box with Daniel's name handwritten in her handwriting as I stand in my doorway on our anniversary evening. After months of her incursions, I snap. It's the same perfume she wore to our engagement party, the pleasant floral smell that filled our apartment during her Sunday brunch visits. She has that desperate smile that used to make me feel terrible but now makes me enraged. Though shaking, I keep my hands at my sides. I fully block her path as she approaches the door. She must depart immediately and is no longer welcome at our house. I can feel my heart beating in my throat, but my voice is steady. She cranes her neck to gaze over my shoulder inside the home. She asks for Daniel like I'm a temporary barrier. My body blocks the doorway, while my arms hold both sides of the frame. I don't move as she advances. We stare each other down for a moment. Daniel answers the door when Madison calls from the living room. I study his expression to see which side he'll take. His gaze lingers between us. He opens his mouth to speak but says nothing. Madison shouldn't have come, he says. The words are forceful but calm. I hope he's finally noticing the trend. Maybe all our boundary chats are getting through to him. Madison's eyes widen as she can't believe what he says. Madison sheds tears quickly. Daniel always responded well to her big tears. She wants to drop off a gift and doesn't understand why we're so unkind to her after everything they've been through. She recalls their high school graduation when his dad didn't show up and she sat with him in her car for 2 hours. She recalls driving him to the ER at 2:30 a.m. for food, illness, in college. She recalls the family beach holiday when she was in all the photos. She attacks my 3 years with him using their history. Every memory emphasizes her earliest and longest presence. Daniel warns Madison that arriving unannounced after the proposal is inappropriate. I've never heard him speak firmer to her. He approaches me and touches my shoulder. Madison's tears stop quickly, like a faucet. Her face freezes, scarier than crying. Her mouth narrows and her eyes harden. She agrees with Trevor that Daniel changed into someone else. She says that Daniel would never mistreat his dearest buddy. I've made him stranger, she says. I tell Daniel to go inside so I can chat to Madison alone. I need to speak straight to her without him. He hesitates again, glancing worriedly between us. I pat his arm and reassure him. He agrees but walks carefully back into the house, twice peeking over his shoulder before disappearing around the corner. Madison abandons the sad act when he leaves. In an instant, her face changes. She questions why I'm snatching her best buddy. The way she says it makes me sound guilty. Her arms are crossed and her weight is on one hip. Madison, Daniel is my husband, not hers. She should know that everyone we care about saw her assault at the proposal. The security guard had to remove her while our families watched. She chuckles and thinks I'm overreacting to a little hair pulling. She believes I'm overly sensitive and Daniel always dated jokesters. She rolls her eyes and shakes her head like I'm ridiculous. I know then that she doesn't think she did anything wrong. In her eyes, yanking my hair during a proposal is playful or emotional. Madison says she's known Daniel since they were 16, and I've only been around 3 years. She asks who he'll choose if I make him pick between us. She argues their friendship has survived every girlfriend he's had, and I won't be any different. I tell her such kind of thinking got her hauled out by security. I say healthy friendships aren't competitive or owned. I say real friends encourage each other's relationships, not subvert them. She rolls her eyes like I'm lecturing her on something she understands. She claims I don't comprehend their relationship because I wasn't there for years. I grab the gift box before she can remove it. I assure her Daniel will get it. I close the door, as she stands astonished that I dismissed her. I lock the chain and deadbolt. She stands on our porch for 3 minutes as I look through the door glass. She stands staring at the closed door, waiting for it to open. Finally, she returns to her street-parked automobile. I shake but feel stronger than in months. My hands tremble as I place the gift box on the foyer table. I return inside to find Daniel despondent on the couch. His head is in his hands when I enter. He doesn't glance up. He apologizes for Madison ruining our anniversary dinner. The downtown Italian restaurant where we had our first date was our destination. On the couch cushion, I sit next to him with the gift box. I suggest we have a serious discussion about Madison's future. I say this can't continue in our marriage. He nods but doesn't speak. We have a present box between us as a concrete reminder of our predicament. The box's wrapping paper comes off as I raise the lid. A high school prom photo of Madison and Daniel is framed within. Both dressed up. Madison, in a blue dress with curled hair, and Daniel in an oversized tux. They look young and content. Daniel leans over my shoulder and stops to see it. I study his face as he views the snapshot. His jaw tightens and his eyes alter like he's seeing something new instead of a memory. The frame is taken from my hands and turned over to see if it's written on the back. Nothing but their 6-year-old photo, carefully chosen and wrapped and sent to our house on our anniversary. Message is evident without words. Madison wants him to recall when they were only 2 before I entered his life. Daniel places the frame face down on the coffee table and massages his face. He sits silently for a while before speaking. He says he's made allowances for Madison's behavior for years because he's used to her intensity. He believes regulating her feelings became routine, and he learned it was easier to comply than cope with the consequences. I let him finish because I know he has to. He recalls high school, when Madison threatened to kill herself if he hung out with other people without her. She'd call him screaming at night, saying she took pills or cut herself, and he'd worry and come over. It was always petty or made up, but it taught him to drop everything when she needed him. He knew early that excluding her caused weeks of fake emergencies and guilt trips. It was easier to include her than face the consequences of leaving her out. Hearing this makes me sick. I wonder if he realizes he's describing manipulation, not friendship. He instantly defends himself, saying Madison had a difficult life and he was her only solid connection. Her dad left when she was in middle school after incessant fighting. She chose Daniel and his family because they provided stability she lacked at home. I explain that her childhood was harsh, but it doesn't excuse her conduct. Despite his good intentions, his loyalty to her has prevented her from developing healthy emotional management and boundary respect. She's 32 but still uses high school tactics since they work on him. Daniel says I don't understand her childhood hardships. I interrupt him and add that many people have rough childhoods and don't assault their best friend's fiancé during a proposal. Trauma doesn't justify traumatizing others. He clenches his jaw but doesn't answer early. We sat silently with that prom photo between us like evidence. The time on my phone is approaching 1:00. I suggest we discuss particular examples, because Daniel doesn't grasp the complete pattern yet. He nods and reclines on the couch, weary. I begin with the simple emergencies that always occur on our dates. Daniel initially argues that Madison has anxiety and needs support. I ask him to consider timing. Madison would have a problem if we had plans, especially important ones. She called crying about a disagreement with her mom interrupting our first anniversary meal. She needed him to fix her sink the night we were apartment hunting. We went to his work Christmas party and she texted 14 times about being depressed and alone. Daniel quiets as I list them. I can see him recalling what he missed. I mention how she always attended the same restaurants and movies. He initially claims their identical tastes were a coincidence. I remind him about the bowling incident where she said she and her cousin had planned for weeks but were confused when they arrived. Madison knew where we were, even though Daniel didn't tell her, so she must have checked his whereabouts, credit card statements, or social media. Arrival wasn't random. A surveillance. Daniel pales. He says he gave her his location share in college so she could find him at parties if she got separated from her pals. He never switched off. He quickly pulls out his phone when I inquire if she has access. He shakes his hands opening the settings. She remains in his location sharing list. He contemplates it before deleting her access. She spent 4 hours reorganizing his stuff and telling me I was doing it incorrectly on the housewarming visit. Daniel starts to defend it, stating she was helping, but pauses. He recalls how Mom displayed his college awards and stored my unpacked photos. She didn't help. She marked territory, making the place feel like his, and Madison's rather than ours. He appears distressed as the pieces fit. Sunday breakfast where she remade everything I cooked and left messes. She'd sit between us on the couch with her feet in his lap. How she called me insecure for wanting to sit with my boyfriend. Daniel insists that he accepted Madison's intensity as part of who she was. That's the issue. I tell him. His normalization of behavior that should have been addressed 16 years ago led to a 32-year-old lady pulling my hair during a proposal because she couldn't take not being his focus. Our 3 years together are recounted until 1 a.m. Our crucial moments were always interrupted by emergencies. The appearances were never random. She reorganized his items in our home to claim him. Madison did everything with purpose. Daniel becomes increasingly upset as he sees it all. He ultimately decides to see a therapist. He wants to know why he has trouble setting boundaries with Madison yet he can say no to others. Hope and tiredness wash over me. I know this is just the start of a lengthy process, and that Madison won't accept being cut off without a struggle. Daniel holds my hand and promises to figure it out. I think he means it, but 16 years of indoctrination don't disappear in one discussion. I make coffee in the kitchen the next morning before Daniel. I need an experienced person to chat to, calling my sister Claire while coffee boils. She answers the third ring, half sleeping. Excuse me for calling early, but I need Madison guidance. Claire bolts awake, asking what happened. The anniversary ambush, prom photo, and long chat Daniel and I had last night are told to her. Claire experienced something similar with her husband's possessive female acquaintance 6 years ago. She says the friend tested limits until they had firm repercussions for nearly a year. She tells me Madison will escalate before accepting the new reality. Madison doesn't give up lightly when they lose someone they claim. Claire poses the question I've avoided. Is Daniel really attempting to change or just appeasing me to avoid conflict? We discuss last night's chat and his decision to see a therapist. Claire says there are encouraging signals, but the real test will be how he handles Madison's next issue. She tells me to watch his actions. Not words. It's simple to set boundaries when Madison doesn't fight them. Thank you for the reality check. I'll keep her updated. After we hang up, I drink coffee at the kitchen table and plan ahead. Despite getting 6 hours of sleep, I feel exhausted Monday morning. Brooke notices when I sit at my desk. She stops by to check on wedding planning. Since explaining Madison's story seems strange, I haven't told anyone at work. Brooke appears worried, and I'm weary of hiding it. I tell her everything. The proposed meltdown where Madison ripped my hair in front of both our families, the security escort, the rushed wedding to Trevor that ended in divorce after 4 months, and Madison turning up at our house on our anniversary with that prom photo. Brooke gasps when I describe the hair tugging. She asks if I called the police, and I say we wanted her gone and that charging her would have made things worse. Brooke shakes her head, unable to believe it would happen at a proposal. I tell her that's just the most severe boundary violation in 3 years. Brooke says her husband Nathan is a relationship therapist. She suggests he propose a codependent friendship expert. Thank you, but I'm scared Daniel may cancel therapy if Madison calls him back with an emergency. Brooke promises to text Nathan over lunch and contact me with names. Daniel brings Thai food from our favorite Thai restaurant home from work that night. He lays the meal on the counter and informs me a therapist is available next week. I didn't have to remind or pressure him to schedule an intake visit. He's taking charge, which relieves me. He thinks about what I said last night about enabling Madison and agrees with the trend. He appears exhausted but motivated, eager to work rather than talk about it. Daniel describes the therapist he discovered over supper. He specializes in codependency and boundaries. Daniel called him after reading testimonials on his insurance website. I admire him for doing the research instead of waiting for me. It feels advanced. Daniel keeps his phone on quiet for our movie after supper. Though modest, it matters. He checked it often in case Madison needed something. Tonight, he ignores it and concentrates on us. Daniel is already dressed and sitting on the bed with his phone the next morning. He seems exhausted from not sleeping. I inquire what's wrong, and he shows me his screen. Madison texted him 14 times since midnight. I read them sitting up. The first few are random high school memories. Remember sneaking into the football field at midnight? Remember driving to the beach at 2:30 a.m.? Remember my SAT prep with you? Questions follow. Why ignore me? I did something wrong? Are you mad at me? Later ones are more desperate. I miss my best friends forever. Just talk to me. Don't understand what happened. Daniel scrolls back up to show me more from earlier. 4 days. 36 messages. I confirm that we discussed this. Her defiance of limits. He nods and says he knows, but seeing it all laid out makes it more real. Together on the bed, we discuss responses. He should send one clear message instead of ignoring her because the silence is escalating her. Daniel types after agreeing. He shows me the draft before sending. It says he needs time to focus on his marriage, and won't visit our house again. He asks if it's harsh. I say it's direct but fair. He presses send and we watch the phone for her response. Less than a minute. Phone rings with Madison's name on screen. Dan ignores the call. It rings again immediately. He declines again. After that, texts arrive quickly. I see them appear one after another. Are you serious now? You're picking her over 16 years of friendship. I'm shocked by your treatment. We can hear the phone buzzing even though Daniel puts it face down on the nightstand. Calls come every few seconds. Texts change tone after the 7th declined call. Panic attack. I can't breathe. Please come over now. Please, Daniel. I'm serious. I can't breathe. My chest hurts. I'm scared. Do not ignore me. I notice Daniel's pale face. He looks at the messages on the phone. His hand shakes. His finger hovers over the call button as he struggles. He admits manipulation. But his body doesn't care. He feels like someone he loves is dying, and every instinct tells him to help her. I can see sweat on his forehead. He's breathing faster. I put my hand on his arm and ask him what his therapist would say about this. He closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. He says the therapist would probably tell him that Madison has survived every previous crisis without him, and she'll survive this one, too. But his hands keep shaking. I suggest calling for a wellness check instead of going over there himself. Daniel looks at me like he hadn't considered that option. He asks if that's really okay to do. I tell him it means he cares about her safety without being her personal emergency responder, which is exactly the kind of boundary he needs to practice. He nods slowly and pulls up the non-emergency police number. I watch him make the call. He explains the situation calmly. He says his friend is texting about a panic attack and chest pain, and he's concerned, but can't go check on her himself due to boundary issues. He gives them Madison's address. The dispatcher says they'll send someone over. Daniel hangs up and puts the phone down. We sit in silence for a few minutes. His hands are still shaking. But less than before. The phone buzzes with more text from Madison, but he doesn't look at them. 25 minutes later, the phone rings with an unknown number. Daniel answers. And it's the officer who did the wellness check. The officer says Madison is fine and was surprised by the police showing up. She told them she was texting a friend, but wasn't actually in medical distress. The officer's tone suggests he's dealt with this kind of situation before. Daniel thanks him and hangs up. He looks relieved. But also guilty. He tells me he feels bad for sending cops to her apartment. I remind him that she claimed to be having a medical emergency, and he responded appropriately by calling professionals instead of rushing over himself. He knows I'm right, but I can see the guilt eating at him. Anyway, the phone buzzes again. More text from Madison. Daniel looks at the screen and his expression changes from guilty to angry. I lean over to read them. She's furious. I can't believe you sent cops to my apartment like I'm some crazy person. You've changed into someone I don't even recognize. You abandon people when they need you most. Remember when I was there for you after your dad's surgery? Remember when I helped you through your breakup with Olivia? Remember when I drove you to the hospital when you broke your arm? You promised you'd always be there for me. You promised. The messages keep coming. She's weaponizing every time he helped her. Every moment of their friendship using his compassion against him. I watch Daniel read through them and see his face crumble. He looks like he might cry. I take the phone from his hands and set it aside. I tell him she's doing exactly what manipulative people do when boundaries don't work, making him feel guilty for protecting himself. He nods, but won't look at me. He says he knows it's manipulation, but it still hurts. He says 16 years of friendship doesn't just disappear because he recognizes the pattern now. I hold his hand and we sit there together while his phone continues buzzing with messages he doesn't read. Thursday comes, and Daniel has his first therapy appointment. He leaves work early and I wait at home trying not to think about what he's telling the therapist. He comes back 3 hours later looking completely drained. His eyes are red like he's been crying. But there's also something different about his posture. Like a weight has shifted even if it hasn't been removed. I ask how it went, and he sits down heavily on the couch. He tells me the therapist helped him see that Madison's crisis always happened during his important moments. The proposal, obviously, but also when he got promoted at work. Madison had a family emergency that same week. When we went on our first vacation together, Madison's car broke down and she needed him to help her deal with the mechanic. When he told her we were moving in together, she had a medical scare that turned out to be nothing. The therapist laid out the pattern and Daniel says hearing it from a professional made it feel more real than when I said the same things. He sounds almost amazed that he never noticed before. The therapist also talked about enrichment and codependency and how Madison trained him from high school to prioritize her emotional needs above his own. Daniel tells me the therapist asked if he ever felt like he couldn't make major life decisions without considering Madison's reaction first. And Daniel realized the answer was yes. He'd been planning his life around her feelings for 16 years without even noticing. Over the next 17 days, Madison tries different approaches. The crisis texts stop after the wellness check didn't work. Instead, she sends funny memes like nothing happened. Inside jokes from high school, casual messages about her day. She pretends their boundary conversation never happened. Daniel shows me every message, and I can tell he struggles to ignore them. He says it would be easy to reply to one meme, laugh at one joke, and return to the routine. But he doesn't. He leaves every message unread after showing me. I see him fight 16 years of conditioning with every ignored text. Maintaining the boundary when the other person is nice instead of dramatic is the hardest, according to his therapist. You can handle screaming better than your best friend. Daniel says it's like mourning someone alive. He misses his perceived friendship, even though he knows it was never healthy. 17 days after his first therapy session, we celebrate his Dover anniversary. We choose a nice downtown Italian restaurant we've been to. I wear the dress I planned for our anniversary before Madison arrived. Daniel reserves 8. We arrive on time and the hostess seats us at a quiet back table. Restaurant is busy but not crowded. We order wine and peruse menus. Daniel grabs my hand across the table. He's proud of us for not letting Madison control our travels. Back squeezing his hand. I see her enter halfway through our appetizer, Madison with her cousin Elena behind her. The whole body tenses. Daniel notices my expression and looks. Madison hasn't noticed us. Talking to the hostess. I lose all appetite. Daniel looks back at me and decides. He tightens my hand and says we're staying. He says Madison can't control our route or behavior anymore. Thank you, but my heart is racing. I watch Madison and Elena sit at a table across the room. Madison turns toward us. Her face glows. She walks to our table. Daniel releases my hand and stands. I've never seen him publicly confront her. And, Gentian, she walks to our table right away. Madison is halfway to us when Daniel quietly tells her to leave us alone or he'll ask the restaurant to escort her out. He speaks calmly, but firmly. Madison stops walking. She's stunned that he's confronting her in public. Elena grabs Madison's arm. She apologizes and pulls Madison to their table. Madison lets Daniel lead her away, staring at him with confusion and hurt. Madison is talking quickly to Elena as they sit across the room. After sitting down, Daniel grabs his wine glass. His hand holds steady. He says it felt good. Knowing she's watching, I can barely eat but tell him I'm proud. Elena returns alone to our table after 6 minutes. She apologizes again and says she didn't expect us. She says Madison saw our car in the parking lot and stayed when she saw us inside. Elena's embarrassed. She claims Madison obsesses over Daniel for weeks. The family worries about Madison's mental health, she says. Her diet is poor. She's awake. She constantly mentions Daniel. Elena has tried to get Madison to see someone. But Madison says everyone else is the problem. I appreciate Elena's honesty, despite this awkward conversation. She promises to keep Madison quiet for the rest of dinner and returns to her table. I see her sit and tell Madison something firm. Madison crosses her arms and ignores us. I feel Madison's presence across the room as Daniel and I finish dinner without interruption. Elena looks sad at me and says something that makes sense. She says, Madison's marriage to Trevor ended because she constantly talked about Daniel. Every day. She judged Trevor's actions against Daniel's. Trevor made dinner. But Madison said Daniel made better pasta. Madison told Trevor, Daniel knew better restaurants for a date. Trevor bought her flowers, and Madison said Daniel always knew her favorite colors. Elena says Trevor told Madison's mom that marrying Madison was like filling in for someone else. A 16-year fantasy was too much for him. Madison's quick divorce makes sense. Her goal wasn't to move on. Trevor was a substitute until Daniel returned. It's strange to feel sorry for Trevor and validated for seeing Madison's obsession. Madison stares at us several times from across the room as we finish dinner. I cringe every time I see her intensely watching Daniel. She's staring at Elena without pretending to care. Daniel squeezes my hand when we leave the restaurant and get in the car. He's proud of our teamwork. His therapist has helped him see that protecting our marriage isn't betraying Madison. Prioritizing properly. I lean over and kiss him because his words mean everything. As we drive home, I feel closer to him than in months. The next day at work, a stranger's text rings my phone. It's Elena. I was surprised by the message since we only met briefly at that bowling event months ago. She says she got my number from the family group chat and wants to tell me about Madison's history to help me understand. She requests a coffee date this week. Looking at my phone, I wonder what she knows that she couldn't say at the restaurant. We agree to meet Thursday afternoon at a coffee shop near my office after I text back. Walking into the coffee shop on Thursday makes me nervous. Elena is sitting at a corner table with 2 cups. She stands up and hugs me, which is odd since we barely know each other. She jumps in when we sit. Madison has had this pattern with Daniel since high school. She says. All his girlfriends, not just me. In close relationships, Madison would sabotage and cause drama. Elena says she witnessed it repeatedly. Madison initially befriended Daniel's girlfriends, then became possessive. She'd make up reasons to dislike her girlfriend. She made Daniel choose between her and his girlfriend. Every relationship ended similarly. The girlfriend eventually gave up competing with Madison's constant presence. Elena says the family thought Daniel and Madison would come together since she drove everyone away. They believed it was inevitable. Elena, why did the family not set boundaries? How come no one told Madison to stop? Elena looks down at her coffee and says they liked Madison's dedication. Not until she broke down at our proposal did they realize how unhealthy it was. Watching Madison physically assault me and say the proposal didn't count without her approval finally showed them the truth. This wasn't devotion. Elena says several family members have apologized to Daniel's ex-girlfriend since then, saying they now understand why those relationships failed. Their ex said she tried to explain Madison's behavior years ago but nobody believed her. Everyone assumed she was jealous. Elena leaned forward to say more. Madison refuses therapy despite her parents' pressure. Everyone else is the problem, she says. I tricked Daniel into leaving his real friends. That his family hated her without reason. Madison believes her longer history gives her more claim to Daniel than mine. Elena says Madison discusses it often. She wants our marriage to fail so things can return to normal. She believes Daniel will realize his mistake and return to her after the honeymoon. So delusional that she can't see her behavior as the problem is disturbing. Elena, for being honest about the family's role in enabling Madison for so long, is appreciated. She squeezes my hand across the table. She says the family supports our Madison boundaries, even though it causes tension at family gatherings. Madison's parents are upset about her exclusion. Elena promises to intervene when possible, but they think everyone is too hard on her. She insists I not tell Madison about our coffee meeting. Elena doesn't want to face Madison's betrayal response. I'm glad at least one person in Daniel's extended circle understands why we need these boundaries. Daniel learns about my Elena conversation that night. As I repeat everything she said on the couch, I watch his face. Concerning his ex-girlfriends and the family's expectation that he and Madison would marry, Madison avoiding therapy and waiting for our marriage to fail. Daniel is quiet for ages. He stares at the wall in pain. He admits to feeling guilty that Madison's sabotage affected all his ex-girlfriends because he didn't set boundaries earlier. He ponders whether he subconsciously let Madison drive them away because it was easier than confronting her. He can't change the past, but he can make different choices for our future, so I tell him to recognize the pattern now. Though he nods, he's still thinking. Feeling guilty about his avoidance's harm. Next week, Daniel's mom calls. His conversation reaches me in the kitchen. His mom invites us to Sunday dinner. She wants a family discussion about Madison. I nod when Daniel looks nervous. Willing to come. After hanging up, he says he's worried they'll try to persuade us to reconcile with Madison for family harmony, saying we're being too harsh and Madison needs time and understanding. I prepare to defend our boundaries to his parents, for explaining why we can't forgive and forget. We worry about Sunday all week. Our Sunday drive to his parents' house is tense and silent. Daniel grips the steering wheel tightly. We approach the front door and his mom opens it before we knock. We're hugged and led to the dining room where his dad is. The table seats 4. No extras. Madison is absent. His mother brings food as we sit. No one discusses Madison at dinner. We chat about work and weather. Our meal ends with his mom clearing her throat. She looks at Daniel, then me. She apologizes for allowing Madison's inappropriate behavior for years. She began reviewing family photos and events after the proposal. Madison was in most everything, sitting next to Daniel like a spouse in family photos, at holiday dinners, and touching or leaning on him. His mother claims they normalized something unhealthy. They treated Madison like family without considering how that affected Daniel's relationships. Her eyes well up after speaking. Daniel's dad swallows and leans forward with elbows on the table. He claims they always thought Madison was harmless, and that her attachment to Daniel was a way to cope with her difficult childhood. In middle school, her parents divorced after constant fighting. In all that chaos, Daniel was her rock. They expected her to stop needing him as she built her own life. He stares at Daniel and says they feel guilty for not protecting his relationships and making his girlfriends feel like they had to compete with Madison for family space. When he says they put Madison's feelings before Daniel's future partners, his voice cracks. I see Daniel crying. He wipes them away quickly, but more appear. His dad squeezes his shoulder across the table. He regrets not seeing what was happening until it was too late to save those other relationships. That they should have intervened years ago instead of treating Madison like she had more right to Daniel than his partners. Daniel's mother speaks firm but gently. She claims that Madison is no longer invited to family events, that they told her last week that her proposal behavior was unacceptable, and that they support our marriage. After 16 years as family, Madison cried and said they were leaving her. Daniel's mother admits that conversation was difficult. They care about Madison, after knowing her long. She attended all holidays and birthdays. Their vacation photos included her. She called them on Mother's and Father's Days. They should now support their son and his wife, not someone who assaulted me and tried to sabotage our engagement. Her words make my throat tighten as she looks at me. Finally being prioritized by his family after months of feeling like an outsider means more than I expected. Daniel grabs my hand under the table. Driving home in silence is comfortable this time. Not the drive there anxiety. Before we leave, Daniel parks in our driveway and looks at me. He's glad his parents finally understand that he was afraid they'd try to get us to forgive Madison and let her back in. I tell him I was scared too. We hold hands for a few more minutes in the car. Madison makes fewer but more intense attempts to contact Daniel over the next month. She writes long texts about their friendship and missing him. One message contains all their inside jokes. Another details their high school biology class meeting. A third describes how lonely she is without her best friend. Daniel shows me each message I receive. He ignores all of them. His therapy is helping him cope with the guilt and grief of ending a toxic friendship. He returns from therapy exhausted but more settled each week. He slowly stops responding to her messages. First few shook his hands. Now he reads and deletes them without getting upset. I notice Daniel sleeps better. He tossed and turned all night and woke up exhausted. He now falls asleep quickly and sleeps until morning. He seems calmer at home. He laughs more, jokes, and doesn't check his phone every 6 minutes like an emergency. While making dinner one night, he tells me his therapist has been teaching him that real friendship shouldn't feel like hostage negotiation. That Madison's love always required him to put her before himself and others. Due to his limited experience with her, he assumed that was how close friendships worked. His therapist noted that other friends don't make him feel guilty for having a life outside them. That healthy people enjoy seeing their friends marry and start families. Lucas mails us a wedding invitation. Daniel's college friend who moved states for work years ago. Daniel is excited and rips the envelope open by the mailbox. Lucas's California wedding is 10 weeks away. Daniel quickly texts Lucas that we'll be there. I see his face light up like I haven't in months. He talks about Lucas as we enter the house. They shared a room sophomore year. How they discussed their futures late at night. No, how Lucas was one of the few college friends not related to Madison. He confirms for us that night. He pays for our flights without asking because he's excited to see someone from his past without Madison drama. Madison learns about Lucas's wedding 4 days later. She texts Daniel to ask if he'll celebrate someone else's relationship while abandoning his best friend. Says Lucas barely knows him after 6 years across the country. A true friend stays through tough times rather than partying with forgotten friends. Daniel shows me the message, and we both spot the manipulation. The guilt trip. That possessive language about being his oldest friend gives her ownership. Attending a wedding implies betrayal. Daniel looks at his phone intently. He blocks her number in his contacts. He immediately shows me the blocked contact screen and says his therapist told him to do so. When someone ignores boundaries after clear communication, that's not cruel. Madison tries to contact Daniel via social media and email after being blocked. She sends friend requests on unconnected platforms. Messages him on rarely used apps. He receives emails from different addresses after blocking one. We spend an evening making his profiles private, turning off non-friend message requests, and creating email filters to automatically delete her emails. It feels extreme but necessary, like building a fortress to keep her out. After clear communication, Daniel's therapist confirmed that blocking is appropriate when someone doesn't respect boundaries. We're not being cruel, we're protecting our peace and marriage. We attend Lucas's San Diego wedding on a sunny Saturday. The beach ceremony has the ocean behind the altar. Daniel sees several college friends at cocktail hour. They hug him and welcome him. Daniel was approached by Ethan while I was getting drinks. A few minutes pass as they talk seriously. After returning, Daniel looks thoughtful. Says Ethan told him everyone's glad to see him without Madison. That they all noticed Madison's controlling behavior in college but didn't know how to address it without drama. Ethan said Madison would attend their group hangouts without invitation. Texted Daniel constantly on guys' nights. Would be upset if Daniel excluded her from plans. Daniel realizes Madison's presence cut him off from other friendships. How people stopped inviting him because they knew Madison would come or cause problems if she wasn't. Daniel is relaxed and happy at the wedding reception, unlike at other social events. He dances with me to slow songs. We laugh with old friends at our table. Do not anxiously check his phone every few minutes. We dance to upbeat songs and he spins me, making me dizzy and laugh. After we walk back to our hotel, he tells me he didn't realize how much energy he'd been putting into managing Madison's reactions. That every social event involved calculating whether Madison would be upset he went alone. Will he have to deal with angry texts or emergency calls during the event? Will she show up uninvited and cause trouble? Being free of that weight feels amazing. He can finally live and enjoy moments without worrying about others. Lucas stops us before we leave the reception. People say goodbye as the party ends. Lucas hugs Daniel tightly and says he's proud of him for setting boundaries with Madison after years of seeing her sabotage Daniel's relationships. He says their college friends bet on whether Daniel would escape Madison's orbit. He jokes, but his voice shows relief that Daniel finally did. Lucas says he lost touch with Daniel because Madison made friendship difficult. That Madison would cause a crisis every time they tried to visit, requiring Daniel's attention. That her emergencies cut short phone calls and that being friends with someone who had someone else control his schedule and emotional bandwidth was exhausting. After hearing this, Daniel looks sad but understanding. He regrets letting Madison destroy friendships. Lucas pats him on the shoulder and says, "What matters is that Daniel figured it out now. That he's building a healthy marriage and that's worth celebrating." We fly home from Lucas's wedding and I feel different. Lighter. Daniel holds my hand the whole flight and never checks his phone. He looks out the window and tells me how good it felt to be himself at the reception without worrying about others' emotions. I squeeze his hand and tell him I noticed he was happy instead of tense. His therapist has warned him that Madison may escalate around important dates and events. In 4 months, our anniversary is approaching, but he's prepared with his new skills. I ask what tools he uses and he says breathing exercises for guilt. How to spot manipulation and accept uncomfortable feelings without fixing them. It sounds easy, But he worked hard on it. 4 months after Madison's last contact attempt, we celebrate our first anniversary. Privacy is ensured by booking a B&B 3 hours away. Daniel turns off his phone all weekend. Not silent, face down on the nightstand, powered off, or left in the car. 8 months ago, this was impossible. He checked it every 30 minutes in case Madison needed something. He now says he wants to focus on us without Madison's stress. This old farmhouse with a wraparound porch and endless fields is the bed and breakfast. Walking the property and eating breakfast on the porch on Saturday morning. Rarely has Daniel been so calm. His shoulders are relaxed. He laughs easily. We talk about everything but Madison. It feels great to talk about something other than her. Later, during our anniversary weekend, Daniel tells me he's been grieving over losing his oldest friendship. He starts talking on the porch swing at sunset. The manipulation lasted 16 years, he now realizes. That Madison never wanted him happy, successful, or independent. She wished he needed her. He mourns his friendship with her and the person he thought she was, but he's angry at her for making him think her possessiveness was love and loyalty. He cracks up when he talks about the relationships she ruined and the opportunities he missed while managing her crisis. I support him through his complex emotions. He apologizes for crying. I tell him not to apologize. That grief is normal, even if it was toxic. Madison's letter arrives in our mailbox after our anniversary trip. My stomach drops when I see her handwriting on the envelope. Daniel takes it from me and throws it in the outdoor trash without reading it. Follow him outside and ask if he's sure. He says his therapist warned him that reading it would empower Madison and that the healthiest thing is to maintain the boundary without engaging with her attempts to break it. I see him close the trash can and enter. Though his hands shake, his face is determined. He didn't hesitate. Which makes me proud and relieved. Does Daniel want to know what the letter said? Bags are unpacked and laundry is in the washer. He ponders it. He admits curiosity. He wants to know what she wrote. Curiosity shouldn't undo months of progress. He claims Madison knows him well enough to write what would draw him back. That reading it is like an alcoholic having one drink. After loading, he runs the washer. I admire his self-awareness and ability to spot the trap. 8 months ago, he would have read and potentially responded to that letter. Elena texts me 3 days later to warn that Madison has discussed reconciling with Daniel. She says the family worries Madison will visit again. Thanks for the heads up. I'll find Daniel. His home office is where he checks work emails. Showing him Elena's text. I watch his reaction. He sighs and suggests installing a doorbell camera to record Madison's boundary violations. I'm surprised he suggests it before I do. We order one that same evening and Daniel installs it the next day. He tests it from his phone and shows me how to check the feed. Now we'll know if she shows up, even when we're not home. 17 days later, the doorbell camera alerts us that someone is at the door. It's a Saturday morning, and we're making breakfast together. Daniel checks the app on his phone and his face goes tight. He turns the screen toward me. Madison is standing on our porch with another gift wrapped in silver paper. Daniel and I look at each other, and he says we're not answering. We watch through the camera as Madison rings the doorbell again. She waits. She looks directly at the camera like she knows we're watching. She shifts the gift from one hand to the other. She rings the doorbell a third time. We watch her stand there for 7 full minutes before she finally sets the gift down on the porch mat and walks away. Daniel saves the video footage to his phone. Evidence of another boundary violation. Daniel brings the gift inside after Madison drives away. We open it together at the kitchen table. Inside is a scrapbook Madison made of their 16-year friendship. It's filled with photos and mementos and notes about memories they shared, pictures from high school dances, ticket stubs from movies, notes passed in class. Every page has Madison's handwriting, explaining the memory and why it mattered. It's simultaneously touching and deeply manipulative. Daniel flips through it with a sad expression. He gets to a page with photos from a family vacation where Madison came along. His parents and Madison all smiling at the beach. He closes the scrapbook and sits there for a minute. Then he stands up and carries it to the garage. He puts it in a cardboard box on a high shelf. He tells me he's not ready to throw it away, but also can't keep it in the house. I understand. It's evidence of 16 years that actually happened, even if the friendship wasn't what he thought it was. Daniel emails Madison one final message that evening. He types it at the kitchen table with me sitting next to him. He says that he appreciates their history, but that her inability to respect boundaries means they can't have any kind of relationship. That further contact attempts will be considered harassment. He reads it out loud to me before sending. I tell him it's clear and firm without being cruel. He copies me on the email so I can see exactly what he said. Then he blocks her email address, too. He closes his laptop and looks at me. He says he feels like we've finally reached a place of real partnership in handling this, that he's not trying to protect Madison's feelings at the expense of our marriage anymore. I hug him and tell him I'm proud of how far he's come. Madison doesn't respond to Daniel's final email. Her contact attempts stop completely after that. It's both relieving and slightly unsettling. We keep waiting for another escalation for her to show up at his work or at our house in the middle of the night. But weeks pass and nothing happens. Daniel brings it up at his therapy appointment, and his therapist says this might be Madison finally accepting reality, or it might be her regrouping for a different approach. That we should stay vigilant but also try to live our lives without constant anxiety about her next move. Daniel tells me this while we're getting ready for bed. I ask him how he feels about it. He says he's relieved, but also doesn't quite trust it. That 16 years of patterns don't just stop overnight. But that he's going to try to focus on building our life together instead of constantly looking over his shoulder. The first month without Madison felt strange, like waiting for a storm that never came. I kept checking my phone, expecting her texts. Daniel would tense up every time the doorbell rang, but nothing happened. No messages, no surprise visits, no manufactured emergencies. We started sleeping better. Daniel stopped having that hunted look he'd worn for months. His therapy appointments continued every Thursday, and he'd come home talking about patterns he'd never noticed before. How he'd learned to manage Madison's emotions instead of his own. How he'd confused her need for him with actual friendship. He started reconnecting with his college friends through group chats and video calls. People he'd lost touch with because Madison always monopolized his time. By the second month, I noticed he was laughing more, making plans without checking if Madison might show up. We went to movies and restaurants without that constant anxiety. He joined a softball league with guys from work. Started going to happy hours again. Things he'd stopped doing because Madison would call with a crisis every time. The therapy was working. He set boundaries with his mom when she tried to guilt him about family stuff. He told his coworker no when she asked him to cover her shift for the third time. Small things. But they mattered. 4 months in, we were having breakfast when Elena texted me. Madison had a new boyfriend, some guy named Mason she'd met at her gym. Elena said Madison was already acting the same way with him that she'd acted with Daniel. Constant texts. Showing up at his apartment unannounced. Getting upset when he made plans without her. The family was worried she'd destroy this relationship, too. Elena said Madison's mom had begged her to see a therapist, but Madison refused. She kept insisting that Daniel and I were the problem, that we'd abandoned her, that she'd done nothing wrong. I showed Daniel the texts, and he just shook his head. He said he felt bad for Mason, but also relieved it wasn't his problem anymore. That he'd spent 16 years trying to fix Madison, and it had almost cost him everything. We talked about whether we should warn Mason somehow, but decided against it. Madison would just use it as proof we were obsessed with her. Our second anniversary approached, and Daniel suggested we go back to the restaurant where Madison had interrupted our Dover celebration. I hesitated, but he said he wanted to reclaim it, to prove we weren't hiding from her anymore. So, we made a reservation for the same table in the garden area. The night was perfect, warm, but not too hot, with string lights overhead. We ordered wine and appetizers, and Daniel held my hand across the table. No one interrupted us. No dramatic entrances or manufactured crises, just us celebrating 3 years of marriage. Daniel told me he finally felt like himself again, like he could just be a husband without being someone's emotional support system. He said the therapy had helped him understand that real love doesn't require constant sacrifice, that healthy relationships have boundaries and respect. I told him I was proud of how hard he'd worked to change those patterns, that I knew it wasn't easy breaking free from 16 years of conditioning. We stayed until the restaurant closed, talking about our future. We'd started looking at houses and neighborhoods with good schools, talking about maybe trying for a baby in 18 months, things we couldn't have planned before because Madison's chaos took up all our mental space. Life settled into something comfortable after that. We had routines that didn't involve managing someone else's emotions. Weekend brunches with friends, date nights without interruptions, quiet evenings at home. We stayed alert for potential Madison situations, but didn't let fear control our choices. Daniel kept going to therapy even though the crisis had passed. He said he wanted to make sure those codependent patterns stayed broken, that he never wanted to enable that kind of toxicity again. I watched him become more confident in all his relationships, more willing to say no, more comfortable with conflict, more secure in his own worth. Sometimes I still thought about that night in the garden when Madison yanked my hair. How close we'd come to letting her destroy us. But we'd fought through it. Set boundaries. And held them even when it was hard. Built a marriage on respect and communication instead of fear and accommodation. Daniel told me one night while we were looking at houses online that he was grateful I'd stood firm. That if I'd been willing to just tolerate Madison's behavior, he'd still be trapped in that toxic cycle. That forcing him to confront those patterns had saved him. We put an offer on a house 4 weeks later. A blue colonial with a big backyard and room for the family we wanted to build. The realtor asked if we wanted to wait and think about it, but we said no. We were ready. Ready to build our life, without looking over our shoulders. Ready to focus on our future instead of managing someone else's. This is my house, not yours. My fiancé's sister said and forced me to make a brutal decision. Full story. My boyfriend's sister informed me that she was in charge of the house and that I was only his girlfriend. She went crazy when we got engaged. I began dating my boyfriend, Ethan Hunt, 3 years ago. We met at a friend's cookout and spent 4 hours talking about everything and nothing. He asked me out 2 days later, and we have been together ever since. Ethan Hunt is polite and industrious, and he treats me better than anyone I've ever dated. He owns a 4-bedroom house that he purchased before we met. He worked extra hours for years to save enough money for the down payment, and he's proud of what he accomplished. The only stumbling block in our relationship is his sister, Darla Sloan. She moved in with Ethan Hunt 6 years ago, following her divorce. She was intended to stay for roughly a half year while she recovered. 6 years later, she is still there. She does not pay rent. She doesn't pay for utilities. She occasionally buys groceries, but only those she likes. Ethan Hunt lets her stay because she is his sister, and he feels bad because her marriage failed. That made sense to me at first. Family is vital, and I didn't want to disrupt it. But Darla Sloan made it clear from the start that she regarded me as a threat. Darla Sloan watched me like I was a criminal when I initially stayed at Ethan Hunt's house. She inquired about how long I'd been dating her brother. She inquired about my job and salary. She inquired if I had my own place, or if I wanted to move in with someone. Every question seemed like an interrogation. When I left the next morning, she told Ethan Hunt that I appeared lovely, but something about me felt strange. He told me about it later and thought it was humorous. I did not laugh. Darla Sloan's actions intensified during the next 14 months. She repositioned everything after I had cleaned. She prepared extravagant meals on times when Ethan Hunt and I had dinner plans, so he felt awful leaving. She regularly interrupted us as we watched movies or talked in the living room. She knocked on his bedroom door at strange hours, asking inquiries that could have waited till morning. She made sure I didn't forget she lived there as well. After 20 months of being together, Ethan Hunt asked me to move in. I was thrilled until I discovered Darla Sloan was not going anywhere. Ethan Hunt explained that she only needed a little more time. He stated she was almost ready for her own place. He explained that I needed to be patient because she was family. I decided to move in because I liked him and thought things would work out. Darla Sloan drew me aside on the day I carried my first box of stuff home. Ethan Hunt was outside, collecting more boxes from my car. She stood in front of me in the corridor, speaking gently so that only I could hear. She informed me it was her residence. She stated she had been here for 6 years, and I was simply her girlfriend. She claimed that while Ethan Hunt owned the property, she was in charge of running it. She told me I could stay in his bedroom, but the rest of the home was hers. She threatened to ruin my life if I tried to make any changes or force her out. Then she smiled and went away, as if nothing had happened. I stood there with a crate of my books, trying to figure out what had happened. Darla Sloan delivered perfectly on her promises over the next 7 months. She was miserable and condemned everything I did. She protested that I had used too much hot water. She claimed that my food smelled up the kitchen. She changed the groceries I purchased, so I couldn't find anything. Every evening, she monopolized the living room television and refused to share. She informed Ethan Hunt that I was messy, despite the fact that I was always cleaning. She told him I was disrespectful to her despite the fact that we barely spoke. She cried to him about feeling forced out of her house, despite the fact that no one was pushing her anywhere. Ethan Hunt always defended me when we spoke quietly, but he never confronted Darla Sloan openly. He claimed she was sensitive. He explained that she was still recovering from her divorce. He suggested I should give her grace. I offered her 7 months grace. Then I stopped. I began by recovering space. Darla Sloan had placed her stuff about the house, as if she were establishing territory. I gathered everything she had in general spaces and properly organized it in her bedroom. When she complained, I told Ethan Hunt I was simply arranging. He believed that was logical. She couldn't argue without confessing that she had taken over rooms that weren't her own. Then I started making dinner every night. Darla Sloan used to cook any time she wanted Ethan Hunt's attention, but I was there first. I prepared his favorite dishes and had them ready when he arrived home from work. Darla Sloan tried to compete, but Ethan Hunt stated he felt awful about eating twice. She had to have her meals separately while we ate together. Then I took over the household management. I made a chore plan and posted it on the fridge. Darla Sloan was listed on the list since she lived there, rent-free, and should contribute. She threw a tantrum, claiming that I had no authority to assign her responsibilities. I told Ethan Hunt that it was only fair because I was contributing more than her despite moving in 6 years later. He agreed and told Darla Sloan that she needed to help. That was the first time he had set a boundary with her. Darla Sloan started slipping. She couldn't handle rules. She ignored her prescribed responsibilities, and I pointed it out respectfully. She used passive-aggressive language, and I answered with aggressive politeness. She tried to get Ethan Hunt alone to gripe about me, but I made sure we spent the most of our time together. I was not battling with her. I was merely taking up space that she thought was hers forever. The breaking point came when Ethan Hunt said that we had been talking about getting engaged. Darla Sloan's footsteps came to a stop in the corridor outside Ethan Hunt's bedroom. We'd been sitting on the bed discussing engagement timelines and the type of ring I would want. Ethan Hunt smiled and relaxed in a way he rarely did when his sister was home. Then Darla Sloan pushed open the door without knocking. Her face turned absolutely white, as if someone had sucked all the blood from it. Then blood swamped her face and neck. She stood there, breathing heavily, and looked at us. Ethan Hunt began to say something, but she interrupted him by rushing into the living room. We followed her because the alternative was allowing her to ruin things. She spun around and pointed to me. She warned Ethan Hunt that getting engaged would be the biggest mistake of his life. She claimed I was clearly only exploiting him for his house. Ethan Hunt attempted to calm her down, but she began screaming. She said I had previously pushed her out of her own home. She claimed I was now attempting to steal her brother entirely. Ethan Hunt kept pronouncing her name in a soft voice, as if he were attempting to calm a wild animal. Darla Sloan ignored him and continued shouting about how I had ruined everything and turned him against his family. I stood there silently, knowing that anything I said would only make matters worse. She eventually ran out of steam and shut herself inside her bedroom. Ethan Hunt glanced at me helplessly. I assured him we'd talk about it tomorrow and went to bed. The next 3 days were worse than anything Darla Sloan had ever done. She played music at 1:30 a.m. loud enough that the bass rattled the walls. I'd fall asleep, and then some dreadful pop music would start playing in her room. Ethan Hunt approached her door and requested that she turn it down. She explained that she couldn't sleep and needed the music to calm. The second night, I awoke at 6:30 a.m. for work and noticed she had used up all of the hot water. The shower was ice cold, no matter how long I waited. When I got out of the restroom, Darla Sloan was in the kitchen preparing coffee as if nothing had happened. She inquired about how well I slept. I said all right and headed for work without eating breakfast. That afternoon, Ethan Hunt called and said Darla Sloan had informed him I'd been talking horrible things about his family. He explained that he knew it wasn't true, but he wanted to check in with me. I inquired as to what exactly I was meant to have stated. He became quiet and admitted Darla Sloan would not provide details. She just wept and stated I was cruel to her while he was not present. I started taking notes on my phone. I jotted down when the music started and finished. I recorded when the hot water ran out, and when I met Darla Sloan later, I wrote down what Ethan Hunt told me about her complaints. I wasn't sure what I was photographing, but I knew I'd need proof later. 3 weeks later, Ethan Hunt took me to our favorite Italian restaurant downtown. We had been there on our 4th date and returned every couple of months. He appeared apprehensive at supper, scarcely touching his spaghetti. When the waiter cleared our plates, Ethan Hunt stretched across the table and grabbed my hand. He stated that he loved me and wanted to spend his life with me. Then he took out a tiny velvet box. Inside was his grandmother's ring, a plain gold band adorned with 3 little diamonds. I said yes before he had finished asking. I was not going to allow Darla Sloan manipulate our relationship. We were both thrilled and excited, discussing when we would inform people and if we wanted a long or short engagement. But as I considered what would happen next, I felt a tight knot in my stomach. We drove home, holding hands and making plans. Then we pulled into the driveway, and I noticed Darla Sloan standing at the living room window. She was just standing there, watching us. The curtain was drawn back, and her arms were crossed. Ethan Hunt noticed her, too, and his smile dimmed somewhat. I squeezed his hand and assured him it would be fine. I did not believe it, but I said it nonetheless. Ethan Hunt wanted to inform Darla Sloan immediately away. He thought it was unfair to hide it from her. I recommended we wait until the morning, but he insisted on doing it tonight. He asked her to sit in the living room. I sat on the couch next to Ethan Hunt, while Darla Sloan took the chair across from us. Ethan Hunt informed her that we were engaged. Darla Sloan glanced at us for a little moment. Then she began crying. She didn't cry quietly, she sobbed so hard she couldn't breathe. She said Ethan Hunt was abandoning her. Exactly like her ex-husband. She claimed I had turned him against his own family. She explained that she had nowhere to go because she couldn't afford to live alone. Ethan Hunt appeared devastated. He walked to sit next to her and wrapped his arm around her shoulders. He informed her that nothing needed to change immediately. He told she could remain for as long as she needed. My stomach plummeted as he said it. I knew we couldn't continue living this way. Darla Sloan began crying and screaming she had no idea what she was going to do. Ethan Hunt kept encouraging her that everything would work out. I sat there watching him soothe her, feeling absolutely alone. Darla Sloan returned to her room after around 90 minutes. Ethan Hunt appeared weary. I told him I was going to bed and left him sitting in the dark. I waited until I heard Darla Sloan's door close before returning to the living room. Ethan Hunt was still on the couch, staring at nothing. I sat down and informed him that we needed to have a serious chat. He nodded without looking at me. I told calmly that I couldn't proceed with wedding planning while his sister stayed here rent-free and treated me like an intruder. I mentioned that this was supposed to be our home, and I didn't feel welcome there. Ethan Hunt became defensive. He mentioned Darla Sloan was going through a difficult period. He suggested I should be more understanding. I inquired about how long I was supposed to wait. He did not have a response. I informed him that he'd been avoiding this encounter for years, and it had finally caught up with him. I saw familiarity in his eyes. He knew I was right, but he didn't want to confess it. He inquired what I wanted him to do. I told him he needs to create a time frame for Darla Sloan's move out and stick to it this time. He stated he would think about it. I informed him that thinking wasn't enough anymore and went to bed. The following week, we began browsing for wedding locations online. I had saved a couple venues, and Ethan Hunt seemed enthusiastic about a barn venue about an hour away. We've booked a video tour on Saturday morning. Darla Sloan announced on Friday night that she will be having the bathroom tiles redone beginning Saturday at 8 o'clock. Ethan Hunt asked if she could reschedule. She explained that the contractor was only available this weekend, and she had been planning it for weeks. I was aware she was lying, but I said nothing. Saturday morning, we took the video call in Ethan Hunt's car in the driveway since the pounding inside was too loud. The venue coordinator constantly asking if everything was well. Darla Sloan then took an active role in all decisions. She'd walk by while we were looking at venues and said they were too pricey. She told Ethan Hunt that spring marriages were cursed because her marriage broke up in April. She scheduled noisy projects on each video tour we booked. When we looked at photographers, she commented that they all seemed pricey. When we talked catering, she insisted nobody would come unless we served her mother's cuisine. I stopped arguing with her and began writing everything down. I kept a meticulous diary that included dates, hours, and exactly what she said and did. Ethan Hunt needed to see the pattern written down because he couldn't see it in real time. Molly Harper stopped by for coffee 4 weeks into our engagement. Darla Sloan was at work or on her way somewhere during the day. Molly Harper and I sat at the kitchen table, and she told me about bumping into Darla Sloan in the grocery store. Darla Sloan, according to Molly Harper, was driving a nearly new automobile in silver that appeared to be costly. When I questioned when this happened, Molly Harper said that it was 3 days ago. I knew Darla Sloan told Ethan Hunt that she couldn't afford a car and had to borrow his for errands. After Molly Harper left, I began digging. I examined social media and discovered tweets from Darla Sloan's co-workers tagging her at a downtown office. I checked up the company and discovered they were hiring for her position at a salary that made my stomach flip. She was earning more than Ethan Hunt. I tracked her expenditures based on what I'd seen her buy and concluded she needed to save significantly. She'd been able to afford her own house for at least 3 years. When Ethan Hunt arrived home, I showed him everything I had discovered. I looked up job postings, social media posts, and my notes on her spending. Ethan Hunt sat at the kitchen table and stared at my phone. He appeared unwell. He claimed he had been working overtime for months to manage home costs. She had been acting helpless while creating a savings account and driving a finer car than his. On Saturday morning, I awoke to voices in the living room. When I got out, I saw Ethan Hunt's parents standing with Darla Sloan. Evelyn Shaw and Richard Shaw both gave me tight, disappointed looks. Darla Sloan had obviously been sobbing. Evelyn Shaw began discussing familial relationships and being more understanding. She stated Darla Sloan was going through a difficult time, and I needed to be more compassionate. Richard Shaw stated that Ethan Hunt's duty to his sister came before his connection with me. They spoke for almost 7 minutes while I stood in my jammies. Then I held up one finger and proceeded to retrieve my folder. I printed everything and arranged it with tabs. I returned and gently provided my documentation on Darla Sloan's actions. I showed them the log of sabotage efforts, with dates and times. I presented them with evidence of her actual financial condition, such as screenshots of her income range and luxury automobile. I gave them a timeline of rising behavior from the day I moved in to the present. Evelyn Shaw's countenance shifted as she read the paragraphs. Richard Shaw became quiet and stopped gazing at Darla Sloan. I said nothing while they read. I simply let the evidence speak for itself. When they were finished, Evelyn Shaw looked at Darla Sloan and asked whether this was correct. Darla Sloan began crying again, but this time it seemed desperate rather than sad. She claimed I was twisting everything to make her appear terrible. Richard Shaw inquired about the job and car. Darla Sloan stated that it was private and none of their concern. Evelyn Shaw grabbed the papers and told Ethan Hunt that they needed to talk as a family. I returned to the bedroom and left them to it. That night, Ethan Hunt invited his best friend, Vincent Russo, over for a guys' night. I went to Molly Harper's apartment to give them some space. When I arrived home about 11:30, they were still sitting around the kitchen table, with empty beer bottles lined up. Vincent Russo noticed me and said he should leave. Ethan Hunt asked him to stay. Vincent Russo was uneasy, but he sat back down. He told Ethan Hunt about something that everyone in their friend circle had known for years but couldn't bring up. He detailed how Darla Sloan wrecked Ethan Hunt's prior 2 major relationships using the same exact strategy. She'd create crises just when things got serious. She would play the victim, forcing Ethan Hunt to choose between his lover and his family. She would ruin plans and incite friction until the women gave up. Vincent Russo said he saw it happen twice before I arrived. He said he hoped Ethan Hunt would notice it this time, but Darla Sloan's manipulation had become more advanced. Ethan Hunt remained totally still as his best friend explained how his sister had been dominating his personal life for years. Vincent Russo stated that everyone was scared to say anything because they didn't want to cause family conflict, but seeing it happen again with me was too much. Ethan Hunt was silent for quite some time after Vincent Russo concluded. He then thanked him for stating the truth, and Vincent Russo departed. Ethan Hunt and I sat at the table, silent. The next morning, I prepared everything for Ethan Hunt. I lay out my papers on the kitchen table, alongside the financial evidence and notes from Vincent Russo's account. I described Darla Sloan's tendency of intentionally destroying his relationships in order to keep him focused on her. I demonstrated to him how she had the ability to be self-sufficient for years but chose to remain in control. I led him through each piece of data and allowed him to draw his own conclusions. Ethan Hunt appeared physically unwell. His hands shook, and his face had turned pale. He continued taking up various pages and reading them, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Then something changed in his expression. The guilt and confusion turned into wrath. True rage, not the frustrated helplessness I'd witnessed before. He stated that he needed to establish a hard timetable for Darla Sloan to move out. He stated he needed to enforce it this time rather than allowing her to trick him into backing down. I inquired if he was sure, and he responded he had never been more certain of anything. He claimed he had squandered years by allowing behavior that harmed both of them. He stated it was time to stop. That evening, Ethan Hunt summoned Darla Sloan to the living room, and I stood by him to show her that we were all in agreement. She came in, unhappy that we were disrupting her TV show, and sat down on the couch, arms crossed. Ethan Hunt took a big breath and told her she had 75 days to locate an apartment and move out. He offered to help with the first 2 months' rent and the security deposit, but the current relationship was no longer working and had to be terminated. Darla Sloan's expression shifted from annoyed to astonished to outraged in just 3 seconds. She came up and asked if I was responsible for this, if I had poisoned him against his own family. Ethan Hunt stated that this was his decision, and that he had been considering it for some time. Darla Sloan quickly shifted tactics and began crying. She stated she couldn't believe her own brother had abandoned her in the same way her ex-husband had. She said that she had nowhere to go and couldn't afford to live alone. Ethan Hunt reminded her of her full-time employment and the savings account I had found. Her tears dried quickly when she realized he knew about her money. She became extremely chilly, in a way I had never seen before. She informed Ethan Hunt that he was choosing a woman he barely knew over his own sister, who had been there for him his entire life. She said I'd eventually leave him, and he'd regret pushing away the only person who truly loved him. Ethan Hunt's hands shook, but he remained solid. He said the deadline was 75 days, and that was definitive. Darla Sloan glared at me with hatred and said this wasn't over. Then she walked out, slamming her bedroom door so hard that it rattled the pictures on the wall. Ethan Hunt sat down heavily on the couch, holding his head in his hands. I sat next to him, placing my hand on his back. I told him I was proud of him, even though I knew how difficult it was. He looked up at me, tears in his eyes, and expressed his hope that he was doing the right thing. I said he was, and we'd get through it together. The following few weeks were tense, but Darla Sloan appeared to accept the deadline. She began looking for apartments online and even went to see a few. Ethan Hunt began to relax a little, wondering if she realized this was necessary. I remained cautious because I knew Darla Sloan much better by this point. She was plotting something. I just didn't know what yet. Then, with exactly 10 days until the 75-day deadline, Darla Sloan experienced mysterious stomach pains. She stepped out of her room one morning, doubled over and groaning. Ethan Hunt immediately wanted to take her to the ER. I paid close attention to her and noticed she was grunting while looking at Ethan Hunt's reaction with her fingers. They went to the hospital and stayed nearly 5 hours. The doctors performed tests and found nothing wrong. Darla Sloan returned home with pain medication and a referral to a specialist. She told Ethan Hunt that she couldn't possibly focus on apartment hunting while dealing with her health crisis. She stated that she needed to prioritize her recovery before looking for work. Ethan Hunt appeared torn, and I could see him beginning to waver on the deadline. That night, after Darla Sloan went to bed, Ethan Hunt suggested that we give her more time because she was sick. I looked at him and said, "No." I told him this was pure manipulation. I mentioned how convenient it was that this mysterious illness appeared exactly 10 days before she had to leave. I reminded him that the doctors found nothing wrong and that Darla Sloan had looked at him through her fingers to see how he reacted to her groan. Ethan Hunt wanted to believe me, but I could see the guilt eating away at him. What if she was truly ill, but he still forced her out? What kind of brother does that make him? I informed him that we would not be resetting the deadline due to a medical emergency that only occurred when deadlines were approaching. Darla Sloan visited the emergency room 4 more times that week. Each visit lasted hours, and they discovered nothing wrong with her. She returned home with various pain medications and additional referrals, but no definitive diagnosis. She spent the majority of her time in her room, groaning loudly enough for us to hear. Ethan Hunt appeared exhausted from worry and lack of sleep. I was exhausted from watching this obvious manipulation take place, while Ethan Hunt struggled with guilt. The deadline has come and gone. Darla Sloan remained in the house, claiming she was too sick to move. Ethan Hunt had not enforced the deadline, and I could see the pattern repeating itself. She manufactured a crisis. He backed down, but nothing changed. I couldn't do it anymore. I packed a bag one morning while Ethan Hunt was at work and put it in my car. When he got home that evening, I told him I was moving out temporarily and staying with Molly Harper until Darla Sloan was actually gone from the house. Ethan Hunt's face went pale. He asked what I meant, and I explained as calmly as I could. I told him I loved him, but I would no longer participate in this cycle in which boundaries were established and then broken the moment Darla Sloan created a crisis. I explained that I had seen him back down from the deadline he had set, and while I understood why, I couldn't keep watching it happen over and over. Ethan Hunt looked panicked. He said I couldn't leave and that we'd work things out together. I told him I wasn't breaking up with him, but I needed him to prove through actions that he was ready to prioritize our relationship. I said when Darla Sloan was actually out of the house and staying out, I would come back. But until then, I was staying with Molly Harper. Ethan Hunt started crying and asked me not to go. I hugged him and said this was the only way he would actually follow through. Then I picked up my bag and left. I cried the whole drive to Molly Harper's apartment. This was the hardest thing I'd ever done, but I knew it was necessary. Molly Harper opened her door, and hugged me without saying anything. She'd been expecting this call for weeks. 3 days later, Ethan Hunt showed up at Molly Harper's apartment. I opened the door, and he looked terrible. His eyes were red and puffy, like he'd been crying for hours. His clothes were wrinkled like he'd slept in them. He looked exhausted and heartbroken and determined all at once. He told me he went through with enforcing the deadline despite Darla Sloan's protests. He said he told her she had 10 days to be out, or he would start formal eviction proceedings. He said it was the hardest thing he'd ever done, but he finally understood that enabling Darla Sloan had hurt both of them and prevented her from building her own independent life. I asked if he was sure, and he nodded. He said losing me made him realize he'd been choosing his sister's comfort over our future for too long. He said he was done making that choice. I hugged him tight and felt him shaking. I told him I knew this was incredibly hard and that we'd get through the aftermath together. He held on to me like I might disappear if he let go. We stood in Molly Harper's doorway holding each other while he cried. Molly Harper gave us some space and went to her room. Ethan Hunt told me everything that happened after I left. How Darla Sloan's mysterious stomach pains disappeared the moment he told her the deadline was final. How she screamed at him for hours about what a terrible brother he was. How she called their parents and told them he was forcing her onto the streets while she was sick. How he stood firm anyway because he couldn't lose me. I told him I was proud of him and that this was the right thing even though it felt awful. Darla Sloan's final 10 days in the house were a nightmare. She stopped pretending to be civil and went straight to destruction. I came back to help Ethan Hunt deal with the situation and immediately regretted it. The first thing I noticed was the smell of bleach coming from the laundry room. I opened the washing machine and found all my clothes soaked in pure bleach. Every single piece was ruined, covered in white spots and holes where the bleach ate through the fabric. Months of my wardrobe destroyed in one spiteful act. I showed Ethan Hunt, and he looked sick. Then we found the scratches in the hardwood floor. Deep gouges carved into the floor of the master bedroom like someone had taken a key or a knife and deliberately dragged it across the wood over and over. The scratches formed words. She'd carved traitor into the floor in letters nearly 3 feet tall. Ethan Hunt stood there staring at the damage to his house, the house he'd worked overtime for years to afford. The destruction went beyond my clothes and the floor. She'd smashed several dishes that belonged to Ethan Hunt's grandmother. Family pieces that had been passed down for generations. She left them broken on the kitchen counter where we'd find them. She poured something sticky down the bathroom drain that clogged it completely. She put holes in the walls of her bedroom. She broke the lock on the back door. Every day brought new damage and new evidence of how much she hated us. Ethan Hunt documented everything with photos. He walked through the house taking pictures of each destroyed item and damaged surface. I watched him photograph his grandmother's broken dishes and saw something change in his face. For the first time, he looked genuinely angry at his sister rather than just disappointed or guilty. He said she'd crossed a line from manipulation into actual malicious destruction. He said this wasn't grief or fear anymore. This was deliberate cruelty meant to hurt us as much as possible. The week ended, and Darla Sloan refused to leave. She locked herself in her room and said she wasn't going anywhere. Ethan Hunt stood outside her door and told her she had 90 minutes to start packing, or he was calling the police. She screamed that he wouldn't dare. He pulled out his phone and started dialing. She opened the door then and looked at him like she didn't recognize him. He told her the deadline had passed and she was trespassing in his house now. She said fine and went back in her room, but she still didn't pack. Ethan Hunt went to the county courthouse the next morning and filed formal eviction paperwork. The clerk explained the process would take at least another 45 days and cost over $1,000 in legal fees. Ethan Hunt signed everything and paid the fees without hesitation. He said he should have done this months ago instead of hoping Darla Sloan would leave voluntarily. The clerk gave him a court date and instructions for serving Darla Sloan with the eviction notice. Ethan Hunt drove home and handed Darla Sloan the papers himself. She read them and laughed. She said he was really going to drag his own sister to court over this. He said yes, he was. She told him their parents would be ashamed of him. He said they already knew everything and supported his decision. That made her stop laughing. She asked what he meant, and he said Mom and Dad knew about the destroyed property, the manipulation, and the refusal to leave. She went pale and locked herself back in her room. Over the next few days, Darla Sloan started calling everyone she knew. She told her friends that Ethan Hunt was kicking her out on the streets while she was sick. She told distant relatives that I'd stolen her brother and turned him against his family. She posted vague messages on social media about betrayal and family bonds. She carefully left out every detail about her behavior, her financial capability, and the destruction she'd caused. Some people believed her version and sent Ethan Hunt angry messages. Others asked for his side of the story and stopped talking to Darla Sloan when they heard the truth. The family drama spread wider than our house, and I felt guilty about that even though none of it was my fault. My phone rang one afternoon, and I saw Evelyn Shaw's name on the screen. My stomach dropped, because I assumed she was calling to yell at me for breaking up her family. I answered, and she asked if we could meet for lunch without Ethan Hunt or Darla Sloan present. I agreed cautiously, and we met at a quiet restaurant the next day. Evelyn Shaw looked older than the last time I'd seen her. Tired and sad, she ordered coffee and then apologized. She said she was sorry for initially taking Darla Sloan's side and not understanding what was really happening. She explained that she and Richard Shaw had been enabling Darla Sloan's dependence since her divorce because they felt guilty about her failed marriage. She said they thought they were helping her heal, but instead they'd been preventing her from moving forward with her life. She said watching Ethan Hunt finally set boundaries had made them realize they needed to stop rescuing Darla Sloan from the natural consequences of her choices. I didn't know what to say. I'd expected anger or blame, not an apology and self-awareness. Evelyn Shaw said she'd talked to Ethan Hunt about everything, seen the photos of the destruction, and understood why the eviction was necessary. She said she and Richard Shaw would help Darla Sloan with moving costs, but they supported Ethan Hunt's decision completely. She said she hoped I could forgive them for not seeing the situation clearly earlier. I told her there was nothing to forgive, and that I was just glad they understood now. We talked for over 90 minutes about family dynamics, and enabling and how hard it is to see manipulation when it comes from someone you love. Evelyn Shaw hugged me before we left and thanked me for not giving up on Ethan Hunt. She said he needed someone strong enough to help him break the cycle. Richard Shaw went to see Darla Sloan about 10 days later. Ethan Hunt told me about it afterward because Darla Sloan called him screaming right after their dad left. Richard Shaw sat down with Darla Sloan in her room and told her that he and Evelyn Shaw would help her with moving costs, but they supported Ethan Hunt's decision completely. He said they'd watched her manipulate Ethan Hunt for years and they were ashamed they didn't intervene sooner, to encourage her independence. He said enabling her had seemed kind, but it had actually been cruel because it prevented her from building her own life. Darla Sloan apparently told him he was choosing Ethan Hunt over her just like everyone else was. Richard Shaw said he was choosing what was healthy for both his children, even if Darla Sloan couldn't see that yet. He said he loved her, but he wouldn't help her avoid the consequences of her choices anymore. Darla Sloan told him to get out, but Ethan Hunt said something shifted in her expression when she realized her parents weren't taking her side this time. Her usual support system had collapsed, and she was finally alone with the results of her own behavior. The moving truck arrived on a Tuesday morning, exactly 101 days after Ethan Hunt first told Darla Sloan she needed to leave. 3 months of manipulation, destruction, legal proceedings, and family conflict, all leading to this moment. Professional movers loaded Darla Sloan's belongings into the truck while she supervised without looking at either of us. She'd found a one-bedroom apartment across town, paid for partially by her parents and partially by her own savings that she'd finally admitted existed. The movers worked efficiently, and within about 4 hours, everything she owned was packed and loaded. Darla Sloan got in her car without saying goodbye. She pulled out of the driveway, and the moving truck followed her. Ethan Hunt and I stood there watching both vehicles disappear down the street. The house was finally ours, just ours. No more Darla Sloan watching our every move. No more manipulation or sabotage or constant tension. Ethan Hunt started crying. Not sad crying or happy crying, but this complicated mix of relief and grief and guilt all happening at once. He'd reclaimed his home, but lost his relationship with his sister in the process. He'd done the right thing. But it still hurt. I held him in the driveway while he processed everything. His whole body shook. And he cried harder than I'd ever seen him cry before. I didn't say anything. Just held him and let him feel whatever he needed to feel. Eventually, he stopped shaking and pulled back. He looked at the house like he was seeing it for the first time. He said it felt different already, lighter somehow. I said that's what freedom felt like. The next 3 weeks were hard for Ethan Hunt in ways I hadn't expected. He kept second-guessing himself and wondering if he'd been too harsh. He'd check his phone constantly to see if Darla Sloan had texted. He'd suggest maybe we should drive by her apartment to make sure she was okay. He'd wake up in the middle of the night worried that she was struggling and needed help. The guilt came in waves and sometimes pulled him under completely. I reminded him gently each time that setting boundaries wasn't cruelty, and that Darla Sloan was a capable adult who needed to build her own life instead of living in his shadow. I said she'd been perfectly capable of independence for years, but chose dependence because it was easier and gave her control. I said letting her face the natural results of her choices was the kindest thing he could do for her long-term growth. Ethan Hunt listened, but I could see him struggling to believe it. One particularly bad night, he said maybe we should invite her over for dinner, start rebuilding their relationship. I asked him if he thought she was ready for that or if he was just trying to ease his own guilt. He admitted it was probably the guilt. I suggested we start couples counseling to work through the family dynamics and strengthen our communication skills. Ethan Hunt agreed immediately, like he'd been waiting for me to suggest it. We found a therapist who specialized in family systems and boundary setting. Our first session was the following week, and it helped more than I expected. Just having a neutral third party validate that Ethan Hunt's boundaries were healthy and necessary seemed to lift some of the weight off his shoulders. The first project we tackled was the master bedroom. Darla Sloan had chosen the paint color years ago. This dull beige that made everything feel dark and cramped. Ethan Hunt and I spent a Saturday afternoon at the hardware store picking out paint samples. We settled on a soft gray blue that made the room feel bigger and brighter. I painted while Ethan Hunt pulled up the damaged flooring she'd scratched during her final week. We replaced it with new hardwood that matched the rest of the house. We moved the bed to a different wall and brought in a dresser from my old apartment that I'd kept in storage. Ethan Hunt hung photos of us on vacation, and with friends. By the end of the month, walking into that bedroom felt completely different. The space didn't hold any trace of Darla Sloan's anger or the tension that used to fill every corner. Ethan Hunt started sleeping better. He stopped waking up at random hours checking his phone for messages from her. I caught him smiling while folding laundry one afternoon and asked what he was thinking about. He said he was just happy to be home, really home, for the first time in years. We tackled the living room next. Darla Sloan had arranged all the furniture to face the television she'd monopolized every evening. We moved the couch to create a better conversation area and added a reading chair by the window. I brought in plants. And Ethan Hunt built shelves for our books. We replaced her heavy dark curtains with lighter ones that let in more sun. The house started feeling like it belonged to both of us instead of being Darla Sloan's territory that Ethan Hunt happened to own. We cooked together in the kitchen without someone hovering and criticizing. We watched movies on the couch without interruptions. We had friends over for dinner without worrying about Darla Sloan making everything awkward. The house felt lighter, calmer, like we could finally breathe properly. Nearly 3 months after Darla Sloan moved out, Ethan Hunt's phone buzzed during breakfast. He read the message. And his face went carefully neutral. He handed me the phone so I could see. Darla Sloan was asking if he wanted to meet for coffee. The text was different from her usual demands. She asked instead of telling him what to do. She suggested a coffee shop near her apartment instead of expecting him to come to her. She said she understood if he wasn't ready, but she hoped they could talk. Ethan Hunt looked at me and asked what I thought. I told him it was his decision, but I wouldn't be upset if he wanted to see her. He texted back suggesting Thursday afternoon. Ethan Hunt met Darla Sloan at a small coffee shop across town. I stayed home and tried not to check the clock every 7 minutes. He was gone for almost 3 hours. When he came back, he looked tired but not upset. He sat down at the kitchen table and told me what happened. Darla Sloan apologized. Actually apologized without making excuses or blaming anyone else. She said losing control of his house forced her to look at herself honestly for the first time since her divorce. She'd been using him as a crutch and manipulating him to keep from facing her own life. She said she started seeing a therapist who helped her understand how dependent she'd become. She admitted she'd been horrible to me and to him. She said she didn't expect forgiveness, but wanted him to know she was working on herself. Ethan Hunt told her he appreciated the apology, but needed time before they could rebuild any kind of relationship. He made it clear he wouldn't go back to their old dynamic where she controlled his life. Darla Sloan said she understood. They agreed to have coffee again in about 5 weeks if Ethan Hunt felt ready. Wedding planning became easier without Darla Sloan sabotaging everything. We looked at venues without someone criticizing every option. We chose a date in early October when the weather would be nice but not too hot. We booked a small garden venue that held about 90 people. Ethan Hunt's parents were supportive and helpful. Evelyn Shaw took me shopping for my dress, and we actually had fun together. She told me stories about Ethan Hunt as a kid that made me love him even more. She apologized again for not seeing Darla Sloan's behavior sooner. She said she and Richard Shaw had enabled both their children in different ways, and they were trying to do better. We invited Darla Sloan to the wedding. Ethan Hunt wanted to extend the invitation as a gesture of moving forward. I agreed because I could see it mattered to him. Darla Sloan accepted with a text that sounded genuinely happy for us. She didn't ask to be involved in planning or try to insert herself into decisions. Ethan Hunt and I set clear boundaries about her role. She could attend as a guest, but we weren't asking for her input or help. Evelyn Shaw became my main helper with wedding preparations. She had good taste and respected my opinions. She and I grew closer over the months of planning. I started to feel like I had a real relationship with Ethan Hunt's mother, separate from all the drama with Darla Sloan. Our wedding day arrived on a perfect October afternoon. The garden venue looked beautiful with fall flowers and warm sunshine. Darla Sloan showed up on time wearing an appropriate dress. She congratulated us and didn't create any scenes, but I could feel the tension underneath everything. She stood apart from the family during photos. She left the reception early without saying goodbye to everyone. Ethan Hunt's parents looked sad even while celebrating with us. I knew they were mourning the family harmony that might never fully return. I was genuinely happy walking down the aisle toward Ethan Hunt. I meant every word of my vows, but I also knew our family dynamics would never be simple or easy. Darla Sloan would always be Ethan Hunt's sister. There would always be some level of complicated history and careful boundary management. We'd fought for our relationship and won, but the victory was messy and painful. Standing at the altar holding Ethan Hunt's hands, I felt satisfied knowing we'd made it through the hard parts together. We were stronger for everything we'd survived. Our relationship wasn't a fairy tale with a perfect ending. My in-laws used my promotion as their retirement plan. The toast I gave next sent my wife straight to court. During my promotion party, my father-in-law announced, "We're moving in with you and selling our house." My wife agreed. "It's already decided." I raised my glass and exclaimed, "Excellent news, you can move in next week." The champagne glass felt weightless in my hand as my father-in-law, Frank Donovan, clinked his fork against his crystal tumbler and announced the news. We were standing in Marcellos's private dining room, an Italian restaurant downtown where my company had reserved 28 seats to celebrate my promotion to Director of Operations. My colleagues were still applauding the speech my CEO had just delivered about my dedication and strategic vision. Frank cleared his throat and smiled, as if he were about to deliver good news. "Since we're all gathered here celebrating Ethan's success," he said, his voice carrying across the room with the confidence of someone used to being heard, "Margaret and I wanted to share our own exciting announcement." My wife, Claire, stood next to her father, beaming, and something about her expression made my stomach drop before he even finished the sentence. "We've decided to sell our house in Westfield and move in with Ethan and Claire. It just makes sense at our age, and this way we can all be together as a family." After a brief silence, my coworker smiled politely. My boss, Martin, looked perplexed but raised his glass anyway. Claire squeezed my arm and leaned into the microphone that had previously been used for toasts. "It's already decided," she said, her voice light and cheerful, as if she were announcing a vacation. "We have been planning this for weeks. Dad and Mom will be selling their home next month and moving into ours. It'll be wonderful to have them close by." She looked at me expectantly, waiting for me to say something encouraging and enthusiastic. I could feel 28 sets of eyes on me. My hand tightened around the champagne glass, and I worried it would shatter. I slowly raised it and kept my voice steady. "Wonderful news," I exclaimed, the words tasting like acid. "You can move in next week," he says, just as I finish packing my belongings. The silence that ensued was absolute. Claire's smile had frozen on her face. Frank's expression changed from confident to confused. My boss, Martin, raised his eyebrows. Margaret, my mother-in-law, who had been standing near the appetizer table, turned pale. I carefully placed the champagne glass on the nearest table before exiting the private dining room and walking through the main restaurant to the parking lot. Behind me, I could hear Claire calling my name in a stunned conversation. But I kept walking until I got to my car. My hands were shaking so badly that I couldn't put the key in the ignition for more than 28 seconds. I'd been married to Claire for 5 years, or 7 if you included the 18 months we dated before I proposed. We met at a networking event through a mutual friend, when I was a senior analyst at a logistics company and she was working on event planning for a nonprofit. Claire had been charming and vivacious, the type of person who could converse with anyone and make them feel like the most interesting person in the room. She told me how motivated and ambitious I was, and how much she admired my career focus and work ethic. Our early relationship was fun and easy, with weekends spent exploring the city and evenings spent cooking dinner together and talking about our days. Claire had been supportive and proud of me when I was promoted to manager and then senior manager, attending company events, and becoming friends with the spouses of my colleagues. The problems with her parents had begun gradually enough that I hadn't noticed the pattern until years into our marriage. Frank and Margaret lived in Westfield, about 35 minutes away, in a 3-bedroom colonial that they had purchased 27 years ago. Frank had retired as a regional sales director at the age of 60, and he spent his days golfing and complaining about the economy. Margaret had never worked outside the home and spent her time on garden club and church committees. They were comfortable, but not wealthy, relying on Frank's pension and Social Security. They had always treated Claire as if she were their little girl, in need of constant guidance and protection. Frank would call Claire twice a week for advice on everything from our mortgage to the car we should buy. Margaret would show up unannounced at our house with casseroles and suggestions for furniture placement. Claire never pushed back, never mentioned that we needed space or boundaries. Instead, she'd thank them profusely and carry out whatever suggestions they'd made, even if they directly contradicted plans we'd previously discussed. Claire and I agreed in our 3rd year of marriage to save for a down payment on a larger suburban home. We opened a joint savings account and committed to saving $1,800 per month. 5 months in, I discovered Claire had been withdrawing money to pay for her parents' various expenses, including a new roof and a cruise they had wanted to take. When I confronted her, she cried and said her parents had raised her, and she couldn't refuse when they needed help. We had fought about it for weeks before reaching an uneasy agreement in which Claire promised to discuss any financial gifts to her parents with me first. Margaret needed emergency dental work that was not covered by their insurance after about 7 months of compromise. Claire had transferred $2,750 without informing me until I noticed the withdrawal while reviewing our accounts. Over time, the pattern had repeated itself with various justifications. Frank's car needed major repairs. Margaret had planned to remodel their kitchen. They needed help with their property taxes. Claire had given them money from our joint account on multiple occasions, and she had always been defensive when I questioned it. "They're my parents," she would say. "They would do anything for me. The least I could do was assist them when they needed it." I had mentioned that they appeared to require assistance on an increasing frequency and in larger amounts. Claire accused me of being selfish and cold-hearted about family. My promotion to Director of Operations followed nearly 4 years of intensive work on a major efficiency initiative that saved my company more than $1.6 million per year. The position came with a significant salary increase from $92,000 to $138,000, plus performance bonuses and stock options. I was overjoyed and immediately began thinking about how the additional income would allow us to accelerate our savings goals and possibly start a family. Claire had also been excited. Or so I thought. She had helped plan the promotion party and looked genuinely proud when I told her the news. What I hadn't realized was that she'd been sharing our financial information with her parents, who had been making plans based on my increased earning potential. Sitting in my car in the restaurant parking lot, I took out my phone and texted my younger brother, Luke, a corporate attorney in the city. "We need to talk as soon as possible. Emergency." He responded within 2 minutes, stating that he'd call me in 10. I started driving, not home, but to a coffee shop near my office, where I could think uninterrupted. Claire was already calling my phone. I forwarded them all to voicemail. Luke was already calling as I pulled into the coffee shop parking lot. I responded, and the entire story came tumbling out. The announcement, Claire's claim that it was already decided, and my public declaration that I would be moving out. Luke patiently listened until I finished. Then he asked, "Did Claire ever discuss this with you before tonight? Any talk about her parents moving in?" I told him, "No, nothing. We had never discussed her parents living with us. We had planned to have children, so we bought a 3-bedroom house in a good school-zone neighborhood. There was no room for long-term house guests, even if I had wanted them to stay." Luke paused for a moment before saying, "You need to talk to a divorce attorney, like tomorrow. If Claire makes unilateral decisions about your shared home without your approval, you have serious marital issues. And if they intend to move in based on your new salary, you must protect yourself financially." The word divorce hit me like a cold water. I'd been so caught up in the shock of the announcement that I hadn't fully processed the fact that my wife had made this decision without me. Luke referred me to Rebecca Caldwell, a family law attorney who handled his colleague's divorce 18 months ago. He described Rebecca as sharp and did not waste time with reconciliation counseling when the situation was clearly broken. I thanked him and sat in my car for another 18 minutes, watching people walk in and out of the cafe. My phone kept buzzing with Claire's texts, which ranged from confused to, "Where did you go?" "Everyone is concerned," to "angry, you embarrassed me in front of everyone," to guilt-tripping, "I can't believe you'd react this way to my parents' need for assistance." None of them acknowledged that she had made a major life decision without consulting me. I drove to the Marriott downtown and reserved a room for the week. The desk clerk inquired if I was in town for business, and I replied yes because it was easier than explaining that I was hiding from my own wife. Once inside the room, I dialed Rebecca Caldwell's emergency number. Her voicemail stated that she would return calls the same day for urgent matters. I left a message explaining that my wife had just announced that her parents were moving into our home without my knowledge or consent, and I needed legal advice right away. Then I sat on the hotel bed, trying to process what had just happened in my life. 5 hours ago, I was celebrating my most significant professional achievement. Now I was alone in a hotel room, contemplating divorce. Rebecca Caldwell called me at 7 the next morning. She was direct and efficient, asking specific questions about my marriage, our financial situation, and the events of the previous night. I explained everything, including Claire's history of giving money to her parents and making financial decisions without consulting with me. Rebecca listened intently and stated, "This isn't just about her parents moving in. This concerns a pattern in which your wife prioritizes her parents' needs over your marriage and makes unilateral decisions about shared assets. That's a fundamental breach of the partnership marriage is supposed to be." She said she'd see me that afternoon and we'd talk about my options, which included legal separation and divorce. She asked if I co-owned the house with Claire, and I said yes. We purchased it 5 years ago, with both of our names on the deed and mortgage. The meeting with Rebecca was eye-opening. Her office was in a downtown high-rise, tastefully decorated with law degrees from Northwestern and 24 years of bar admission certificates on the walls. She had me go over our entire financial situation, including my salary, Claire's income from her part-time event planning work, which brought in approximately $32,000 per year, our assets, and our debts. She asked detailed questions about Claire's parents' gifts, and I estimated that we had given them between $38,000 and $47,000 during our 5-year marriage. Rebecca's eyebrows rose at that number. She asked, "Did you ever get any of that money back?" I told her, "No, it was all gifts with no expectation of repayment." Rebecca took notes and said, "In a divorce, those gifts could be considered dissipation of marital assets, especially if made over your objection or without your knowledge." Rebecca explained my options methodically. I could seek marriage counseling and try to set better boundaries with Claire's parents, but she was skeptical that would work given the pattern of behavior. I could seek legal separation, which would formalize our living arrangements, and protect my finances while giving us time to decide on divorce. Alternatively, I could file for divorce immediately based on irreconcilable differences. She said that, given my new promotion and salary, I needed to be extra cautious about how marital assets were divided and whether I'd be liable for spousal support. She recommended that I start documenting everything right away. Claire's text messages, financial transactions, and interactions with her parents. She also suggested that I freeze our joint accounts to prevent Claire from draining them, which apparently happens more frequently than I'd like to believe during contentious divorces. I left Rebecca's office feeling both clear-headed and nauseous. I'd come to the meeting hoping she'd tell me I was overreacting and that the situation could be resolved. Instead, she confirmed my worst fears that my marriage had fundamental flaws that extended far beyond one shocking revelation. I went to a coffee shop and called Luke to update him. He asked how I was doing, and I admitted that my life had been turned upside down in less than a day. Luke said, "Your life wasn't turned upside down last night. You finally saw what had been going on for years. Claire has repeatedly chosen her parents over you. Last night was just the most obvious example." His words stung because they were accurate. My phone had been constantly vibrating with messages from Claire and now her parents. Frank had texted that I had been extremely rude, and they wanted to meet to discuss this as adults. Margaret had sent a message about how upset they were by my reaction. And couldn't I tell they were just trying to be close to their daughter? Claire's messages had progressed from angry to worried to desperate, asking where I was, whether I was safe, and if we could talk. I replied to Claire with one message. "I am safe. I need time to process the fact that you made an important decision about our home without consulting me. I will contact you through my attorney." Then I blocked all of their numbers. That evening, I returned to our house during the hours when I knew Claire would be attending her Thursday evening yoga class. I needed clothing and personal belongings for the week. The house felt foreign when I walked in, like I was seeing it from the outside for the first time. Everything was decorated exactly as Margaret had suggested, from the beige walls to the traditional furniture. Our wedding photos appeared prominently. However, there were just as many photos of Claire and her parents. I went upstairs to our bedroom and started packing a suitcase with work clothes and toiletries. That was when I noticed the folder on Claire's nightstand. It was labeled New House Plans in her handwriting. The folder contained a nightmare. Architectural drawings showing our 3-bedroom house converted into a 4-bedroom by finishing the basement and adding a room above the garage. Contractor estimates totaling $91,000 for the renovations, a timeline showing work beginning in 5 weeks, a budget spreadsheet allocating my new hire salary to cover the construction costs, and ongoing expenses for 4 adults living in one house. The spreadsheet showed my entire raise and bonus going toward supporting Claire's parents. There was even a schedule showing which nights Margaret would cook dinner and which nights Claire would, implying they'd planned out our domestic life without my input. The dates on the documents went back almost 4 months, meaning Claire had been planning this since before I'd even gotten the promotion offer. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely take photos of the documents with my phone. I sent them to Rebecca Caldwell with a message saying, I'd found evidence my wife had been planning to move her parents in for months without telling me. Rebecca responded within minutes, saying to document everything and bring the originals to her office in the morning. I took the entire folder, along with the suitcase of clothes, and left. On my way out, I noticed a real estate flyer on the kitchen counter for Frank and Margaret's house in Westfield. It was already listed for sale at $418,000. They'd apparently been serious about selling and had been actively marketing the property while I'd been completely in the dark. I called Luke from the car and told him what I'd found. He let out a long whistle and said, "They were planning to use your promotion money to bankroll their move-in and house renovations without your consent. That's financial abuse, man. That's your wife treating you like a paycheck instead of a partner." I asked if the documents proved anything legally, and Luke said they proved premeditation and deception, which would absolutely help in a divorce. He said it showed Claire had been actively concealing major financial plans from me while making decisions that would legally obligate me to debt I'd never agreed to. He also said the timing was important because they'd clearly viewed my promotion as their financial opportunity. That night in the hotel room, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the spreadsheet that had allocated every dollar of my raise to expenses I'd never agreed to. The renovations budget, the increased grocery costs for 4 people, the utilities for a larger household, even line items for Frank's golf club membership and Margaret's garden club dues. They'd planned my entire financial future without asking me. I thought about all the times over the years that Claire had pressured me to give money to her parents. And I realized this had been the endgame all along. They'd been conditioning me to accept financing their lives until I'd gotten successful enough that they could just move in and have me support them full-time. Friday morning, I met with Rebecca Caldwell again and showed her the folder. She reviewed every document carefully, taking photos and making notes. She said, "This is actually extremely helpful for your case. It shows your wife engaged in secretive planning to obligate you to substantial debt and ongoing financial support without your knowledge or consent. In front of a judge, this demonstrates both financial misconduct and a fundamental breach of marital trust." She asked if I wanted to proceed with divorce or try separation first. I told her divorce. There was no coming back from this level of deception and disrespect. Rebecca said she'd draft the initial paperwork and we'd file by end of next week. She also recommended I immediately open a separate bank account and redirect my paychecks there since my new salary hadn't hit our joint account yet. I left work early Friday afternoon and went to my bank. I opened an individual checking account and set up direct deposit for my paychecks to go there instead of the joint account Claire and I shared. The bank manager, a professional woman named Madeline Harper, who'd helped us with our mortgage, asked if everything was all right. I told her I was going through a separation and needed to protect my assets. Madeline nodded sympathetically and said she'd seen this scenario too many times. She recommended I also get a credit monitoring service to ensure Claire didn't open any cards or loans in my name, which apparently happened in about 30% of contentious divorces. That hadn't even occurred to me. I signed up for monitoring immediately and requested a credit freeze. When I checked my credit report, I found something that made my blood run cold. There was a home equity line of credit application for $68,000 submitted 17 days ago in both my name and Claire's. It was still pending approval. I immediately called the bank and spoke to a loan officer who confirmed the application was in process and would likely be approved within days. I told them I hadn't authorized the application and wanted it canceled immediately. The loan officer said since it was a joint application, both parties would need to agree to cancel it. I asked if my signature was on the application, and the officer pulled it up and confirmed yes. Both signatures were present. I told them my signature was forged and I wanted to file a fraud report. The officer's tone changed immediately, and she said they'd flag the application for investigation and forward it to their fraud department. I called Rebecca Caldwell and told her about the forged loan application. There was a long pause before she said, "Your wife forged your signature to take out a $68,000 home equity loan without your knowledge. That's not just financial misconduct. That's criminal fraud." She said I needed to file a police report immediately, and she'd amend the divorce filing to include this information. She also said I should expect Claire to claim she thought she had my authorization or that I'd agreed verbally, so I needed to be prepared to prove I'd never discussed or approved a home equity loan. I told her I had proof. I'd been out of town for work the week the application was submitted according to the dates, and I had hotel receipts and plane tickets to prove it. I went straight to the police station and filed a report for identity theft and fraud. The officer who took my statement was Detective Simone Lawson, who'd been in financial crimes for 17 years. She reviewed the loan documents I'd gotten from the bank and my travel receipts showing I'd been in California for a conference when the application was supposedly signed. Detective Lawson said, "This is pretty clear-cut fraud. Someone forged your signature on a legal financial document. We'll open an investigation and contact the bank for their documentation. You understand this could result in criminal charges against your wife if the evidence supports fraud?" I said I understood. And I wanted to pursue it fully. She said she'd be in touch within about a week after they'd gathered initial evidence. That evening, Claire finally tracked me down. She showed up at the hotel lobby where I was having dinner and sat down across from me without being invited. She looked exhausted, dark circles under her eyes, and her hair pulled back messily. "We need to talk," she said. I told her I had nothing to say to her, and she needed to communicate through my attorney. Claire's eyes filled with tears. "I don't understand why you're being like this. My parents need help, and we have the space and money to provide it. Why are you making this into such a huge problem?" I stared at her in disbelief. "You made a decision to move your parents into our house without asking me. You spent months planning renovations and creating budgets using my salary without telling me. You forged my signature on a home equity loan, and you're asking why this is a problem." Claire's face went pale at the mention of the loan. "I didn't forge anything. I signed for both of us, because you were traveling and the deadline was tight. I was going to tell you." I asked when exactly she'd been planning to tell me, before or after $68,000 of debt was added to our house. Claire said, "We need that money for the renovations. The contractors need a deposit, and my parents need help with their moving expenses. I knew you'd understand once you saw how perfect it would all work out." I told her she'd committed fraud, and I'd already filed a police report. The color drained completely from her face. "You went to the police against your own wife?" I stood up and said, "You forged my name on a legal document. That's a crime. Now, please leave, or I'll have hotel security remove you." Claire started crying in earnest now. Full sobs that drew attention from other diners. "Please, Ethan, we can fix this. I'll cancel the loan. We'll talk about everything. Just don't do this. Don't destroy our marriage over a misunderstanding." I told her it wasn't a misunderstanding. It was a betrayal, and there was nothing left to fix. I walked away and went up to my room while she was still sitting in the restaurant crying. My phone started ringing immediately. First Claire, then Frank, then Margaret, then numbers I didn't recognize. I turned it off completely. The next morning, Saturday, I woke up to an email from Rebecca Caldwell saying she'd heard from Claire's attorney, a man named Anthony Russo, who specialized in family law. Anthony had sent a letter asking for a meeting to discuss settlement options before formal divorce proceedings began. The letter claimed Claire was willing to compromise on the living situation with her parents and wanted to preserve the marriage. Rebecca's email asked if I wanted to attend a settlement conference or proceed directly to divorce filing. I responded saying, "Proceed with the divorce. No meetings, no compromises." The trust was broken beyond repair. Rebecca filed the divorce petition on Monday morning. The grounds were irreconcilable differences, with additional claims of financial misconduct and fraud. The petition requested an equitable division of assets, no spousal support given Claire's deceptive behavior, and full financial disclosure from both parties. It also included the police report about the forged loan application as an exhibit. Claire was served with papers at her workplace on Monday afternoon. She called me crying and screaming, saying I'd humiliated her in front of her coworkers and destroyed her reputation. I didn't answer, but she left a voicemail saying I was going to regret this, and her father's attorney would make sure I paid for what I'd done to their family. The legal discovery process was brutal and revealing. Both sides had to disclose all financial records, communications, and documentation related to marital assets. What emerged painted a picture even worse than I'd imagined. Text messages between Claire and her mother going back 18 months showed them discussing how to get money from me for various projects and expenses. Messages from Margaret saying things like, "Just tell Ethan it's an emergency. He always gives you money when you cry." Messages from Claire saying, "I'll wait until he's in a good mood after work to ask about the kitchen remodel." They'd been strategizing how to manipulate me for money the entire time. Even more damning were emails between Claire and a contractor that showed she'd been planning the house renovations for almost 4 months, since before I'd even been offered the promotion. The timeline showed she'd been counting on me getting the director position and had made plans based on salary information she'd somehow obtained from my company. One email from Claire to the contractor said, "My husband's promotion will be finalized in October, so we can start work in November. The new salary will easily cover the costs." She'd been so confident about using my money that she'd committed to construction contracts I'd never seen. The most shocking discovery came from the financial forensic analysis Rebecca had ordered. A financial investigator named Harvey Yates, who'd been doing forensic accounting for 24 years, reviewed all our joint accounts and credit cards. He found that over our 5-year marriage, Claire had transferred or spent approximately $79,000 on her parents. This included the direct cash gifts I'd known about, plus credit card charges for items she'd bought them, payments to contractors for work on their house, and transfers I'd never noticed buried among other transactions. Harvey's report showed a clear pattern of Claire treating our joint money as a fund for her parents' benefit. Even worse, the forensic analysis revealed that Frank and Margaret's house in Westfield had significant debt against it. They owed $275,000 on a property worth $418,000, meaning they'd refinanced multiple times and pulled equity out. The mortgage statements showed they'd been making only minimum payments for years, and were at risk of default. Their plan to sell the house and move in with us wasn't about being close to family. It was about escaping their own financial problems while having me support them. They'd been planning to use the equity from their house sale to pay off their debts and then live off my income indefinitely. The evidence was so overwhelming that Anthony Russo, Claire's attorney, called Rebecca to discuss settlement. Anthony admitted the discovery had revealed information his client hadn't fully disclosed to him about the extent of the planning and financial manipulation. He said Claire was willing to accept a 65/35 split of current assets and wouldn't seek spousal support if I'd agree to drop any claims for the money she'd given her parents and not pursue the fraud charges. Rebecca told him we'd consider it and hung up. She asked me what I wanted to do. I thought about it for exactly 10 seconds before saying I wanted to proceed to trial. I wanted a judge to see exactly what Claire and her parents had done. Rebecca said that was my right, but warned me that trials were expensive and emotionally draining. I told her I didn't care. This wasn't about money anymore. It was about accountability. Claire had spent years treating me like an ATM for her parents and had planned to obligate me to a lifetime of supporting them. I wanted that on the record. Rebecca smiled for the first time since I'd met her and said, "Then let's give them a trial they won't forget." The criminal investigation into the forged loan application moved faster than the divorce proceedings. Detective Simone Lawson called me 18 days after I'd filed the report to say the bank's fraud department had completed their analysis. The signature on the loan application was demonstrably different from my actual signature on file with the bank. Additionally, the IP address used to submit the application traced back to Claire's work computer, and the application had been submitted during hours I'd been provably in California based on my credit card usage and phone location data. Detective Lawson said the evidence was sufficient to charge Claire with forgery and fraud. She asked if I wanted to press charges. I said yes without hesitation. Claire was arrested on a Monday morning at her office. I found out about it from a gleeful text from Luke, who'd heard through his legal network. Claire was charged with 1 count of forgery and 1 count of attempted fraud, both felonies. She was processed and released on $22,500 bail that Frank and Margaret had to scrape together. Her mugshot appeared in the local paper's crime section. Anthony Russo called Rebecca furious, claiming I was vindictively destroying Claire's life out of spite for the divorce. Rebecca calmly explained that forgery was a crime and the decision to prosecute had been made by the state's attorney's office based on clear evidence. If Anthony's client hadn't forged signatures on legal documents, she wouldn't be facing criminal charges. The criminal case added pressure to the divorce proceedings. Anthony reached out again with a settlement offer. Claire would accept a 65/35 split of assets in my favor, waive all claims to spousal support, and agree to pay my legal fees in the divorce if I'd ask the prosecutor to drop the criminal charges. Rebecca said I couldn't actually force the prosecutor to drop charges since it was a state case now, but I could decline to cooperate, which might make prosecution harder. I told Rebecca I'd cooperate fully with the prosecution. Claire had committed a crime and needed to face consequences. The settlement offer was rejected. As the divorce trial date approached, more information kept emerging. Margaret had been diagnosed with early-stage Alzheimer's the year before, which explained some of the increased need for support, but also revealed they'd been hiding significant medical issues. Frank had taken early retirement, not by choice, but because he'd been forced out of his job after a sales territory scandal that had nearly resulted in a lawsuit. Their financial problems were far deeper than just overspending. They'd been on a path to bankruptcy and had seen my promotion as their lifeline. Claire had known all of this and had chosen to conceal it while planning to obligate me to their care. The divorce trial was held in family court in front of Judge Raymond Oakes, who'd been on the bench for 31 years. Over 4 days, Rebecca presented the evidence methodically. The folder showing months of secret planning, the forged loan application, the text messages between Claire and her mother strategizing how to get money from me, the financial forensic report showing $79,000 given to her parents, the contractor emails proving premeditated deception, the analysis of Frank and Margaret's debt showing their desperate financial situation. Each piece of evidence built on the last until the picture was undeniable. Claire had spent our marriage treating me as a financial resource for her parents, and had planned to permanently obligate me to supporting them. I testified for nearly 7 hours over 2 days. Anthony Russo tried to make me look controlling and cold-hearted, asking if I'd really refused to help my elderly in-laws and if I'd vindictively pursued criminal charges against my wife. Rebecca objected to the characterization, and I answered calmly that I'd refused to be deceived and manipulated, which was different from refusing to help. I explained that I'd given Claire's parents tens of thousands of dollars over the years when I'd thought they had genuine needs. But discovering they'd been planning to move in and have me support them indefinitely, while hiding their true financial situation, had revealed the relationship had been based on deception. Claire testified in her own defense, and it went poorly. Under Rebecca's cross-examination, Claire admitted she'd never told me about her parents' debt or her mother's diagnosis. She admitted the house renovations had been planned in secret. She admitted she'd signed my name on the loan application without authorization. She tried to justify everything by saying she'd been trying to take care of her parents and knew I'd say no if she asked directly. Rebecca asked pointedly, "So, your solution was to deceive your husband and commit fraud rather than have an honest conversation about your concerns?" Claire couldn't answer coherently. Judge Oakes issued his ruling about a week after trial ended. He found Claire had engaged in systematic financial misconduct throughout the marriage, and had violated the fundamental trust necessary for a marital partnership. He awarded me 68% of marital assets, including full ownership of the house. He ordered Claire to repay $37,500 of the money she'd given to her parents, representing half of the total amount that had been given without my knowledge or over my objection. He denied any spousal support and ordered Claire to pay 65% of both parties' legal fees. The written opinion was scathing, stating that Claire had treated the marriage as a vehicle for enriching her parents rather than as a partnership between equals. The criminal case went to trial 10 weeks later. Claire pleaded guilty to 1 count of attempted fraud in exchange for the forgery charge being dropped. She was sentenced to 30 months of probation, 180 hours of community service, and ordered to pay restitution to the bank for their investigation costs. She also had a permanent criminal record. Her event planning career effectively ended since many venues wouldn't hire someone with a fraud conviction. The last I heard, she was working retail at a department store. Frank and Margaret's house in Westfield ended up in foreclosure after they couldn't keep up with mortgage payments once their plan to move in with me had failed. They eventually filed for bankruptcy and moved into a small assisted living apartment subsidized by Medicaid. Claire moved in with them to help with Margaret's care. The irony wasn't lost on me that Claire ended up supporting her parents anyway, just in a cramped apartment on a retail salary instead of in my house with my income. I sold our house 5 months after the divorce was finalized and moved into a modern condo downtown closer to work. The condo had floor-to-ceiling windows with city views and a private terrace, and it was entirely mine. I decorated it exactly how I wanted without anyone else's input. The first night I spent there, I stood on the terrace looking at the city lights and felt something I hadn't felt in years. Free. Free from manipulation. Free from obligations I'd never agreed to. Free from people who saw me as a resource rather than a person. My career continued to thrive. The director position led to a vice president role 16 months later with another substantial salary increase and equity package. This time, when I got the promotion, I celebrated alone with Luke and a few close friends who'd supported me through the divorce. No party, no announcements, just quiet satisfaction at my own success that belonged entirely to me. Luke raised his glass to promotions without hidden costs. We all drank to that. I began dating again after about a year. I was cautious at first when I met Haley Carter, a corporate trainer with a successful career. She'd been through a divorce herself and understood the value of boundaries and open communication. When we had been together for 5 months and began talking about moving in together, we sat down and had open discussions about finances, family boundaries, and how we would make major decisions together. Haley appreciated the directness, saying it made her feel safe rather than controlled. We've been together for almost 3 years and just got engaged. Her parents live in another state and come to visit twice a year for a week each. They stay at a hotel. Sometimes I think back to my promotion party, when Frank made his announcement and Claire agreed it was already decided. In that moment, my life was divided into before and after. Previously, I had been sleepwalking through a marriage in which I was valued for my income rather than myself. After that, I had established a life based on honesty and mutual respect. The shock of the public betrayal was devastating at the time. However, it had also been clarifying. It forced me to face the truth that I had been avoiding for years. My marriage was fundamentally broken, and I had been complicit in pretending otherwise. The severance was painful but necessary. The surgery, like removing a tumor, was painful, but ultimately saved my life. I'd lost a wife, but I'd found myself again. I had lost in-laws who saw me as a resource, but I had kept the family and friends who genuinely valued me. I'd lost the house we'd shared, but I'd gained the opportunity to create something genuine. The math worked in my favor. Looking back, the clearest indication of how wrong things had been was the moment I raised my glass and told them they could move in after I left. I hadn't planned those words. They'd come from a place deeper than conscious thought. From the part of me that had been yelling for years that this was wrong. That part was finally heard. And once I listened to it, once I trusted my instinct to protect myself, everything else fell into place. The evidence, the legal victory, and the new life had all stemmed from that single moment of clarity in which I chose myself over people who had never truly chosen me. Ignored in the ER, my son's appendix ruptured. When I arrived, the doctor whispered, "Chief of surgery. He's your son?" His face went white. At the hospital, my son called. "My doctor won't treat me because, according to him, I'm just trying to get high." The doctor's smug look vanished when I reached the emergency room, and he muttered, "Chief of surgery. I didn't realize he was your son." The call came at 4:12 a.m. on a Saturday morning as I was going over the forthcoming week's surgical schedules. My heart raced when the name of my kid Caleb appeared on the screen of my phone. At the age of 23, Caleb was a graduate student at State University, 4 hours away. Nonetheless, he would never have called at this hour, unless there was an emergency. "Dear Dad, I am currently at the emergency room at Mercy General." In anguish, his voice sounded tight and strained. Even after waiting for half an hour, the doctor still refuses to treat me. In order to receive pain medication, he claims I'm making up my ailments. "My dear father, I am quite concerned. I can hardly stand because it hurts so much." Keys were already in my grasp. "Which symptoms are you referring to? Describe your feelings precisely," he inhaled nervously. "Begun at approximately 12:30 inches the morning. Pain radiating from my below right belly button. Every hour, it has become worse. Feeling queasy. Diarrhea twice. My temperature has risen." The doctor stared at me like I was an addict while he insisted on asking about my drug past, even though I tried to describe my symptoms. My knuckles grew numb, chest pain, nausea, vomiting, and fever in the lower right quadrant. Presentation of classic appendicitis. Without treatment, his appendix may rupture if it was appendicitis. Death, peritonitis, and sepsis were possible outcomes. "Which doctor is currently on call?" I demanded. "One day. Good day, Dr. Harlan. Bradley Harlan, MD. He won't even give me a thorough examination. He instructed the nurse to provide Tylenol and release me after this brief palpation, during which he barely touched my abdomen. Listen, Dad, I'm telling you the truth. This is not right. By the time I backed out of the driveway, I was already in my car. They can't just fire you. Pass along the information that your dad is the chief surgeon at St. Catherine's Hospital, Dr. Thomas Tom Walker, and that I'm on my way. Caleb, stay in that emergency room. Medical professionals risk losing their licenses if patients experience complications, such as appendix ruptures due to delayed treatment. I had worked as a general surgeon for 25 years prior to my 9 years as chief of surgery at St. Catherine's. I had witnessed every possible problem, every instance of misdiagnosis, and every tragic result of medical neglect. And when doctors allowed their personal biases to cloud their clinical judgment, it really got under my skin. It was common practice to write off young men with visible signs of drug use, such as tattoos or piercings, as mere seekers of illicit substances, when they presented with abdominal pain. With long hair, a nose ring, and tattoos covering both of his arms, Caleb was quite the sight. He resembled the archetype that unmotivated doctors often cite when they refuse to complete their duties. Caleb, on the other hand, was compassionate, very intelligent, and had never used drugs. Volunteering at wildlife rehabilitation facilities was his weekend hobby while he was working on his master's degree in environmental science. I wanted to punch something because I couldn't stand the thought of some conceited emergency room doctor judging my son as a drug addict without conducting the necessary diagnostic testing. 2 hours and 51 minutes passed as I made my way to Mercy General. The whole time I was on the phone, I was reassuring Caleb and keeping tabs on his symptoms, and then I was collecting background research about Dr. Bradley Harlan from coworkers. My guts turned at the sound of what I discovered. After 17 years of practice in the emergency room, 48-year-old Harlan had a string of complaints from patients who said he had ignored their concerns and given them subpar treatment. The medical board had never conducted a formal inquiry, and the hospital administration had a habit of covertly resolving concerns, so nothing had stuck. Among the nurses, he was known for being condescending and hasty to accuse patients of being drug seekers without doing adequate evaluations. Dr. Ian Shepard, a coworker of mine who had previously collaborated with Harlan, gave me the straight scoop. Tom, that Dr. Harlan is just coasting on his credentials and isn't very active. He creates superficial impressions of patients and makes quick decisions without conducting proper diagnostic testing. Someone told me he's especially terrible with young males. Thinks they're all looking for a way to satisfy their addiction. Caleb had spent over 6 hours in the emergency room without receiving treatment by the time I arrived at Mercy General's parking lot at 6:58 a.m. After 6 hours, with possible appendicitis. He may have experienced appendix rupture over those 6 hours. I calmly made my way through the emergency room doors, flashing my hospital ID badge. Caleb was lying on his side on the gurney in a curtained section in the corner, appearing pale and sweaty. His vitals were being monitored by a concerned nurse. She questioned, "Sir, are you family?" As soon as she noticed my approach, she looked a little taken aback as she said, "I'm his father, Dr. Tom Walker, chief of surgery at St. Catherine's. I've been concerned about him. His fever's gone up to 103.1, and his pain level keeps increasing. I've asked Dr. Advance twice to reassess, but he keeps saying the patient is exhibiting drug-seeking behavior." I turned to look at him. Protectively clutching his right side, he had a grayish hue to his complexion. Classic peritoneal symptoms. "If you could, Caleb, please try to put things right for me." In an attempt, he gasped for pain. "Am not able to." Excruciating pain. His belly was delicately palpated. He was on the verge of falling off the table. The second, my hand reached the lower right corner. The patient has a 6-hour history of escalating pain, guarding, rebound soreness, and fever. Nothing like appendicitis this time. It was probably an appendix that burst. "Dr. Harlan, where are you?" I apologize if my tone was too icy. The nurse was hesitant. "There's another patient he's seeing. Suite 6. Straight to room 6, I drew aside the curtain. Laughing with another doctor as they reviewed a chart, I could make out a man in his mid to late 40s wearing a white coat and scrubs through the open doorway. He possessed the carefree hubris of an individual who had never been held accountable for their deeds. He pivoted around, his features betraying his continued amusement from his previous laughter. "Yes, are you related to one of our patients? Here at St. Catherine's Hospital, I am Dr. Tom Walker, the chief surgeon. In addition, I am Caleb Walker's father. For the last 6 hours, you have refused to treat my son, despite the fact that he has obvious signs of severe appendicitis. He whispered. Chief of surgery. I didn't catch on. He introduced himself as Caleb Walker. I failed to make the connection. You failed to notice that Walker is a common surname, and even if you had, it wouldn't have mattered. You're a doctor. I watched his face change from amusement to confusion to recognition as my name and title registered. His face turned white. Your job is to diagnose and treat patients according to their symptoms, not their appearance. I tried to speak softly, but every word came out loud and clear. My son came in with right lower quadrant pain, nausea, vomiting, and fever. Until proven differently, that's appendicitis. Instead of ordering tests, imaging, and a proper evaluation, you called him a drug seeker and gave him Tylenol. Hurriedly trying to stand up to his full height, Harlan attempted to recover. Mr. Walker had nebulous complaints and a medical history that did not point to significant pathology. His pain level appeared exaggerated, and he specifically requested narcotic pain medication, which is an indicator of drug-seeking behavior. I moved in closer. Had you ordered a CT scan, run labs, or conducted a thorough physical exam with evaluation of parental signs? Or did you conclude that the young man with tattoos was a drug addict just by looking at him? Harlan's jaw clenched. I wanted to know which one it was. Clinical judgment requires actual clinical assessment. Show me his chart. Harlan hesitated, then pulled up Caleb's file on the computer. I used my clinical judgment based on 17 years of experience. Not every patient with abdominal pain needs extensive imaging. We would go bankrupt, ordering CTs for everyone who comes in claiming to have pain. The patient reports experiencing abdominal pain, and a physical examination reveals mild tenderness upon palpation. No apparent acute pathology is found. I hurriedly reviewed the vital signs, which included an elevated temperature, heart rate, and respiratory rate, all of which are indicative of a systemic illness. My hands began to tremble as I scanned the documents. The patient's symptoms seem to be exaggerated, and it seems like they are seeking drugs. The doctor prescribed 650 milligrams of acetaminophen and advised the patient to go home. However, there was no documentation of a full abdominal exam, evaluation of rebound tenderness, rigidity, or guarding, ordering of lab tests or imaging, or listing of a differential diagnosis. All that was left was a dismissive assumption and a prescription for over-the-counter Tylenol. A medical evaluation is not this, I whispered. This is malpractice. Harlan's face turned red. Hold on a second. You have no business showing up at my emergency room and leveling accusations. I'm a trained doctor, and I used my best judgment based on the patient's symptoms. You, on the other hand, formed an unfair opinion about him because of his looks. Returning to Caleb's area, I observed him struggling to sit up, his expression contorted with agony. I then proceeded to contact Dr. Meredith Langford, the chief of emergency medicine at this facility, to urgently request a surgical consultation for my son. Following this, I will formally file a complaint with the state medical board regarding your careless treatment. I reached out to Dr. Meredith Langford, who I knew from medical conferences. On the third ring, her voice was sharp and alert, as if she were used to crisis calls. I explained the situation in clinical terms: a 23-year-old male with a 6-hour history of progressive right lower quadrant pain, fever, nausea, vomiting, and no diagnostic workup completed. The patient's symptoms were consistent with acute appendicitis, possibly with rupture. After a moment of silence, she murmured something sharp under her breath. I'm just 18 minutes away. I'm bringing in Dr. Ryan Kowalski from General Surgery to evaluate this right away. Tom, I apologize. Harlan has been an issue for some time, but there haven't been enough documented incidents for us to consider taking action. This could be the solution. Kowalski arrived within 18 minutes. He was young, maybe in his mid-30s, and he had the intense concentration of a surgeon who was serious about his work. His expression turned increasingly worried as he introduced himself to Caleb, explained his plan of action, and conducted a comprehensive abdominal exam, noting rebound tenderness, guarding, and rigidity as well as the exquisite tenderness of McBurney's point. Given the 6-hour symptom progression and elevated fever, I'm very worried about perforation. In his eyes, I saw the words urgent lab work and a contrast-enhanced abdominal CT scan. However, given the patient's symptoms, I think it's safe to say that appendicitis is the most likely diagnosis. It's concerning that treatment was delayed. After 47 minutes, the CT scan results confirmed the worst-case scenario: a ruptured appendix with early signs of peritonitis, free fluid in the abdomen, and inflammatory changes all over the right lower quadrant. Dr. Langford, a towering woman in her 50s with steely gray hair and an expression of barely contained rage, had already arrived by the time Caleb needed emergency surgery. As she surveyed the CT images, she glanced over at Dr. Harlan, who was standing near the nurse's station, attempting to project an air of busyness. "Dr. Harlan, it is my office now," she said, her voice barely above a scream. "We're taking your son to surgery immediately. Dr. Kowalski will be the attending surgeon, and I'm bringing in Dr. Lauren Bennett. Your son will be fine, but this should never have happened." They wheeled Caleb to the operating room at 8:42 a.m. Nearly 7 hours after his symptoms had begun. I held his hand as we walked side by side on the gurney. "Dad, I'm scared," he whispered. "I know, but you're in good hands. Dr. Kowalski is excellent, and they're going to fix this. You're going to be fine." He squeezed my hand again. I wasn't making it up. I wasn't faking for drugs. My throat tightened. "I know you weren't. This is not your fault. You are not to blame." They escorted him to the operating room, leaving me to stand in the hallway and watch through the tiny windows as they prepared him for surgery. My voice cracked from the fear that my son might not make it because a doctor had allowed his biases to cloud his medical judgment. I reached for my phone and began to dial 911. I started by calling Caleb's mom, my ex-wife. She needed to know what was going on, so I called her. Her voice was heavy with sleep, and she answered right away. "Tom, what's wrong?" I explained everything: the trip to the emergency room, Harlan's dismissal, the delayed diagnosis, and the emergency surgery. By the time I finished, she was in tears. "I told her that if you hadn't gone there, he could have died," she said. "I'm getting on the next flight. I'll be there in 5.5 hours. After we hung up, I contacted Grant Whitaker, an attorney who specializes in medical malpractice cases. I know, my voice was rough. However, he didn't. He's currently in surgery and will be okay. After 15 years of knowing him and testifying as an expert witness in multiple of his cases, Grant answered with the level of professionalism befitting an emergency call taker. "Tom, what's happened?" I explained the situation, including the symptoms, the timeline, the lack of diagnostic workup, the treatment delay, and the ruptured appendix. Grant listened attentively without interrupting, and I could make out his typing notes. He stated after I finished that this was blatantly negligent behavior. Failure to diagnose. Inadequate assessment. Delay in treatment leading to serious harm. The patient's racial profiling adds another layer of complexity. We can lodge a formal complaint with the state medical board. And, if your son's surgery and recovery go well, there may be grounds for a civil suit. Grant fell silent for a second. "You're asking for a war, Tom. The hospital will protect him." The medical board moved slowly. This could take years. I continued by demanding more than just a complaint. I wanted Harlan's license reviewed and an investigation into his practice patterns conducted. Above all else, I wanted to ensure that this would never happen to another patient. It doesn't matter to me how long it takes. What matters is that my son was almost killed because a doctor was too biased and indolent to do his job. That's not right. Grant agreed that they should proceed, but that they need documentation for everything: medical records, witness statements, a chronology of events, etc. I'll begin the paperwork today. The operation lasted 3 hours and 35 minutes. Dr. Kowalski emerged from the operation looking tired but content. As expected, the appendix had burst, and there was a lot of infection in the abdominal cavity. We removed the appendix, irrigated it thoroughly, and put drains in. The patient will need intravenous antibiotics for a few days, and will be closely monitored, but we expect him to recover fully. It was a relief that made my knees weak with relief. "Thank you." Kowalski's face hardened. "Dr. Walker, I must tell you the truth. The rupture happened very recently, probably within the last 3 or 4 hours. We could have saved the surgery for before the perforation happened if he had been evaluated and treated when he first came to the emergency room. I am keeping meticulous records of everything that happened, including the timeline, the delayed diagnosis, and the preventable perforation, in case you decide to take legal action or go through the medical board. I will be the one to testify regarding the violations of standard of care." I shook his hand, and you have no idea how much I appreciate it. I sat next to his bed, watching the monitors and counting his breaths. Caleb opened his eyes slowly and looked at me. "Dad, I'm here. Surgery went well, they removed your appendix, and you're going to be fine." His eyes welled up with tears. He woke up in recovery around 1:55 p.m. Still groggy from anesthesia, but stable, after Harlan insisted that I was acting and that all I wanted was drugs. I began to question whether the pain was all in my head. When I reached out and grabbed his hand, he confirmed that I was in fact experiencing a ruptured appendix and that I should have trusted my body. Harlan was mistaken, and he will pay the price for his actions. I interviewed the nurses who had been on duty during Caleb's emergency room stay, sought copies of his medical records from both the ER and surgery, and documented everything that happened over the next 4 days, as he recovered in the hospital. What I found even made me madder. 3 of the nurses had voiced concerns to Dr. Harlan regarding Caleb's condition. Carol Brennan, a nurse with 28 years of experience in the emergency room, had warned Harlan that Caleb's worsening symptoms and vital signs warranted further investigation. And Harlan had responded condescendingly by saying that nurses should respect doctors' decisions. It came to my attention that Caleb wasn't the first patient Harlan had rejected. In the previous 24 months, 5 formal complaints had been lodged against him by patients or family members claiming inadequate care. David Kim, another nurse, had noted in her nursing notes that the patient seemed to be in considerable distress and that his pain seemed real, not exaggerated. Harlan had disregarded these evaluations. 2 cases were handled by the hospital under non-disclosure agreements. One involving a young woman who had chest pain, which Harlan had sent home after diagnosing anxiety. She returned 6 hours later with a pulmonary embolism. And the other involving a teenage boy who had abdominal pain, which Harlan had treated as gastritis, but was actually a perforated ulcer. Harlan has not been disciplined. On the 4th day of Caleb's hospitalization, I received a call from Dr. Meredith Langford, who wanted to personally inform you, Dr. Walker, that I have started a formal peer review of Dr. Harlan's recent cases. We are looking at all the patients he evaluated in the emergency room over the last 2 years, specifically those who had incorrect diagnoses or received insufficient care. According to our findings, I have put him on administrative leave until the review is finished. I thought that was a good first step, but she whispered that it wasn't enough and that he should lose his license. Off the record, I've been trying to build a case against Harlan for 4 years, but the hospital administration is afraid of wrongful termination lawsuits and is reluctant to take action because Harlan brings in revenue. On the 5th day of Caleb's hospitalization, Grant Whitaker formally complained to the state medical board about the following: the timeline of events, the inadequate assessment, the delayed diagnosis, the preventable complications, and the pattern of similar behavior in previous cases. This could provide us with the leverage we need in your son's case. Additionally, he served Dr. Harlan and Mercy General Hospital with a notice of intent to sue for medical negligence. In a predictable move, the hospital's legal team contacted Grant within hours to propose a settlement meeting. Their goal was to quietly end the matter, similar to their approach in prior cases. No, Tom. That's a huge settlement. It would cover all of Caleb's medical bills and more. I'm not concerned about the money. What matters is that Harlan can't harm anyone else. Grant contacted me to go over the offer. They're suggesting a $300,000 settlement in return for a non-disclosure agreement and a promise not to pursue the medical board complaint. Your family will be under intense scrutiny. Caleb's medical records will be made public. The press will cover this. And it could be brutal. I understand. Inform them that we are moving forward with the medical board complaint and the lawsuit without a settlement or non-disclosure agreement. There was a pause. However, if we accept the settlement and remain silent, Harlan will continue to practice medicine, and another family will find themselves in our shoes with the possible exception that their son does not survive. I simply cannot bear that. 7 weeks later, the medical board appointed Dr. Daniel Reyes, an investigator with 14 years of expertise examining cases of physician misconduct, to lead the investigation. After interviewing Caleb, me, the on-duty nurses, Dr. Kowalski, and Dr. Langford, he meticulously reviewed all the medical records, the documentation of the timeline, and the history of previous complaints. His preliminary report was extremely damaging, detailing various breaches of the standard of care, such as inadequate assessment, inappropriate diagnostic testing orders, clinical reasoning documentation issues, and bias in patient care. It was pointed out in the report that Harlan seemed to base his treatment decisions more on patient appearance than on clinical presentation. Harlan retained the services of his own attorney, Miles Harrington, who was known for defending doctors in malpractice and licensing actions. Harrington's approach was predictable. He attacked the complainant's credibility, argued that Harlan's clinical judgment was reasonable given the information available, and claimed that the result would have been the same no matter when the surgery was done. 4 months subsequent to the filing of the complaint, a formal hearing was planned. During that time, news of the case had made its way to the public, and a local investigative journalist by the name of Samantha Price began to investigate Harlan's background, uncovering information that was even more disturbing than I had anticipated. Harlan had been involved in at least 14 cases of patient harm resulting from misdiagnosis or inadequate care during his 18 years of practice. The majority of these cases had been quietly resolved, while a handful had given rise to medical board complaints, which were either dismissed for lack of evidence or closed after Harlan consented to further training. Pattern of neglect: How one doctor's bias put patients at risk, was the headline of Samantha's article that appeared in the city's main newspaper. The article detailed Caleb's case along with 5 others in which Harlan had written off young patients as hypochondriacs or drug seekers, but who actually had life-threatening medical issues that needed immediate attention. The public's reaction was swift and strong. Groups advocating for patients demanded that Harlan's license be revoked. Other patients who had been treated by Harlan shared their experiences of dismissive care and misdiagnoses. The hospital's patient relations office received a deluge of complaints. Mercy General's administration, reeling from the public relations disaster, announced that they were undertaking a thorough review of their emergency department protocols, and had promptly fired Dr. Harlan. The fact that he was fired from one hospital didn't stop him from working at another, and it didn't solve the underlying issue of a doctor whose prejudices put people at risk. The medical board hearing was held on a chilly December morning, 4 months after Caleb's appendix ruptured. Caleb was the first to testify, his voice quivering slightly as he recounted his symptoms, his efforts to seek treatment, and Harlan's callous attitude. The hearing room had an air of formality and intimidation, with a long table seating the medical board members and witness chairs set up in front. The board was comprised of 5 physicians and 2 public members, all appointed by the governor to examine cases of physician misconduct. In a low voice, Caleb explained. He looked at me like I was trash. I tried to explain that something was seriously wrong, but he had already decided I was lying. During cross-examination by Harlan's attorney, who was trying to find holes in his timeline and accused Caleb of understating his symptoms or failing to communicate effectively, Caleb remained steadfast and provided consistent answers. Carol Brennan, the most convincing of the nurses, testified next, detailing how Harlan had repeatedly ignored her warnings regarding Caleb's health. In my 28 years as an ER nurse, I've learned to trust my instincts about patients, Brennan told the judge. Mr. It was true that Walker was sick. There was clear evidence of a major medical condition from his look, vital signs, and discomfort level. No one could get Dr. Harlan to listen. I believe that if Mr. Walker had been appropriately evaluated upon arrival at the emergency department, his appendix could have been removed laparoscopically, prior to perforation, if Dr. Kowalski had given a clinical and devastating testimony. Walking the board through the surgical findings, the evidence of recent perforation, and the timeline demonstrating that the rupture occurred during the hours Caleb was in the ER without treatment. Dr. Daniel Reyes presented his investigative findings, which included a pattern of similar incidents in Harlan's practice history. Over the course of 6 years, he had identified 21 cases where Harlan had made snap judgments about patients, leading to misdiagnoses or delayed treatment, which in turn caused the rupture and its subsequent complications, such as peritonitis, the need for open surgery, an extended hospital stay, and a lengthy recovery period. The trend was obvious: under- or over-evaluation of young patients, minority patients, patients with tattoos or unusual appearances. And then it was Harlan's turn to testify. He sat in the witness chair, appearing defensive and irate, obviously resentful of having to justify his clinical judgments. His attorney had done a great job of preparing him, and his testimony covered all the necessary ground. He had relied on his years of experience and best clinical judgment in emergency medicine to make quick decisions with limited information. Not every patient experiencing abdominal pain needed extensive testing, and he had adhered to the standard of care. However, his testimony collapsed when the medical board's attorney cross-examined him. How do you explain the discrepancy between the 3 nurses' notes that Mr. Walker was in severe distress and had trouble lying flat due to pain and your own notes that Mr. Walker had mild tenderness on palpation? Harlan shifted in his chair. Patients often exaggerate their symptoms. Separating subjective complaints from objective findings is an important part of clinical judgment. So, you thought 3 seasoned nurses were incorrect in their assessment of the patient's distress level? I thought my own physical examination, which lasted about 75 seconds according to nursing documentation, was accurate. Dr. Harlan, you noted that Mr. Walker seemed to be displaying drug-seeking behavior. Did you evaluate for rebound tenderness? I don't remember specifically. Did you evaluate for rigidity or guarding? I already mentioned that I don't remember the particulars of the examination. Harlan's jaw tightened. I conducted an adequate examination. The patient was asking for pain medication, and he hesitated. It seemed like he was fixated on getting narcotics, which is not the case. Mr. Walker never asked for narcotics, he just wanted pain relief after being in the emergency room for 3 hours with worsening symptoms, according to the nursing notes. How come the patient's demeanor, appearance, and communication style pointed to someone who was drug-seeking instead of really sick? I thought asking for pain medication after 3 hours of acute abdominal pain was indicative of drug-seeking behavior. The hearing room fell into eerie silence, as Harlan's face flushed with embarrassment at being caught in the trap. The individual in question possessed unconventional physical characteristics, including tattoos and piercings, which could be a contraindication for certain serious medical conditions. Of course not. However, it is true that emergency physicians tend to form preconceived notions about their patients, especially when it comes to tattoos. Instead of basing your care on the patient's actual symptoms, you make assumptions about his character based on his appearance. I didn't say that, but that is exactly what you did, Dr. Harlan. After 2.5 hours of deliberation, the medical board's chairman, Dr. Henry Caldwell, read the board's decision. Following a thorough evaluation of the facts, testimony, and investigation, the board has determined that Dr. Bradley Harlan committed numerous violations of the rules of medical practice in his care for Mr. Caleb Walker. Specifically, Dr. Harlan failed to conduct an adequate physical examination, neglected to order appropriate diagnostic testing despite obvious clinical indicators, permitted personal bias to impact his medical decision-making, and displayed a pattern of comparable behavior in other cases. These infractions amount to serious professional misconduct that jeopardize the patient's safety. The board has decided to immediately revoke your medical license, and you are no longer allowed to practice medicine in this state. We are also reporting this to the National Practitioner Data Bank so that other state medical boards will be aware of this information in the event that you apply for a license in another state. As soon as Harlan's face turned white, his attorney rose to his feet to ask for a reconsideration, but the board chairman interrupted. The decision was final, and the hearing was adjourned. Outside the hearing room, I saw Harlan trembling as he collected his papers, knowing that his career was over, his reputation was ruined, and most importantly, he would never have the chance to hurt another patient the way he had harmed my son. Samantha Price and a film crew were waiting outside the hearing room. Questioned about the board's decision, Dr. Walker looked straight into the camera and said, "I feel that justice was served. But I also feel angry that it took my son nearly dying to force the system to act." Dr. Harlan had a pattern of negligent care going back years. The medical board had received complaints, but the hospital was aware of the situation. No one did anything until someone with the means to fight back became involved. How many other patients were hurt because the system shielded a bad doctor instead of protecting them? That evening, the story aired on all of the local news channels, and was picked up by national health policy media. Mercy General Hospital settled our lawsuit for $2.1 million 4 months after the medical board hearing. More importantly, they instituted new protocols for emergency room assessments, required bias training for all employees, and created a patient advocate position to address complaints about insufficient care. This sparked a broader conversation about bias in medical care, how hospitals deal with problem physicians, and the need for stronger accountability mechanisms. Though he had a surgical scar and some residual anxiety about medical care, Caleb made a full recovery. 7 other patients who had been hurt by Harlan also filed their own lawsuits and medical board complaints. The hospital settled all of them and fired 2 administrators who had been involved in covering up previous complaints. His master's degree is now in hand, and he's working for the EPA as an environmental impact assessor for development projects. He's still got tattoos and piercings, and some medical providers still give him the side eye. But he's learned to stand up for himself, to demand appropriate care, and to leave a doctor's office if he's not heard. A national conference on medical ethics invited me to speak 3 years after the incident. I recounted Caleb's story to a room full of doctors, medical students, and healthcare administrators, illustrating the timeline, the missed opportunities, and the consequences of bias. I argued that every patient should be evaluated according to their symptoms, not their looks. The speech was recorded and used as a case study in medical schools across the country regarding implicit bias and violations of the standard of care. I said that every patient deserves a doctor who will put aside assumptions and do the clinical work needed to reach an accurate diagnosis. If a doctor fails to meet this standard, they should face consequences, not protection from an institution more concerned with liability than patient safety. Caleb and I founded a patient advocacy group to aid individuals in navigating medical complaints and holding careless providers responsible after receiving hundreds of emails from patients who had gone through similar experiences, who had been ignored or treated poorly because they didn't conform to the stereotype of a real patient. Dr. Harlan attempted to have his license reinstated twice, but the medical board denied each time. As of my last knowledge, he was consulting for a medical malpractice insurance company, reviewing cases to assist them in denying claims. We collaborated with attorneys, investigators from the medical board, and patient rights organizations to develop resources for individuals who had been injured by medical negligence but did not know how to fight back. Who could have missed the irony? 3 years later, at 4:12 a.m., I was reviewing the surgical schedule in my office at St. Catherine's Hospital when my phone rang. My chest tensed up for a second with that old fear, but it was just Caleb calling to inform me about a research grant he had received. We spoke for 20 minutes about his life, his work, and his future plans. His last words choked me up. "Dad, I never thanked you properly for believing me, for fighting for me, for making sure what happened to me didn't happen to anyone else." I told him he didn't have to thank me because that's what fathers do. But as I hung up and stared out my office window at the city below, I couldn't help but think of all the patients who didn't have someone to stand up for them. It wasn't justice, it was privilege. True justice would have been a system that safeguarded all patients equally, irrespective of their father's status. We hadn't arrived at that point yet. All those individuals who were disregarded, neglected, or treated inadequately due to a lack of authority, resources, or expertise. The system had failed, Caleb, but he had survived because I possessed the expertise and position to demand accountability. Although it wasn't enough, I was determined to keep fighting until the little things became big things. For example, with every complaint filed, every bad doctor held accountable, and every protocol changed, we were one step closer. Caleb's near-death experience had exposed one corrupt physician, and one hospital had improved its standards. Please subscribe and hit like so you don't miss any future videos. I appreciate you sticking around until the finish. I funded their life for years, got ignored on my 36th birthday, and finally took back every dollar. I didn't blow out the candles on my 36th birthday in front of my family, while a cake I had purchased for myself melted under substandard frosting. I gazed at my phone. My parents were streaming my younger sister's unexpected trip to Rome while supporting her at the airport on Facebook. "She's the only one who makes us proud," my father said. And my mother added a red heart. I refrained from crying. I remained silent. Grinning, I launched my banking app and hit the withdraw button. Whether or not my family was prepared, everything changed at that point. I was seated at my apartment's tiny kitchen table, the one off base that always had a subtle scent of burned coffee and detergent. When the heater ran, it rattled too loudly, so the window was open. Outside, I could hear the typical sounds of a weekday night. Cars and a far-off siren. 36 years old. Just 2 cupcakes from the grocery shop down the street and my phone beeping with unsolicited notifications, no balloons, no phone calls. I had hoped for anything when I had woken up that morning. My mother texted me, my father called, and my sister even sent me a lazy happy birthday. I was met with silence instead. When you've lived your entire life as the person people trust and don't need to be checked on, you learn to recognize that type of stillness. At first, I dismissed it, telling myself they would call me later. They were always prepared with an excuse. My phone chimed in the late afternoon. Finally, I thought. It wasn't a call, though. It was a notification on Facebook. Before I ever touched my screen, a movie started playing automatically. At the airport, my sister Madison Hart was giggling while towing a wheeled bag. In the background, I heard my mother's voice squealing. "She doesn't know where we're taking her," my mother exclaimed, panting with anticipation. "Surprise trip to Rome" was the caption. "I'm really proud of this girl." Friends, family, church acquaintances, heart emojis, congratulations, and jokes about pasta and wine were all flooding in. Then, as if it should be framed, I noticed my father's remark pinned close to the top. "The only person who makes us proud is her." I looked at it for longer than I should have. It was familiar, not because it was shocking. Whether it was stated in private or subtly inferred, that statement has followed me throughout my life. It seemed like a bruise someone had finally chosen to prod in public to see it spelled out for everyone to see. His remark had prompted a heartfelt response from my mother. No words, just one click. I gazed at the cupcakes after putting my phone down. Pink icing with vanilla. With a meaningful smile, the bakery clerk wrote 36 inches wonky frosting. I still hadn't lit the 2 candles. At first, I didn't feel angry. I was worn out. I'm exhausted. The kind that comes over you when you realize you've been carrying something heavy for so long that you've forgotten what it was like to set it down. I've spent more than 12 years in the U.S. military. I joined as soon as I graduated from high school because I wanted structure and an escape. Early on, I learned how to control my emotions, be punctual, and carry more than my fair share without grumbling. Telling people that their daughter was serving was something my parents cherished. They never quite enjoyed the hassle of it, the missed holidays, the little phone conversations, the extended silences, but they did adore the pride that came with association. Madison Hart remained in the neighborhood. It was difficult, my parents said. Battled to discover herself, to stay motivated, and to succeed in school. There was assistance for every challenge. Long conversations around the kitchen table, new automobiles, tutors. I was the other way around. I was all right. I had been all along. They therefore ceased to inquire. I began sending money to my dad when he had a health scare years ago. It was sporadic at first. After that, it was automatic. Just in case, put about $450 a month into a pooled account. They claimed that it helped with groceries, insurance gaps, and payments. I never requested receipts. They were my parents. I had faith in them. I picked up my phone again that afternoon after reading my father's comment for the 12th time. I closed Facebook once more. I launched the banking app. The joint account was still there, as silent as it had always been. I was merely checking, I assured myself. Curiosity only. I used to tell myself that whenever I felt uneasy, line by line, the transaction list loaded slowly. Everything appeared normal at first. Gas, groceries, and utilities. Then I noticed a $4,600 charge from a travel agency. 3 days later, there was another charge called hotel deposit. Next, a store that I knew from my sister's Instagram pictures. And lastly, a transfer bearing Madison Hart's name. The memo said gift. My chest constricted. Without intending to, I performed the calculations in my mind. I canceled vacations, put off repairs, made sacrifices I never discussed, and transferred for years. I continued to scroll back. The pattern kept repeating itself. The lights weren't being kept on by my money. It was supporting a way of life, to which I was never invited. I reclined in my chair, and let out a single, quiet laugh. It was ultimately logical, not because it was humorous. Rome was not unexpected. I kept my eyes on the transfer option. From the black screen, my reflection gazed back at me. Hair pushed back, eyes tired. The same face that had mastered the art of maintaining composure under pressure. I considered giving my folks a call. I considered giving an explanation. I pictured my father's remarks shining brightly beneath a video that didn't feature me. I did not make a call. I didn't give an explanation. I hit the withdraw button. The screen for confirmation appeared. I entered the sum thoughtfully and carefully. I had steady hands. I paused for a half second as the final confirmation showed up. I then hit confirm. The money didn't just vanish. Moving it back in bits would take days. But the choice was made immediately and could not be changed. Something unexpected settled over me when the screen reloaded. Not relief, not fear, nor guilt. Once more, my phone buzzed. One more alert. I choose to disregard it. I made a wish I had never made before as I lit the candles on my cupcakes and observed the flickering flames. I wanted to be visible again. I kept what I had done to myself. Not my friends. Not my coworkers. Not the one person in my unit who was the most knowledgeable about my family. The following morning, I went to work as if nothing had changed. I put on my uniform, pulled my hair back into a regulation bun, and went about my day without thinking. The military does a good job of teaching you how to function even when you feel like your insides are falling apart. My thoughts continued going back in time while I completed my responsibilities, reliving events that I had ignored for years. Little, silent memories that, when arranged side by side, created an awful whole not dramatic situations. Madison Hart always had the larger room when we were kids. It had a closet twice as big as mine, a door that didn't stick, and better lighting. According to my parents, she needed the space. They acquired the money for her to take piano lessons. 3 months later, she stopped playing the piano, and they encouraged her to follow her passions. My father advised me to concentrate on realistic objectives when I requested financial assistance for a photography course in high school. Instead, I got a job. I was taught early on how to be low maintenance, how to silently take praise, and how to accept disappointment without protesting. My parents nodded and said, "We knew you would." When I brought home good scores, when Madison Hart failed a class, they sat her down, discussed it, and pledged to help her improve the next time. Families were like that, I told myself. The strong one has to be someone. At first, enlisting in the military seemed like a way out. It was about service, about structure, about doing something worthwhile, I reminded myself. It was. Too. However, it was also about at last deciding on a course that wasn't centered on what my family expected of me. In public, at least, my parents were proud. They boasted to their neighbors, shared pictures of me in uniform, and gathered praise like trinkets. It was different in private. The calls were brief. The questions were superficial. They never inquired about my true well-being. Madison Hart remained near. She attended community college intermittently and returned home several times. My mother would add, "She's still figuring things out, like it's a medical condition." There was a margin for every setback. There was always an excuse for a mistake. Everything changed when my dad became ill. I can still clearly recall the call. Still in uniform, I was in my car, parked outside the commissary. My mother's voice sounded timid and frightened. She informed me of the diagnosis, the procedure, and the expenses that her insurance would not pay. I didn't think twice. I promised to assist her. It seemed necessary. Instinctive. That's what the trustworthy person does. My dad added. We set up the shared account together just in case for emergencies. Here and there, I began with a few hundred. After that, it became automatic and monthly. Without giving it any thought, I made a change to my budget. Wherever I could, cut back. I assumed it was only temporary. Years went by. The transactions went on. I never received a direct thank you from anyone. I mentioned it twice in passing. And my mother shrugged it away. "You know how much we value you, honey." That was all. Gratitude without giving credit. Gratitude without responsibility. Until I saw that Facebook comment, I had no idea how much resentment I had hidden. Rome wasn't the only topic. It had been silently eliminated for almost 36 years. 4 days had gone by when the funds were fully transferred back into my personal account. I double-checked my equilibrium, half expecting it to reverse itself. It didn't. The number remained there, genuine and solid. Mine. The phone calls began at that point. My father gave me the first one. I left it in voicemail. Then another. Then an SMS message. "When you get a moment, give me a call. The account is having problems." A problem. I felt a familiar tug in my chest as I gazed at the letter. The desire to make things right. To put everything in order. To restore everyone's comfort. I choose to disregard it. My mother called the following day. Out of habit, I responded. "Hello," she murmured in a strained voice. We discovered that a significant sum of money was missing. Calmly, I murmured, I pulled it away. The line paused. "What are you?" I received my money back. She yelled, "That money was for emergencies." Like Rome, I nearly burst out laughing. Another pause, this one longer. The voice of my father entered the line. "That is not the same." I said, "How?" He stated Madison Hart needed a rest. She has experienced a great deal of stress. Something in my chest hardened. For years, I have been sending money. You never once inquired about my need for a break. It's unfair. You're stronger, my mother said. It was there. You have always been. The explanation in a single sentence. Without saying anything else, I hung up. The guilt messages began to come in within hours. I was suddenly recalled in family group chats, emails, and texts from numbers I hadn't stored. Everybody had a viewpoint. Everyone believed they understood. Nobody questioned my motivation. All they wanted to do was undo it. That evening, I listened to the hum of the refrigerator while sitting on my couch and gazing at the ceiling. I anticipated feeling sick with remorse. Rather, I experienced a sense of near calm, as if I had finally stopped holding my breath. I had no idea what would come next. I was certain that I would never return. I stopped checking my phone every 5 minutes by the 5th day. I finally grasped what they were actually saying. Not because the communications had stopped. Not one of them was checking on me. They didn't ask me why I was wounded. The money was at the center of every message, missed call, and well-crafted email. The speed at which the worry subsided after they discovered the transfers weren't the result of a bank error was almost remarkable. That was the first time my parents had ever kept a careful eye on that account. They didn't have to. I was dependable, steady, and predictable. I was the type of person you could rely on, until you forgot about me. That evening, I returned to the banking app to have a closer look, rather than to make any changes. I needed to see it plainly, without justifications, or the emotional haze I had been living in for so long. I took a seat at my kitchen table once more, where I had spent the most of my meals by myself, and slowly went through the transaction history. It was worse than I had anticipated. Rome has not been a one-time treat. There were designer stores I recognized from Madison Hart's photographs, smiling in mirrors with bags slung over her arm, flight tickets from the previous year, Paris, and a Florida resort deposit. Transfers with the labels help rent and, once offensively, for being you were made to her personal account, for being who you are. I counted every one of them. I took my time. I didn't glance. I meticulously totaled everything, line by line, as I had been taught to do throughout my professional life. I was sick to my stomach after the last number. More than $46,000. I had earned it. I had sent the money in good faith. I had promised myself that the money would be used for medical expenses and emergencies. I pushed my palms into my eyes till I noticed dots while leaning back in my chair. I reflected about the weekends I had spent at home when my colleagues were away from town. The auto repairs I had put off. I never really succeeded in growing the savings account. I realized how often I had stated, "I can't afford that right now," without recognizing that I could have. I wasn't impoverished. I was paying for the comfort of another person. Once more, my phone buzzed. It was Madison Hart this time. "Mom and Dad are freaking out, so please give me a call." I took a long look at the message before responding. "I work." "What's happening?" The dots showed up almost instantly. "They claimed that you had deducted funds from the account. Is that accurate?" "Indeed." One more pause. "Longer. Why would you do that?" "They require it." I was affected by the sentence. Just clarity, not sadness or rage. Madison Hart was clueless. Or perhaps she did, and it was more convenient to ignore it. I typed, "They sent you to Rome with it." This time, she responded more slowly. "That's not what I asked for. I was unaware that it was your money." I trusted her. The worst thing was that Madison Hart wasn't harsh. She was simply used to being shielded from the repercussions. In her universe, objects materialized when she needed them and vanished when they were no longer useful. I wrote it, I know, but it was. It was several minutes before my phone rang. The night air felt cold against my skin as I stepped out onto the slender balcony and responded. Madison Hart said, "Hey." Her voice sounded quieter than normal. "They say you're punishing them. They're extremely upset." "I think they are." I leaned against the railing and gazed down at the deserted parking lot. "No one is being punished by me. I'm accepting accountability for my own actions." "That money really helped," she replied softly. "So did my silence," I answered. For that, she had no response. Without settling anything, we hung up. With firm hands, I returned inside and poured myself a drink of water. I slept through the night for the first time in days. My dad called me again the following morning. I responded this time. He said, "We need to talk." No preamble. No greeting. "I'm paying attention. We had that money as part of our safety net." "You can't just take it," he said. Evenly, I replied, "I can because it was mine. We were prepared for it. I was never part of those plans." His sigh was dramatic and heavy. "You have no idea how difficult things have been. You have no idea how difficult it has been for me," I nearly said. However, I stopped myself. He would not hear it. He didn't. Instead, I said, "You spent my money on opulent vacations." The agreement wasn't like that. In the background, my mother snapped, "We raised you better than this." I shut my eyes. "You brought me up to be accountable." That's precisely what I'm doing. I hung up the phone before they had a chance to regroup. After that, the backlash intensified. In an email, my mother accused me of betraying her. Family helps family. Texted an aunt with whom I hardly spoke. After asking if everything was all right, a cousin suggested that I apologize in order to maintain harmony. Maintain the tranquility? All of my life, I had kept it. I threw myself into routine, training, and assessments at work. I was grounded by the structure. My family drama didn't matter to my unit. They were concerned that I was there, that I performed my duties, and that I supported them. I was appreciated for my actions rather than my contributions in that setting. After a long day, I sat in my car one evening and called my former supervisor, who is now a close friend, the one person I trusted to be honest with me. After I told her everything, she said, "You did the right thing. Establishing limits does not imply selfishness." I acknowledge that the only reason it feels that way is because they taught you to feel that way. Her words covered me like a piece of armor. I checked my bank account again that evening, but I didn't make any withdrawals. The number remained, genuine and unwavering, a reminder that I was at last in charge of something I had been losing piece by piece for years. I didn't feel scared of what I had done for the first time. I was terrified of the amount of time it had taken me. The quiet was short-lived. The message's tone shifted 3 weeks after I took the money out. Panic grew more acute. The patience vanished. Confusion and disappointment were no longer present. It was a charge. The kind that demands surrender and presumes guilt. My mother sent me an email with an all-cap subject line. "We must speak." Sitting in my car with the engine off and the afternoon sun bouncing off the windshield, I opened it during my lunch break. She didn't inquire about my well-being. My birthday was not mentioned by her. She didn't even act as though this was a relationship repair. Rather, she wrote about stress, bills, my father's lack of sleep, and Madison Hart's emotional fragility after discovering the money. I had caught them off guard, she said. I had embarrassed the family, she said. I needed to fix this quickly, she said, using the word apology 3 times. The word money came up 7 times. I pressed my forehead to the steering wheel and shut the email. The familiar urge to put things right at my own expense was what was causing my hands to tremble, not fear. That instinct didn't go away right away. For decades, it had been ingrained in me. My phone rang once more that night. The area code provided me with all the information I required, even though I didn't recognize the number. "Hello," I replied. The voice said sharply, "This is Denise Whitaker. Your mom is inconsolable." I reclined on my couch and gazed up at the ceiling. "That's unfortunate to hear," Denise went on. "She's been crying for days. And your dad? They're in an impossible situation because of you. By reclaiming my personal funds," she said. "You know it's not that simple. They had their sights set on it." I shut my eyes. "You're counting on me?" I made the correction. She let out a sigh. "Family members don't keep score." It nearly made me giggle. Receipts shouldn't be kept by family members either, but here we are. Like all the others, the call ended awkwardly. Just pressure, no resolution. The subsequent escalation was made public. One morning, I was inundated with notifications. At first, my mother didn't specifically name me in her Facebook post, but she wasn't hiding either. Sometimes the people who cause you the greatest pain are also the ones you sacrifice the most for. Family values have changed over time. I'm asking for wisdom. Comments flooded in, offering consolation, affirmation, and barely disguised criticisms. Some people directly tagged me. Others privately messaged me to ask what had happened and to be the bigger person. Something inside of me became motionless as I sat on the edge of my bed with my hands in my hands. This was no longer about miscommunication. Control and rewriting the story to avoid responsibility were the goals here. That day at work, I was unable to concentrate. I followed the procedures, but my thoughts kept returning to the post, the remarks, and the suggestion that I was ungrateful, cold, and self-centered. All my life, I had worn those labels in silence. It felt like a line was being crossed when they were hurled around in public. I had dinner with a few members of my unit that evening. Not very fancy. Fries and burgers at a location close to base. Although they were unaware of the specifics, they could sense that something was wrong. "You appear to be carrying a rucksack." Lightly. "You forgot to put down one of them." Thankful for the metaphor, I grinned. "That kind of thing." One of them pulled me aside after supper. "Remember this," she said, referring to whatever it is. I nodded as the realization sunk into my chest. "You don't owe anyone access to you just because they're related." My mother's post had been altered when I got home. My name was mentioned this time. If you're reading this, Riley Carter, please know that your decisions have devastated both your father and me. You were better raised by us. Family members are meant to help one another. As I read it, my hands shook not out of embarrassment, but rather out of a simmering rage I had never before permitted myself to experience. They had announced it to the world. They had portrayed themselves as victims. They also anticipated that I would remain silent, as I always had. I stared at the comment box for a while after I opened it. I considered choosing the high road, ignoring it, and letting it go. Then I considered Rome, my birthday cupcake, $46,000, and a lifetime of prosperity. Mom, I gave you and Dad over $46,000 over several years to help with medical bills and necessities. I typed. You spent that money on gifts for Madison Hart, shopping, and opulent vacations. You publicly declared that my sister was the only child who made you proud, forgetting my 36th birthday. Since I felt like I was being used rather than supported, I refunded my money. I read it twice and concluded that honesty and accountability, not guilt, are the first steps in a relationship with me. My heart was racing. I then clicked post. The response came instantly. A few family members fell silent. A few voices broke through the clamor as others pushed back. I've always wondered how my parents afforded so many extras, said one uncle. I was brave to speak up, according to a cousin. Finally, the truth, someone else wrote. I turned my phone face down and logged out. I didn't get much sleep that night. I ran through all the possible outcomes in my head. There was something new, though, beneath the anxiety. Relief. In my own words, I had spoken the truth aloud. And I wasn't saying I was sorry for it for the first time. After the post, I experienced an odd silence for a few days. After slowing down, the notifications ceased. The entire family seemed to be holding their breath, waiting to see if I would change my mind, take down my remark, or soften the edges. I didn't. I left for work. Dinner was prepared by me. I did the laundry folding. The silence remained where it was. At that moment, I came to a significant realization. I was not experiencing any negative things. There was nobody at my door, nobody interrupted me while I was doing something necessary. I told the truth, and the world didn't fall apart. The assumption that the boat was mine to lose had been the foundation of the fear I had carried for so long, the fear of upsetting the boat. It wasn't. It had never been. I forced myself to slow down after the money returned to my account. I didn't overspend. I didn't make any significant purchases. I took out a notebook and jotted down things I had been putting off for years because I had convinced myself they were careless or extravagant. Physical therapy for an old training injury I'd neglected for too long, a dependable emergency fund, and a certification course I'd wanted to take but never had the time or money for. Little things that made sense, things that were all of a sudden feasible. In order to prepare for the eventual end of my military career, I enrolled in a professional certification program in logistics and operations. I listened to the instructor go over the syllabus while sitting at my desk in civilian clothes with my notebook open on the first night of class. In a way I hadn't experienced in years, I felt anxious, not afraid, but hopeful. Something changed at work, too. It wasn't until it was gone that I realized how much emotional burden I had been carrying. In meetings, I raised my voice more. I volunteered for a leadership position that I would have previously discreetly shunned. I didn't try to brush off the glimmer of pride I felt when my boss pulled me aside to tell me that my performance had been noticed. He said, "Whatever you're doing, keep doing it." I grinned and thanked him, fighting the impulse to sidestep. The change was also noticed by my chosen family. Friends I'd made over years of relocations and deployments. A few of us got together at a friend's apartment one evening. Nothing official. With music playing softly in the background, takeout containers are arranged across the counter. Someone handed me a drink and said, "You seem lighter." I said, "I feel lighter." They didn't exert pressure. They didn't require specifics. They simply grinned and clinked their cups against mine. No forced apology ever had the same impact as that straightforward, unspoken support. Madison Hart texted me a few times during that stretch. Her messages were hesitant and unsure. I had no idea how bad things were. "I apologize. Can we have a conversation sometime?" I didn't respond right away. I needed time to process how I truly felt, not because I was punishing her. I knew she hadn't orchestrated everything. I also knew she'd benefited from it without question. Both things could be true. Meanwhile, my parents stayed quiet. No calls, no emails, no new posts. I suspected they were regrouping, deciding on their next move. It came a week later, in the form of a voicemail from my father. "Your mother and I would like to talk in person," he said. His voice was measured, controlled. "This can't be resolved over social media. We're family. We should handle this like adults." I listened to it twice before deleting it. Later that night, I replayed it in my head. Handle this like adults. The phrase landed differently than it once would have. Adults didn't forget birthdays. Adults didn't take money under false pretenses. Adults didn't manipulate public opinion to avoid accountability. I texted Madison Hart back that night. "If we talk, it has to be honest. And it has to be separate from mom and dad." She responded almost immediately. "I get it." We met for coffee a few days later. She looked different, quieter, less polished. She fiddled with her cup while she talked, eyes downcast. "I didn't know they were using your money like that," she said. "I should have asked." "Yes," I said gently. "You should have." She nodded, tears gathering, but not falling. "I'm trying to figure out who I am without them fixing everything." I trusted her. Or maybe I believed she wanted to try. That was enough for now. As for my parents, I didn't rush to meet them. I wasn't avoiding the conversation. I was preparing for it. I wrote down what I wanted to say. Not accusations, boundaries, clear lines that didn't waver depending on guilt or pressure. I didn't know how it would end. I just knew one thing for certain. This time, I wasn't going to disappear to make them comfortable. The restaurant was quiet in the way upscale places always are on a weeknight, low lighting, soft music, the clink of glasses instead of conversation. I chose it deliberately, public enough to keep tempers in check, neutral enough that no one could claim home field advantage. I arrived early and asked for a table in the back. When I sat down, I placed my phone screen down and took a slow breath. I wasn't here to fight. I wasn't here to win. I was here to tell the truth and see what happened when I didn't soften it. Madison Hart arrived first. She looked nervous, scanning the room before she spotted me. We hugged, brief, careful, and sat side by side. Neither of us spoke. We didn't need to. We were both waiting for the same thing. My parents walked in exactly on time. My mother's posture was rigid, her purse clutched tight against her side. My father looked thinner than I remembered, his jaw set in that familiar way he used when he wanted to project authority without raising his voice. We exchanged polite hellos and ordered water. There was a long period of silence. My father cleared his throat. "Thank you for agreeing to meet." "I didn't agree to be lectured," I said calmly. "I agreed to talk." My mother's lips pressed together. "We want to fix this." I nodded. "Then let's be honest." My father folded his hands. "What you did hurt us. What you did hurt me," I replied. "For years." My mother sighed sharply. "We've already said we made mistakes." "Have you?" I asked. "Because mistakes don't explain Rome." Madison Hart shifted beside me. My father leaned back. "That trip wasn't about you." "That's the problem," I said evenly. "Nothing ever was." My mother's eyes flashed. "We worried about Madison Hart more. We were necessary for her. And I didn't." My voice didn't rise, but the question landed heavy. "Or did you just decide I'd be fine without you?" "Because I always was." Quiet. I took a breath. "Tell me one thing you're proud of me for." "One specific thing." My mother opened her mouth, closed it, looked at my father. "Well," he started, then stopped. The waiter returned with water, set the glasses down, left. They still hadn't answered. "That's what I thought," I said quietly. My mother's voice cracked. "That's not fair." "It's accurate," I replied. "You took my money, over $46,000, and used it for things you never told me about. You forgot my birthday. You told the world my sister was the only one who made you proud. And now, you want me to apologize for setting a boundary." My father's shoulders sagged. "We're under a lot of stress." "So was I," I said. "I just didn't make it your problem." My mother leaned forward. "Do you want us to beg?" "I want you to understand," I said. "And I want you to stop." "Stop what?" she snapped. "Stop using guilt. Stop rewriting history. Stop asking me to fix the consequences of your choices." Madison Hart spoke, then, her voice soft but steady. They're right, she said to our parents. I went through the statements. I saw everything. My mother turned to her, stunned. Madison Hart? No. Madison Hart said, I've had enough of this, too. My father rubbed his face. We were counting on that money. We might lose the house. I met his eyes. You won't. You have options. Downsizing jobs. Help from Madison Hart if she chooses, but not from me. My mother's eyes filled with tears. So, you're abandoning us. I gave a headshake. I'm stepping back. There's a difference. My father exhaled slowly. What do you want from us? I want accountability, I said. And I want boundaries respected. No more public posts about me. No more asking for money. If we have a relationship, it's based on honesty, not obligation. My mother stood abruptly. I can't do this. My father hesitated, then stood too. Well, think about what you said. I hope you do, I replied. They left without another word. Madison Hart and I sat there for a moment, the table suddenly too big. She reached over and squeezed my hand. I'm sorry it took me this long. Me, too, I said. And I meant both parts. We ordered dinner and talked about ordinary things, classes she was considering. Work projects I was excited about. It felt strange and good to talk without tension. When we finally stood to leave, I felt tired but steady. I'd said what I needed to say. Whatever happened next wasn't on me. Outside, the air was cool. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly. For the first time, the silence didn't feel like punishment. It felt like peace. The weeks after the dinner passed more quietly than I expected. There were no dramatic follow-up calls, no surprise visits, no public posts tagging me in guilt-soaked prayers. My parents retreated into themselves, stunned by the fact that their usual tools hadn't worked this time, and for the first time in my life, that retreat didn't pull me back in. Madison Hart and I started meeting once a week. Nothing formal. Coffee walks, sometimes just sitting in my living room while the TV played in the background. She told me she was looking for her own apartment, that she'd signed up for night classes, that she was tired of being taken care of in a way that kept her small. I listened without trying to fix anything. That wasn't my job anymore. At work, things continued to improve. The certification course was challenging, but I loved it. I stayed up late studying, not because I had to prove anything to anyone, but because it felt good to invest in myself without guilt. My supervisor noticed. A few months later, he pulled me aside and told me I was being considered for a leadership track assignment. I walked back to my desk with a smile I didn't try to hide. One evening, as I was making dinner, my phone rang. My father's name flashed on the screen. I stood there for a long moment, wooden spoon in hand, deciding. Then I answered. Hi, he said. His voice sounded different. Quieter. Hi. I wanted to let you know I got a new job, he said. It doesn't pay what the old one did, but it's something. Your mom picked up part-time work, too. That's good, I said, and meant it. There was a pause. Then he said, I'm sorry. The word landed heavier than anything else he could have said. I'm sorry for how we treated you, he continued. For taking you for granted, for the money, for all of it. I closed my eyes. Tears came sudden and sharp. I'm not calling to ask for anything, he added quickly. I just needed you to know I see it now. We talked for a while about neutral things, about work, about the weather. When we hung up, I sat in silence, letting the moment settle. It wasn't forgiveness, not yet, but it was acknowledgement, and that mattered. My mother didn't call. Instead, weeks later, she sent a short email, no subject line, no excuses, just a few sentences saying she was trying to do better and didn't expect anything from me. It wasn't perfect, but it was honest in a way she'd never been before. Life moved forward. I finished my course. I stepped into a new role. I started saving for a place of my own. On my 36th birthday, my apartment was full, friends from work, people from my unit, Madison Hart, sitting on the couch, laughing at something stupid on TV. There was a cake. Someone had remembered the candles. As I looked around that night, I realized something that surprised me. Withdrawing that money hadn't been revenge. It had been self-preservation. I hadn't done it to hurt my family. I'd done it because I finally understood that love without respect isn't love at all. It's obligation. And obligation had been draining me dry. If you're listening to this story and something inside you feels uncomfortably familiar. If you've been the reliable one, The strong one. The invisible one. I want you to know this. Setting boundaries doesn't make you cruel. Choosing yourself doesn't make you selfish. And walking away from being used doesn't mean you don't love your family. It means you love yourself enough to stop disappearing. If this story resonated with you, I'd really love to hear your thoughts. Leave a comment below and tell me where you're listening from. And if you want to hear more stories like this, stories about strength, boundaries, and quiet victories, make sure you subscribe so you don't miss what comes next. Let's keep this conversation going together. When I announced I made partner, my father-in-law leaned back and asked, "So, how many men did you sleep with to get there?" A mender. Announced how many men did you sleep with to get there? When I told them I was promoted to partner, my husband's father said, "Did you sleep your way to the top?" The champagne glass in my hand came to a stop halfway to my lips. I was standing in the private dining room of Mercato, an exquisite Italian restaurant in downtown Chicago, surrounded by my husband's entire extended family, commemorating what should have been my happiest moment in my career. At 8:40 a.m., Sterling & Associates made me the youngest equity partner in the firm's 58-year existence. At the age of 35, my husband, Ethan Pierce, had insisted on planning this meal to share the news with his family, and despite my doubts, I accepted because he appeared truly happy for me. Now, his father, Charles Hartwell, was staring at me from across the table with a smirk that made my skin crawl, waiting for my response to his question as if he'd just made a witty joke instead of openly accusing me of prostitution for professional gain. The silence in the room slammed against my ears. Margaret Hartwell, Ethan's mother, had frozen, holding her fork over her salad. Brianna Hartwell, Ethan's sister, was recording on her phone as if it were amusement, and Ethan, my 7-year-old spouse, was looking down at his plate, as if the design on the china had suddenly become attractive. I'd worked with Sterling & Associates for 10 years when the partnership decision was made, beginning as a first-year associate fresh out of Northwestern Law School, where I graduated second in my class. The firm focused on corporate law and mergers and acquisitions, guiding Fortune 500 businesses through complex transactions costing hundreds of millions of dollars. I'd created my reputation by working 75-hour weeks, learning obscure securities regulations, and gaining experience in cross-border transactions that other lawyers avoided due to their complexity. My billable hours consistently topped 2,300 per year, much beyond the firm's threshold of 1,950. My client satisfaction rating was the highest in my department. I generated $4.8 million in new business over the last 4 years through networking and connection building. The existing partners voted unanimously in favor of the alliance, which was unusual. Managing partner Thomas Kavanaugh had summoned me to his office that morning and informed me that the choice was one of the easiest the partnership committee had ever taken. He had particularly mentioned my outstanding legal mind and unquestionable professional integrity. Now, Charles Hartwell was implying that none of that mattered, because a woman could not achieve success via true skill. I carefully placed my champagne glass on the white tablecloth, mindful that everyone was looking to see how I would respond. "I am sorry, what did you just say?" My voice sounded more steady than I felt, which was good because my hands had begun to shake under the table. Charles reclined back in his chair, his smirk growing wider. "Come on, sweetheart, we are all adults here. A young woman fast becoming a partner in a male-dominated firm. We know how the world truly works." He said it as if he were telling me a secret, and we were all meant to nod and laugh together. Margaret made a small sound that was neither agreement nor protest, and grabbed for her wine glass. Brianna was obviously still recording. Her phone was angled to record my face. I stared at Ethan, waiting for him to say anything, to defend me, to inform his father that his comment was absolutely inappropriate. Ethan cleared his throat. "Dad, that's not really appropriate." His voice was barely above a whisper. And he continued to gaze away from me. That was it. That was his defense of my 10-year career and professional achievements. Not really appropriate, as if his father had made a moderately offensive joke rather than publicly branding me a prostitute. Charles waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, don't be too touchy. I'm merely expressing what everyone is thinking. Sterling & Associates is an old boys club. Always has been. The only way a woman can break through that ceiling is to provide something the old boys want." He winked at me. "Win. There's no shame in it, dear." Brianna laughed sharply, as if amused. "Oh my God, Dad. You cannot just say that aloud." But she was smiling and not protecting me. Margaret placed down her wine glass and gave me a pitying look. Charles has a point, dear. It's unusual for someone so young to find a partner, particularly a lady. People are going to speak. You must have known that when you accepted the post. She stated it as if she was trying to be helpful, warning me about the rumor I'd encounter, fully unaware that she and her husband were the ones spreading it. I felt something icy settle in my chest, piercing through the shock and humiliation. These people did not respect me. They had never respected me. Every family dinner, holiday gathering, and celebration during the past 7 years. They'd regarded my job like a nice hobby while praising Ethan's work as a financial analyst as if he were curing cancer. I had convinced myself that they were simply old-fashioned and would change their minds once they witnessed my accomplishment. I'd been mistaken. I stood up from the table, my chair scraping across the hardwood flooring. I'm leaving. Ethan finally looked at me, his face confused. What? Why? We haven't even ordered yet. I looked at him. This man I had married. This man, who'd stood at an altar and sworn to love and support me, was now questioning why I was leaving after his father publicly accused me of sleeping my way to partner. Are you serious now? He looked at his father and then back at me. Dad was just playing around. Are you being overly sensitive? Those remarks hit like a slap. I took my handbag from the back of my chair. Your father accused me of prostitution in front of your entire family, and you think I'm being unduly sensitive. That tells me all I need to know. Charles laughed loudly and dismissively. Look, this is exactly what I'm talking about. I can't handle a little ribbing. Margaret nodded, as if he'd made a fantastic argument. Women nowadays are eager to declare they are being attacked. We had tougher skin back then. At 8:12 p.m., I left the restaurant. On a Friday evening that should have been joyous, my heels clicked against the marble floor of the lobby while Ethan yelled after me, imploring me to return without making a disturbance. I drove to my best friend Madison Reed's Lincoln Park apartment and let myself in with my key because she had assured me years ago that I was always welcome. She took one look at my face and brought out a bottle of wine without asking what had happened. I told her everything while sitting on her couch, my voice quivering with the rage I'd been suppressing since Charles's remark. Madison had known the Hartwells for years, had witnessed them undermining me at every chance, and had warned me several times that Ethan's failure to stand up to them was a huge red signal that I had repeatedly ignored. You need to leave him, she added when I finished, not as a recommendation but as a statement of fact. I shook my head, still holding out hope that things could be salvaged, that Ethan would recognize how terrible his family's actions had been once he was free of their influence. My phone was continuously buzzing with texts from Ethan, asking where I was and urging we talk. I ignored everyone and collapsed in Madison's guest room, too tired to face my own apartment. The next morning, I drove home at 10 a.m. to find Ethan Pierce sitting at our kitchen table with coffee and his laptop, as if nothing had happened. He looked up when I entered. Where were you? No apology. No awareness of what his father had said, only annoyance that I had vanished. I placed my purse on the counter at Madison Reed's. Where did you think I'd be? He shut his laptop. You embarrassed me last night by walking out in front of my family. My mother spent the remainder of supper crying because she thought you were angry with her. I genuinely laughed, sharp and bitter. Your mother cried at dinner. Your father accused me of sleeping my way to the partner, and your mother is the victim in this situation. Ethan stood up, defensively. He was joking. You know how Dad is. He called me a prostitute in front of your entire family, and you sat there and said nothing. I peered at my husband, really looked at him, and realized I didn't recognize the man standing in front of me. He rubbed his hands through his hair. Agitated. I told him it was inappropriate. What more would you like me to do? I asked you to defend your wife. I wanted you to inform him that I earned my partnership after 10 years of hard work and great achievement. I wanted you to stop his vile innuendo right once, rather than waiting to see if everyone else found it hilarious first. Ethan's face reddened. You are exaggerating this situation. My father was inebriated. He says dumb things when he is intoxicated. Everyone understands this. Nobody believes you slept your way to partner. The fact that he was justifying his father's drinking, rather than sticking up for me, made matters worse. I took a glass from the cupboard and filled it with water, having to use my hands before throwing something. The issue is not whether people believe it. The problem is that your father felt comfortable saying it out during what was supposed to be a celebration of my professional accomplishment. The trouble is that your mother sided with him. The trouble is that your sister found it amusing enough to videotape. And the most serious issue is that my husband believes I am overreacting to being publicly humiliated by his family. Ethan's voice increased. They are my family. Elena Hartwell. They have known me my whole life. You have known them for 7 years. I'm not going to ruin my relationship with them because you can't take a joke. I had been dreading the ultimatum for years. When it came down to it, Ethan would always choose his family over me, no matter how wrong or hurtful they were. I was supposed to smile and accept it because they had known him longer. I cautiously set down my water glass. I need time to think. I'm going to stay in a hotel for a few days. I packed my bags and checked into the Marriott downtown, a mid-range hotel that felt impersonal but safe. I spent the weekend going over my professional documents, pulling up performance reports, client testimonials, and billable hour records to build a case to support what I already knew. I had earned my partnership through legitimate effort. Even as I was doing it, I felt sad about my desire to prove myself. But I needed to see the facts in black and white. My first performance report from year 1 praised my work as remarkable, especially in sophisticated securities research. My second-year report praised my exceptional ability to establish client relationships and achieve results under significant time constraints. Year 3 highlighted my leadership abilities and smart thinking. Every appraisal applauded my technical ability, work ethic, and judgment. No one mentioned my appearance or suggested that my success stemmed from anything other than professional aptitude. I received emails from clients complimenting my work, thanking me for saving seemingly impossible situations, and particularly asking me to handle their future concerns. I had proof of my business progress, including deals brought to the firm through ties formed at industry conferences and networking events. The material was overwhelming and entirely meaningless since Charles Hartwell had already determined I was and nothing I presented him would change his mind. 5. Monday morning, I arrived at the workplace about 7:10 a.m. Intending to avoid too many people while I was still processing everything. My assistant, Diane Palmer, a woman in her early 50s who had been with the firm for 21 years, congratulated me on the partnership the moment I arrived. To celebrate, she baked fresh chocolate chip cookies and left them on my desk with a note signed by the support staff. Her real friendliness moved me to tears in ways that malice had not. I spent the morning studying documents for a $365 million transaction, becoming lost in the typical complexities of acquisition agreements and regulatory compliance. Around 11:30, Thomas Kavanagh dropped by my office. He was 59 years old, the managing partner who had been with the firm for 33 years, and had overseen my development from the beginning. Congratulations again, Elena, on the relationship. Well deserved. I thanked him and tried to focus on the merger agreement, but something about my expression must have indicated that I was disturbed. Thomas closed my office door and sat across from my desk. Is everything all right? You seem off. I wondered whether I should inform him, whether it was proper to bring my personal life into the workplace, and whether complaining about my father-in-law's remarks would make me appear weak or unprofessional. But Thomas had always been supportive, and I trusted him. I told him what Charles had said, maintaining my tone, professional and matter-of-fact. Thomas's demeanor changed from concerned to outraged in the space of a sentence. That's completely unacceptable, he added as I concluded. Elena, I need you to understand something. Your partnership was obtained by your labor, client relationships, and contributions to the firm. The vote was unanimous. Not one of the partners indicated even a hint of uncertainty. You're here because you're an excellent lawyer. Period. His words were helpful, but they couldn't change the fact that my own husband's family believed differently. Thomas leaned forwards. I've been in the business for 33 years. I've seen many individuals try to belittle women's successes by claiming they didn't deserve to be successful. It's sexism. Pure and simple. Don't let anyone make you doubt your accomplishments. I thanked him, and he went. But his fury on my behalf stayed with me. A managing partner with decades of experience quickly identified Charles' remark as sexist nonsense. Nonetheless, my own husband defended it as a joke. That dissonance hung about in my thoughts for the remainder of the day. I worked late, spending 13.5 hours on the merger and 3 other items, not wanting to return to the hotel and remain alone with my thoughts. Around 9 p.m., my work phone rang with a call from a number I did not recognize. I responded professionally, expecting a client. Instead, I heard Charles Hartwell's voice, which was somewhat slurred from drinking. Elena. This is Bill. We need to discuss about what happened on Friday. I became extremely still, my palm clenching around the phone. How did you get this number? This was my direct office phone number, which was not made public. Ethan handed it to me. Look, Margaret is upset. She believes you're upset with her. I'm phoning to make things right. The audacity of it stole my breath away. He'd contacted my work number to tell me his wife was furious, as if it was the issue that needed to be resolved. You accused me of sleeping my way into a partnership in front of your entire family. I'm upset with you. Charles sighed. As if I were being difficult. I was inebriated. Okay. I say stupid things while I'm intoxicated. Ethan explained it to you. Can we just get past this? It's causing issues for Ethan at home, and he's upset about it. I sprang up from my seat. Too enraged to stay still. You're calling me at work to tell me that your son is stressed because I won't pretend you didn't publicly humiliate me. Charles' tone shifted. It became difficult. I'm calling because you are acting like a child. So I made a joke that you didn't enjoy. Adults move on. They don't throw tantrums and flee from dinner. A joke. He continued to call it a joke. That wasn't a joke, Bill. It was a sexist attack on my professional achievements. And the fact that you still don't notice the difference tells me everything I need to know about your personality. The line fell silent for a moment. Then Charles' voice returned, icy cold. Do you know what your problem is? You believe you are better than everyone else. You believe that your fancy degree and relationship make you unique. But I've been in business for 37 years, so I understand how the world works. Women like you do not become partners at famous firms without providing something extra. Maybe you believe your own, but the rest of us see right through it. I was shivering now, wrath making my voice tremble. Women like me. Do you mean ladies who work 95-hour weeks and make millions? Women who finish near the top of their law school class? Women who build their careers on talent rather than connections. Charles chuckled harshly and dismissively. Keep telling yourself this, dear. Meanwhile, everyone at that firm knows exactly how you got to where you are. They're simply too polite to tell it to your face. He hung up before I could react. At 9:41 p.m., I stood in my office clutching my phone and fighting back tears of rage. Charles had called my work number to back up his accusation and make it obvious he had no intention of apologizing. He also confirmed something I had suspected. Ethan had instructed him how to contact me, given him my confidential work phone number, and allowed this harassment to continue. My spouse had prioritized his father's comfort over my dignity. I called Madison and informed her about the call. She was silent for a long time. Elena, you should chronicle this. Every conversation with Charles, every time Ethan defends him, requires a paper trail. I inquired as to why, and she told that she had gone through a painful divorce 4 years prior and learned the hard way that documenting was essential. That night, I started a file in which I recorded everything Charles said at dinner, and throughout the phone call, as well as Ethan's answers and lack of support. It felt paranoid and exaggerated, but Madison's determination compelled me to take it seriously. I also set my office phone to screen calls so Charles couldn't reach me directly again. The next day, Ethan arrived at my workplace at 1:45 p.m. without contacting first. Diane buzzed me to tell my husband was there, and I urged her to send him in, wondering what had provoked the visit. Ethan entered looking anxious, his tie loosened, and his hair tousled as if he'd run his hands through it several times. We need to talk, he murmured, closing the office door behind him. I motioned toward the chair across from my desk. I am working. Make it quick. He sat down, leaned forward, and rested his elbows on his knees. My father called you last night. He told me about the conversation. I leaned back in my chair, maintaining a bland attitude. Did he tell you what he said, or just his account of how I was unreasonable? Ethan touched his cheek. He said he tried to apologize, but you attacked him. I called him a bad person and hung up on him. The falsehood was so obvious that I nearly laughed. That wasn't what happened. Your father contacted my work number, which he obtained from you without my knowledge, to inform me that his wife is furious, and that I should get over his joke. When I told him it wasn't a joke, he claimed I believe I'm superior to everyone, and that everyone at my firm knows I slept my way to partner. Ethan Pierce's cheeks reddened. He did not say that. He wouldn't say that. I picked up my phone and opened my call history, which displayed Charles Hartwell's number and timestamp. Do you want me to call him right now and ask him to repeat what he said? We can put him on speaker. Ethan got up, furious. Things are getting out of hand. You're ripping my family apart over something ridiculous. My mother is crying every day. Brianna is upset. My father feels insulted. All because you can't get over one comment he made while he was intoxicated. I carefully laid down my phone. My phone. Your father made that remark sober during supper. Then he called me drunk to make matters worse. This is not about a single comment. This is about a pattern of disrespect and your unwillingness to defend your wife. Ethan's voice increased. I am tired of being trapped in the midst. You want me to choose between you and my family, which isn't fair. I stood up too. Done with this conversation. You aren't in the middle, Ethan. You are on their side. You have been since the beginning. And calling it being in the middle is just a ploy to escape admitting you don't agree with me. He pointed at me, angrily. Do you know what? Maybe my father has a point. Perhaps you slept your way to partner. Because the Elena Hartwell I married was not so cold and vengeful. She would have laughed off a joke rather than turning it into a federal lawsuit. The comments landed like a punch in the stomach. My own husband now claimed that I had prostituted myself for my career. I approached my office door and opened it. Get out. Ethan looked at me. What? My voice was eerily calm. Get out of my office. We're finished with this conversation. He left, but not before stating that he would stay at his parents' place until I realized my mistake and apologized to his family. I shut the door and sat down at my desk, my hands shaking so much that I had to clasp them together. My marriage was coming apart because I refused to be dubbed a prostitute by my father-in-law. The absurdity of it would have been amusing if it hadn't destroyed my life. I contacted a divorce lawyer that afternoon. Rachel Monroe was a partner at a family law company with 24 years of experience with high net worth divorce cases. Her aide scheduled a consultation for the next day. That evening, I sat in my hotel room and made a list of what I wanted out of the divorce. We had bought a downtown condo together, and I had my own retirement accounts and half of our shared savings. I did not desire alimony. I didn't want to drag things out. I simply wanted to be free of the Hartwell family and their destructive dynamics. The appointment with Rachel took 2 hours. She went over my timeline of events, made notes on Charles' harassment and Ethan's lack of assistance, and asked comprehensive questions about our finances and assets. This is a clear case of marital discord stemming from family interference, she told reporters. Because Illinois is a no-fault divorce state, you do not have to prove Ethan did anything wrong. We simply need to negotiate a fair settlement. She described the procedure. File for dissolution, serve Ethan with papers, exchange financial disclosures, negotiate settlement terms, and finalize the divorce. It would take at least 7 months, assuming Ethan did not contest it. I gave her permission to begin preparing the paperwork. 5 days later, a process server delivered divorce papers to Ethan's office. I knew because he called me at 4:18 p.m. Screaming so loudly that I had to keep the phone away from my ear. You filed for divorce without even telling me about it. His voice was piercing with shock and anger. I was in my office reviewing a contract, completely calm, because I had anticipated this call. We've talked about it a lot. You told me to apologize to your family for being upset by your father's harassment. That is not the marriage I want to be in. Ethan said, his voice cracking. Elena, please. We can work through it. Do not do this. Now he wanted to get through it. After repeatedly choosing his family, suggesting that I may have slept my way to partner, and telling me that I was vindictive and cold. It's already finished, Ethan. You'll need to hire an attorney. He uttered a sound somewhere between a laugh and a sob. This is insane. You're wasting 7 years of marriage over one argument with my father. Something cold settled in my chest. I'm ending a marriage because my husband lets his father sexually harass me and then defends it as a joke. There is a difference. I hung up before he could respond. My hands shook, but I felt lighter than I had in weeks. The decision has been made. I wasn't trapped anymore. Over the next 18 days, Ethan did everything he could to persuade me otherwise. He sent flowers to my office along with apology cards. He arrived at the hotel where I was staying and begged me to talk. He sent emails promising to establish boundaries with his family. But every time I asked him to admit that what his father had said was wrong, he couldn't. He'd say things like, Dad shouldn't have said that. Or, the comment was inappropriate. He'd never call it what it was. Sexual harassment and defamation. The closest he came was saying his father could have used better words. That was not good enough. I expected him to say, my father sexually harassed you, and I should have defended you. He couldn't. His allegiance to Charles was too strong. Meanwhile, the divorce process continued. Rachel filed the petition, citing irreconcilable differences. Ethan hired an attorney named Graham Whitaker, who specialized in asset protection for wealthy clients. The legal battle I had hoped to avoid began when Ethan's first counteroffer arrived, demanding that I pay him spousal support and relinquish my equity stake in the condo. Rachel called me, laughing. His attorney is attempting to portray him as the disadvantaged spouse because you now earn more money as a partner. It won't work, but it demonstrates their determination to fight this. Then something strange occurred. 18 days after filing for divorce, I received an email from my firm's human resources director, Allison Grant, who has 16 years of HR experience. She wanted to arrange a meeting to discuss a sensitive issue concerning workplace conduct. I called her right away, unsure what could possibly warrant a formal HR meeting. Allison was professional, but cautious. I'd like to discuss it in person. Can you come into my office this afternoon? I agreed. I spent the remainder of the morning distracted and anxious. At 1:45, I sat across from Allison in her corner office, and she pulled out a file folder with my name on it. Elena, we've received a complaint about you, an anonymous complaint alleging inappropriate relationships with senior partners at the firm. My stomach dropped. What? Allison appeared uncomfortable. The complaint alleges you've been having affairs with multiple partners at the firm and that your partnership was granted as a result of these relationships rather than your professional qualifications. Charles was the one who was selected. He had called my firm and filed an anonymous complaint in an attempt to destroy my career. Allison continued. I want to make it clear that we take these allegations seriously and are required to investigate. However, I want you to know that managing partner Thomas Kavanagh has full faith in your professional conduct and believes this complaint is malicious. I felt as if I couldn't breathe. Charles was attempting to fire me in order to destroy the career I had built, as well as to prove his accusations by forcing the firm to investigate me. Allison Grant handed me a copy of her complaint. It was 2 pages long and typed single-spaced. It claimed I'd had sexual relationships with Thomas Kavanagh and 2 other senior partners. It described specific instances, such as staying late at work with Thomas, attending client dinners alone with the other partners, and going on business trips that the complaint claimed were romantic getaways. Every single allegation was based on normal business activities twisted to look suspicious. The late nights with Thomas had been working on a major deal. Client dinners were standard business development events. The business trips were legitimate for client meetings. But presented this way through the lens of suspicion, everything looked damning. I looked up at Allison. None of this is true. These were all professional interactions. She nodded. I believe you. But I still have to investigate. I'll need to interview you formally, interview the partners named in the complaint, and review any relevant documentation. The process will take approximately 12 days. I left Allison's office at 3:15, feeling like my world was collapsing. My marriage was ending. My father-in-law was harassing me. And now, my professional reputation was under attack. I went back to my office, closed the door, and called Rachel Monroe. Charles Hartwell filed a false complaint with my firm's HR department, accusing me of sleeping with partners. Rachel was quiet for a moment. That's defamation and possibly tortious interference with employment. We can sue him. I asked what I needed to prove, and she explained I'd need evidence that Charles made the complaint and that he did so with actual malice. The anonymous nature of the complaint made it harder, but not impossible. She suggested I hire a private investigator to gather evidence of Charles's campaign against me. She gave me a name, Daniel Hayes, a former detective with 23 years of experience who now ran a private investigation firm specializing in defamation cases. I called Daniel that evening and explained the situation. He agreed to take the case and started by requesting phone records and email logs to track Charles's communications. Over the next week, Daniel uncovered a pattern that was both vindictive and stupid. Charles had called my firm's main number 3 times before finally reaching HR. The calls were logged in the company phone system with timestamps. He'd also sent emails to my firm from a Proton Mail account he'd created specifically for this purpose, but he'd been careless enough to access it from his home IP address. Daniel traced the IP back to Charles's house in Lake Forest. The evidence was solid. Meanwhile, Allison's investigation proceeded. She interviewed me for 2.5 hours, asking detailed questions about every interaction with the partners named in the complaint. I provided my calendar showing the business purposes of every meeting, every dinner, every trip. I provided emails and work product, proving the professional nature of all my relationships. She interviewed Thomas Kavanagh next, and he was apparently furious about the allegations, calling them a transparent attempt to undermine an exceptional attorney. The other 2 partners gave similar statements. Allison also reviewed security badge logs, showing when I entered and left the building, proving that my late nights at the office were just that. Work. After 11 days, Allison called me back to her office. The investigation is complete. We found no evidence supporting any of the allegations. Your professional conduct has been exemplary. The complaint appears to be malicious and fabricated. I felt relief flood through me, followed immediately by anger. Can you tell me who filed the complaint? Allison shook her head. It was anonymous. We have no way to track who submitted it. I smiled. I do. I hired a private investigator. Charles Hartwell, my father-in-law, filed it. I have phone records and IP logs proving it. Allison's eyes widened. That's extremely serious. That's defamation and potentially criminal harassment. I gave Allison copies of Daniel's findings. She reviewed them carefully, then made a call to the firm's general counsel, a senior partner named Jonathan Bennett, who'd been with the firm for 28 years. 25 minutes later, I was sitting in a conference room with Allison, Jonathan, and Thomas Kavanagh, while Jonathan reviewed the evidence. This is actionable, Jonathan said. Charles Hartwell filed a knowingly false complaint to damage your professional reputation. We can sue him for defamation and tortious interference. The firm can also sue him for abuse of our HR complaint system. Thomas looked at me. Elena, what do you want to do? We'll support whatever decision you make, but I want you to know you have the full backing of this firm. I thought about Charles's smirk at that dinner, his phone call to my office, his suggestion that everyone at the firm knew I'd slept my way to partner. I thought about Ethan's refusal to defend me, his insistence that I was overreacting. I thought about the stress of the HR investigation, the sleepless nights wondering if my career was over. I want to sue him, I said. I want everyone to know what he did. Jonathan nodded. We'll file suit on your behalf. Defamation, tortious interference, and intentional infliction of emotional distress. We will also seek punitive damages given the malicious nature of his conduct. The lawsuit was filed in Cook County Circuit Court 5 days later. The complaint was detailed and damning, laying out Charles's initial accusation at dinner, his harassing phone call to my office, and his anonymous complaint to my firm. It included the phone records showing his calls to Sterling and Associates, the IP logs connecting him to the fake email account, and statements from Allison and the partners confirming the complaint was false. It sought $900,000 in damages, $375,000 for harm to professional reputation, $275,000 for emotional distress, and $250,000 in punitive damages. The Chicago Tribune picked up the story 3 days later. The headline read, Law firm partner sues father-in-law for defamation after false sexual harassment complaint. The article detailed Charles's accusations and the evidence proving he'd filed the false HR complaint. It mentioned that I'd made partner based on unanimous vote and exceptional performance. It noted that Charles owned a commercial real estate development company and had no connection to Sterling and Associates. The story went viral. Legal blogs picked it up. Reddit threads discussed it. Twitter lawyers debated the merits of the case. Suddenly, my private humiliation was public knowledge. But the publicity cut both ways. It also meant everyone knew Charles had lied. That he'd tried to destroy my career out of spite. That his initial accusation at dinner had been baseless sexism. Ethan called me the day the lawsuit was filed, angrier than I'd ever heard him. You sued my father? Are you insane? I was in my office, door closed, ready for this confrontation. Your father filed a false complaint with my employer trying to get me fired. Yes, I sued him. Ethan's voice shook. He's my dad. You're destroying my family over a stupid comment he made. I felt my jaw clench. He tried to destroy my career with false accusations of sexual misconduct. This isn't about a comment anymore. This is about him committing actionable defamation and tortious interference. Ethan made a sound of frustration. You have changed. This is not something the woman I married would do. She would not break up a family. I laughed sharply and bitterly. The woman you married had to change to survive your family's abuse, and I'm not tearing things apart. Your father did that when he assumed my professional success implied I was a prostitute. Ethan hung up. I sat there, feeling strangely calm. The marriage was over. A lawsuit was filed. Everything was out in the open now. No more pretending or attempting to smooth things over. Just the facts and consequences. Over the next month, Charles Hartwell's lawyer, Michael Fleming, who has 20 years of litigation experience, filed a motion to dismiss the case. The motion contended that Charles's initial comment at dinner was protected speech and that there was insufficient evidence that he filed the HR complaint. It was a weak argument, and our response brief disproved it. We had phone records, IP logs, and a timeline of Charles' growing harassment. Honorable Eleanor Vance, a judge with 19 years on the bench, denied the motion to dismiss and set the case for trial in 7 months. Discovery began immediately. We demanded Charles' phone records, emails, and financial documents. His attorney objected to nearly every request, but Judge Vance ruled in our favor on the majority of the issues. What we discovered during discovery was far worse than I had anticipated. Charles had been obsessively researching me since the announcement of our partnership. His browser history revealed dozens of searches for my name, along with terms such as law firm scandal and attorney misconduct. He joined an online forum where men discussed women in professional settings, anonymously posting about female lawyers who sleep their way to success and seeking advice on how to report professional misconduct. He had saved articles about other high-profile defamation cases, presumably looking for tactics to use. The digital trail was long and damning. It demonstrated premeditation, malice, and a concerted effort to destroy my reputation. Charles' deposition was scheduled for early April, 4 months after he filed the lawsuit. I attended, sitting next to my attorneys, while Charles sat across the conference table from Michael Fleming. The court reporter swore Charles in, and Jonathan Bennett started asking questions. Charles appeared older than he had at the dinner, with his face drawn and his expensive suit hanging looser around his frame. The strain of the lawsuit was taking its toll. Jonathan began by asking basic questions about Charles' relationship with Ethan Pierce and me, establishing a family connection. Then he went to dinner. Mr. Hartwell, at the dinner on Friday, January 21st, did you say to Mrs. Elena Hartwell, "Did you sleep your way to the top?" Michael Fleming objected, saying the question was argumentative. Jonathan asked the question again after Judge Vance had already ruled that the deposition could proceed. Charles shifted in his seat. I might have said something like that. I don't remember exactly. Jonathan took out a transcript of Brianna Hartwell's video. She had posted it on Instagram that night before realizing her mistake and deleting it. But Daniel Hayes had recovered it. The transcript included Charles's exact words. Mr. Hartwell, this transcript shows you saying, and I quote, "A young woman making partner that quickly in a firm full of men. We understand how the world works." Later, no shame in it, darling. You played the game smart. Do you recall making these statements? Charles' face flushed. If that's what the transcript says. Jonathan took up the phone. Did you call Mrs. Hartwell's work phone number 4 days after the dinner? Charles nodded. I called to apologize. Jonathan took out the telephone records. These records show that you made an 11-minute call from your cell phone to Mrs. Hartwell's work number. What did you say on the call? Charles looked at his attorney, who gave a slight nod. Jonathan leaned forward. I told her she was overreacting, that it was just a joke. Did you also tell her that everyone at the firm knows exactly what you did to get where you are? Charles hesitated. I might have said something like that. The deposition lasted for 5.5 hours. Jonathan walked Charles through every detail, including the timing of his calls to Sterling and Associates, the creation of the Proton Mail account, and the anonymous complaint. Charles attempted to deny filing the complaint, claiming that someone must have used his IP address without his knowledge. Jonathan provided evidence that Charles lived alone and that no one else had access to his home computer. Charles's story fell apart when questioned. By the end, it was clear that he had filed the complaint with the knowledge that the allegations were false. The deposition transcript would have been devastating in court, but we did not go to trial. Michael Fleming called Jonathan 18 days after Charles' deposition to discuss a settlement. Charles wanted to settle for $225,000 and a confidentiality agreement. Jonathan laughed and countered with $800,000 and a public apology. They negotiated for another 9 days before agreeing on $650,000 plus a public statement. Charles was required to publish the following statement in the Chicago Tribune. I, Charles Hartwell, acknowledge that I made false and defamatory statements about my daughter-in-law, attorney Elena Hartwell. I falsely accused her of establishing her partnership through inappropriate relationships rather than professional merit. These accusations were completely false and made with a malicious intent to harm her reputation. I filed a false complaint with her employer, containing fabricated allegations. I deeply regret my actions and apologize to Ms. Hartwell, Sterling and Associates, and everyone else impacted by my behavior. Ms. Hartwell's partnership was earned through her outstanding legal abilities, work ethic, and professional achievements. The statement appeared in the Tribune on April 18. The settlement payment arrived in my account 5 days later. I donated $425,000 to organizations that support women in law, keeping the remaining $225,000 for legal fees and taxes. The vindication felt hollow in some ways because Charles's apology was coerced rather than genuine. However, it was public and permanent. Anyone who Googled my name would discover not only the initial accusation, but also the settlement and admission that he lied. My professional reputation was restored. The divorce from Ethan Pierce was finalized 3 months later. He had initially contested it, demanding spousal support and half of the condo. But his position weakened significantly following the settlement with Charles. His own father's admission of defamation made it difficult to claim I was the vindictive one. We agreed that I would keep the condo and my retirement accounts, while Ethan would keep his accounts and split our joint savings evenly. No alimony for either party. Clean break. On June 24, I signed the final divorce decree in Judge Vance's courtroom. Ethan wasn't present. His attorney signed on his behalf. 7 years of marriage ended abruptly with a court order and property division. I felt relief, rather than sadness. I'd expended so much energy trying to make that relationship work, earning the Hartwell family's respect, and persuading Ethan to prioritize our marriage over his parents' dysfunction. I was done trying, compromising, and accepting less than I deserved. Sterling and Associates celebrated their new partners with a formal ceremony 4 months after the settlement. I stood on stage in the firm's largest conference room as Thomas Kavanagh presented me with a plaque commemorating our partnership. The entire firm, including over 215 attorneys and staff, attended. Thomas delivered a speech about my accomplishments, integrity, and resilience. He specifically referred to the false allegations and how I handled them with grace and strength. Elena Hartwell represents the best of what this firm stands for. He told me, excellence in legal practice, steadfast ethics, and fortitude in the face of adversity. We're honored to have her as our partner. The room erupted in applause. Diane Palmer was crying. Madison Reed, who I had invited as a guest, was beaming. I looked out at all those faces. Colleagues who had stood by me throughout the investigation, who had provided statements defending my character, and who had never questioned my professional integrity. This was my actual family. These people valued my work and respected my accomplishments, not the Hartwells, who were sexist and willing to destroy me rather than admit their mistake. After the ceremony, Thomas Kavanagh approached me privately. I spoke with Charles Hartwell's attorney yesterday. Charles' business is in big trouble. Several of his major clients ended their contracts after the Tribune published his apology. He's having financial difficulties. I felt no satisfaction in that news, only a tired sense of justice. Charles attempted to destroy my career, and ended up harming his own. That was not my doing. That was a consequence. 1 year after that dinner at Marcato, I was sitting in my office reviewing documents for a $720 million merger when my phone rang with a call from an unfamiliar number. I almost didn't respond, but something made me pick up. Elena Hartwell, said a nervous, young woman. Miss Hartwell, my name is Hannah Travers. I am a third-year associate at Whitman & Gray. I'm calling because I'm going through something similar to what you did. And I was hoping you could offer some advice. She explained that her managing partner had been making inappropriate comments about her appearance, implying that her success was due to her looks rather than her work. She filed an HR complaint and was now facing retaliation. She had read about my case and wondered if I would be willing to speak with her about how I handled it. I set up a meeting with Hannah for the following week. She came to my office, a woman in her late 20s with dark circles under her eyes and a portfolio full of evidence of harassment. I spent 2.5 hours walking her through the process, documenting everything, finding an attorney who specialized in employment law, and preparing for the emotional cost of fighting back. I gave her Rachel Monroe's contact information and offered to be a reference if she required one. Hannah left looking more hopeful than when she arrived. Over the next year, 6 more women contacted me with similar stories. Harassment, defamation, and reprisal. I assisted each one by connecting them with resources, sharing my experience, and providing support. I realized my case had become a roadmap for other women facing similar battles, and it felt meaningful in a way that the settlement money never did. 2 years after my partnership, Sterling and Associates elected me to the firm's management committee, making me one of 8 partners who set firm strategy and policy. I advocated for stricter anti-harassment policies, mandatory training for all attorneys, and improved support systems for associates who face difficult situations. Every recommendation was put into action. I also began speaking at law schools and professional conferences about how sexism and defamation intersect in professional settings. My story resonated with women from various industries who had faced similar accusations. That their success must be due to sex rather than competence. That they had slept their way to the top, and that their accomplishments were somehow illegitimate. The pattern was depressingly common, as was the tenacity of the women who fought back and won. I saw Ethan Pierce once, 4 years after we divorced. I was at a coffee shop near the courthouse getting a latte before a hearing when I noticed him in line ahead of me. He'd lost weight and appeared tired. He turned, and our gazes met. There was an awkward moment of recognition before he approached. "Hello, Elena." I nodded. "Ethan." He shifted his weight uncomfortably. "I saw you won the large pharmaceutical merger last month." "Congratulations." I thanked him and ordered my coffee. He lingered by the pickup counter. "I wanted to apologize for how everything went down. You were correct about my family." The apology was delivered 4 years too late to be effective. I collected my latte. "I appreciate you saying that." He appeared to want to say more, but I walked away before he could. That chapter of my life was over. I was not interested in reopening it. 6 years after becoming a partner, I was named head of Sterling & Associates Mergers and Acquisitions Practice Group, overseeing a team of 34 attorneys handling transactions across the United States and internationally. My total annual compensation exceeded $2.2 million. I had built the career I had always desired. Not by sleeping my way to success, but by working harder and smarter than almost everyone around me. The vindication did not come from Charles Hartwell's coerced apology or settlement payment. It was in every deal I closed, every client who specifically asked for me, and every young attorney who said I inspired them. I proved what I had always known. My success was earned, legitimate, and based solely on my own abilities and dedication. Charles Hartwell attempted to destroy the truth but failed. His lie lasted about 4 months before being exposed by evidence and reality. My achievement will last throughout my career. That is the difference between defamation and fact. Lies crumble under scrutiny. Truth can withstand any attack. I learned that lesson in the most difficult way possible. But I learned it thoroughly. And now I use it to help other women whose truths are being attacked by people who refuse to believe that women can be brilliant, accomplished, and successful without relying on men. We can. We do. And we'll keep doing it regardless of who tries to undermine what we've accomplished. Thank you for staying until the end. Make sure to subscribe so you don't miss the next one. Am I the a-hole for staying neutral when my son's wife left him for his brother and losing him forever 14 years later? After his brother took his wife, I advised my son to move on. He shut us off now. Hope Jack was worth losing your real son over. He shouted, blocking the entire family. On my 62nd birthday, I sit at my dining table and gaze at an empty chair. There's a cake, candles that I haven't lit, and a card with a generic message about family and thankfulness for my oldest son Jack and his wife Eliza. Additionally, I put out that chair this morning out of habit and stared at it for 25 minutes before realizing he wasn't coming. He will never arrive. But since this didn't begin today, I must back up. It began with a phone call that I believed I handled flawlessly 14 years ago. Wednesday was the day. I can recall this because my phone rang right after I got home from book club. My younger son, Caleb, who was 30 at the time, was employed 3 hours north as a park ranger. When I responded, his voice broke. I froze. Mom, Eliza left me. Eliza and Caleb had been wed for 4 years. Sweethearts from high school, the kind of romance you want to see. She worked as an independent photographer. He was stable and outdoorsy. They appeared sturdy. What took place? I inquired. He seemed devastated as he said, I don't know. We were no longer working, she replied. That she required room. 4 weeks ago, she packed up her belongings and moved in with her sister. I assume she simply required more time. However, she informed me over the phone this morning that it is officially ended. What any mother would do, I did. I apologized and told him that although breakups hurt, he would overcome it. That marriages don't always work out, and that no one is to blame. After thanking me and promising to call me later, he hung up. I thought, well, at least they didn't have kids, but I also felt bad for him. Clean break. My older son Jack contacted 3 weeks later. Jack is a charming, self-assured pilot who has always gotten along with everyone. He is Caleb's elder by 4 years. They were also close as children. Brothers, not closest pals. Solid, he said, Mom, and I could hear his uncertainty. My stomach fell when I said, I need to tell you something, and I need you to hear me out before you react. I am with Elizabeth. Quiet. My mind jumbled. What? I understand how this sounds, he said hastily. However, it's not what you believe. She was a wreck after she broke up with Caleb. I listened to her when she reached out to me since she didn't want to bother you guys. Something happened when we increased our conversation. It wasn't planned by us. I was unable to talk. Mom, it just did. Jack went on to say. She left Caleb because their marriage wasn't working. This took place after. I wanted to shout, I promise. I wanted to know what in the world he was thinking. Jack sounded sincere, almost remorseful, so I didn't. Eliza stated the same thing when I called her later that day. With a firm voice, she stated, I left Caleb because we grew apart. After that, Jack and I connected. I wanted to believe them, even if it wasn't planned. God, I wanted to believe them because it seemed unimaginable that my older son had dated his brother's wife prior to their breakup. I reasoned that it might perhaps have happened after all. Perhaps it was just bad timing. People grieve in strange ways. Perhaps this is just the messiness of life. Then Caleb gave another call. Did Jack tell you? He spoke in a bland tone. I paused before answering. He did. I understand how hard this is, Caleb. However, if Eliza abandoned you first. He interrupted me, Mom. 3 weeks after she left me, she is now with my brother. Do you truly believe that just occurred? I added cautiously, I'm not saying it's not complicated. However, people move on and marriages end. Honey, you don't. His tone became icy. Please don't advise me to move on. I stated. I'm not picking sides. I'm working to maintain the unity of this family. Your brother is Jack. Eliza is experiencing something as well. All of you are. However, we are related. We resolve issues. Long period of silence. Caleb. All right. Mom. He whispered at last, his voice hollow. He hung up after saying, I understand. I reassured myself that he would calm down, that he was upset and sad, and that we would discuss it further in a few weeks. I would act as a mediator. We would all take a seat like grown-ups and put this behind us. 4 days later, I checked in with him over the phone. The phone was cut off. I gave his work line a try. They claimed that he had asked for an instant transfer. I wouldn't disclose the location. That weekend, I took a car to his flat, empty. The lease has ended. Address for forwarding? Not at all. Caleb had left. For roughly 72 hours, I was in a panic. I went into a panic. Contacted his co-workers, old friends, and anyone else who might be aware of his whereabouts. Most were unaware. Those that did refused to tell me. He requested that we refrain. One of his ranger friends apologized to Mrs. Hart. It was my husband, Caleb and Jack's father, who eventually located Caleb's new number through the Park Service HR department in a remote Montana station. Sorry, I can't. I called right away. It kept ringing. Voicemail. I left a message. It's Mom. Caleb. Kindly give me a call back. I'm concerned for you. He didn't return my call. I love you. 2 days later, and a week later, I made another attempt. It occasionally went to voicemail. It rang continuously at times. He never responded. About a month after Caleb vanished, my husband sat me down one evening. You actually believe Eliza fell in love with Jack right away after leaving Caleb? He inquired. Do you not think that's suspicious? I stated, I'm not accusing Jack without evidence. And what should I do even if anything had already occurred? Deny him? Give up on my older son due to suspicions? No, he muttered. However, you may have explained to Caleb that you could understand his pain. You couldn't have stood up for them. I didn't stand up for anyone. I remained impartial. He gave me a look as if I had spoken a foreign language. There's no neutral here. I said, shifting the topic. Jack moved in with Eliza 8 months after Caleb left. Jack sounded almost anxious when he called to tell me. I expressed my happiness for them to him. And I was, or at least I told myself I was because I couldn't be anything else. I assisted them in selecting a couch. I received pictures of their new apartment from Eliza. They appeared content. See, this is real. I told myself. They are constructing something. I refrained from considering what they would demolish in order to construct it. I set the table for 4 for Thanksgiving that first year. Eliza, Jack, my husband, and I put Caleb in 5th place. Why did you do that? My husband questioned. In case he shows up. He simply stared at me with a dejected, worn-out expression that I didn't quite comprehend. Caleb failed to appear. During the entire meal, the dish remained empty. After everyone had departed, I spent 25 minutes crying in the kitchen and packed it away. My phone buzzed 2 days later. An unknown number sent you a text. You choose them. You opted for tranquility over the truth. I looked at it for a while before saying, "Don't pretend you're neutral." I then removed it. Didn't reply. Caleb was being theatrical, I told myself. Eventually, he would change his mind. The second year. Eliza and Jack were married. About 36 persons attended a little ceremony at a vineyard. Subject, you are on my mind. Subject, please give me a call. Subject, you are missed. Not one of them bounced. I thus knew he was obtaining them. He simply never answered. Do you really not see what you did? My husband once asked me. I did not take any action. Caleb is the one who cut us off. I said, I advised him to move on after you instructed him to get over it. I didn't want to hear it. That's different. Not to him it wasn't. As a result, I stopped discussing Caleb with my husband, and he stopped bringing him up. As I had instructed Caleb to do, we simply went on. My life became the lives of Jack and Eliza. Holidays, birthdays, and Sunday dinners. I generally just continued to live my life, though occasionally I would post pictures of us online and then take them down out of concern that Caleb may see. Continued to act as though the empty chair at every event was typical. I informed folks that we kept in touch and that Caleb was doing significant conservation work in Montana. I said it so many times that I came close to believing it. Year 3 of Christmas. The mail arrived while I was hanging the tree. Bills, a single envelope without a return address, and cards from pals. I took it open. A simple card. No message about the holidays. Caleb's handwriting alone. Neat and methodical. Don't act like you didn't make a decision. Nothing more. No signature. No justification. With trembling hands, I stood there, clutching it. When my husband entered, he saw my face. What is it? I gave him the item. He glanced at me after reading it and said, You know, he's right. I didn't make a decision. I said. Yes. He murmured. I tossed the card aside and said, You did. I told myself that Caleb was being unkind. I didn't quarrel with my husband about it. All he did was get quieter. We completely stopped discussing Caleb. Ceased talking about the vacant chair. We both strolled across this unsaid emptiness in our home. 3rd year. Jack called to share some news. Eliza is expecting a child. I literally let out a joyful yell. My first grandchild. I brought baby books, a plush animal, and champagne for their congrats as I traveled to their home. Eliza was radiant. Jack had that new dad expression of fear. I told them they would make wonderful parents and gave them both a hug. I snapped a picture of all 3 of us. Eliza's hand was on her abdomen. Jack put his arm around her. Me grinning. I nearly forwarded it to Caleb. Wrote an email. You will become an uncle. I deleted it after staring at it for 15 minutes. What was the purpose? In October, the baby was born. A female. They gave her a lovely name, which I will not reveal here since she is entitled to privacy. But I felt whole when I held her for the first time. I emailed Caleb once. Only one. A picture of her is included. Your niece is the subject line. No answer. For weeks, I obsessively checked my inbox. Nothing. Why do you keep torturing yourself? My spouse questioned. I'm not. I simply believe that having a baby may make a difference. It won't. He was correct. Through my sister, I learned that Caleb got married. 5th year. She stated that she had met up with one of Caleb's old pals at the grocery store while we were having coffee. Caleb got married last year, he claimed. He met this woman in Montana, some sort of outdoor educator. It sounds good. Halfway to my lips, the coffee cup froze. Is he married? You were unaware? I felt a fracture in my chest and shook my head. Caleb married without telling us. Did not extend an invitation to us. We were completely unaware that he was seeing someone. To keep my spouse from hearing, I went home and sobbed in the shower. I attempted to contact my Montana number that evening. After 2 rings, it died. It was unplugged when I tried it again. He made a modification. I emailed. I've heard that you were married. Well done. I wish I could have attended. He never responded. But it didn't bounce. My sister claimed that Caleb had a child in year 6. Another year. Number 7. I was 5 times as much of a grandmother. 3 of my grandchildren had already met me. Held them and observed their growth. They were strangers, the other 2. Their names were unknown to me. Initially, I was unsure if they were males or girls. It was necessary to piece it together from ambiguous remarks made by distant relatives who continued to communicate with Caleb. Around age 5, Jack's daughter began to ask questions. Do I have any cousins, Grandma? Yes, my love. Where are they? Very far away. Uncle Caleb is in Montana. Is it possible for us to come visit? I grinned. I was lying to a 5-year-old when I said, maybe someday. I was also deceiving myself. The holidays were divided. Spending Thanksgiving with Jack's relatives. Jack and Eliza traveled to her parents' house, so it was usually just my husband and I for Christmas. I took pictures at every event, but I never framed or shared them online. They felt unfulfilled, so they sat in my phone unnoticed. Around year 6, my husband stopped grinning in photos. Once, I asked him what was wrong. Nothing. I'm fine. You seem distant. He wasn't. But since pushing meant bringing up Caleb, I refrained from doing so. Additionally, discussing Caleb required me to face things I wasn't prepared to face. At my employment and at church, people would inquire, how are your boys? Fantastic. Jack is a pilot. In Montana, Caleb is working on conservation projects. Good, but busy. How often do you see Caleb? Not as much as I would like. Smile. You know how it is with kids who move out. Switch topics. Do it again. Muscle memory was formed by the lie. 7th year. Jack seemed to be drinking more throughout meals. Eliza appeared worn out. They fought over little things like dishes, schedules, and who had to put their daughter to bed. Once, I asked Jack if everything was all right. Yes. Mother. Just life. Since asking might reveal that their marriage, the one in which Caleb lost everything, was not even happy, I refrained from asking again. At 2:40 a.m. The 8th year began with a phone call. My spouse suffered a heart attack. Enormous. According to the paramedics, he had left before they got there. I don't recall much of the following week. Organizing the funeral, contacting family, and navigating the fog. Most of it was handled by Jack. Eliza watched me like I might break, brought food, and was very kind. I didn't consider Caleb. I was too numb. On a Saturday, the funeral took place. Not many, perhaps 60. Sitting between Jack and Eliza in the front row, I gazed at the closed casket and wondered how 14 years had gone by while I was here without my husband and one of my sons. The service began. The pastor said something, none of it reached me. Then I sensed it. A change in the atmosphere. I pivoted. In the rear stood Caleb. I hardly knew who he was. He had become more muscular than he had ever been. Lines around his eyes, beard. With his hands clasped in front of him and an unreadable expression, he wore a dark suit. Our gazes locked. He simply looked at me without grinning or nodding. I got to my feet. He gave a small shake of his head. Remained in the same spot. The service went on. I kept looking back because I couldn't concentrate. Caleb stood by himself, motionless. People lined up to give me hugs when it was over. I took their condolences while keeping an eye out for Caleb. He waited for the crowd to disperse. Then he approached. We faced one another as we stood. I hadn't seen him in 6 years. He appeared well-groomed and well-dressed, as though he had built a whole life that I was unaware of. Mom, he uttered softly. Caleb. I shattered my voice. He drew me into an embrace. Stiff, brief, then release. He said, I'm sorry for your loss. He nodded and looked past me to Jack, who was 10 feet away, and said, thank you for coming. They didn't acknowledge one another or speak. Caleb said, I have to leave. Wait, could we please have a conversation? Not today. So when? He gave me a pitying glance. After saying, take care of yourself, Mom, He left. I saw him get into an unfamiliar-looking truck and leave. That was the last time I saw him. I went through my husband's belongings that evening. His laptop, his files, and his desk. I discovered an O-labeled email folder. I opened it. Messages for years. Caleb and my spouse. Not often. Every 4 to 5 months, perhaps. Brief conversations and updates. I hope all is well with you. Congratulations on your promotion. The girls are stunning. The females. My spouse was aware of Caleb's daughters. Had seen pictures. Had somehow been involved in their lives, but he had never told me. His final email was sent 8 months prior to his passing. I can't forgive Mom for acting as though what Jack did was acceptable, but I still love you, Caleb, Dad. In order to make herself comfortable, she asked me to move on. Though not in the manner she desired, I have moved on. Don't tell her we talk, but give it my all. She will only suffer more as a result. I understand. My spouse retorted. Son, you have my admiration. Both of us should have done better for you. My vision became blurry as I sat at his desk and stared at the screen. In private, my husband made a decision that would not jeopardize his marriage. I was unaware that he had selected Caleb. I shut down the laptop and spent hours sitting in my husband's chair. The house was quiet. Jack was home now. Their daughter had been taken by Eliza. After 9 years of avoiding the truth, I was alone with it. My spouse was aware of what I had done. He simply had to choose between us in order to say it. He therefore quietly loved Caleb from a distance, providing him with what I was unable to provide, proof that he wasn't insane, that he had a right to be hurt, and that he had remained my husband. I'm not sure if that improved or worsened it. I spiraled for the next 2 years. Not in a big way. I remained intact. I continued to live, work, and attend Jack's family dinners. However, there was something eating away at me on the inside. I developed an obsession with repairing it and reuniting the family. My husband's final wish was for his sons to get back together, so I told myself that's what he would have wanted. It wasn't. Even though I knew that, I told myself. In order to locate Caleb's current contact details, I engaged a private investigator in year 9. I received an email, a phone number, and a Montana address. The investigator even discovered the names of his daughters and wife. For hours, I gazed at those names. My 2 granddaughters, ages 6 and 8. They were new to me, never had them. I had no idea if they enjoyed books, dinosaurs, or dolls. I dialed the number. The call ended up in voicemail. Generic message. Give your name and phone number. Without saying anything, I hung up. Made another attempt the following day and the day after that. Every time, it ended up in voicemail. It wasn't until the 12th attempt that I left a message. My voice trembled as I said, Caleb, it's Mom. I'm missing you. Let's talk, please. He didn't return calls. 10th year. Over Thanksgiving, Jack got wasted. Eliza, their daughter, Jack, and I were the only 3 at a friend's house. Jack had poured himself a 4th glass of wine after we had finished our meal. Then a 5th. Mom. He uttered abruptly. Do you believe that Caleb despises me? I went cold. We stopped discussing Caleb. Unwritten rule. He is simply unyielding, I said cautiously. Jack occasionally gazed into his glass. There are moments when I question whether Eliza and I were together before she broke up with him. I can no longer recall. It was so long ago that I felt sick to my stomach. Eliza turned pale. Don't. Jack. He looked at me with unfocused eyes and said, No. I'm serious. I recall us discussing deep, life-related topics when she was still married to him. I don't recall when it got worse, but I do recall thinking she was attractive and feeling bad about it. It was after, Eliza blurted out. You're inebriated, Jack. It was after I left, was it? There was silence in the room. I ought to have inquired. I ought to have pushed. Right there, I should have demanded the truth. I said, it doesn't matter now, instead. That was so long ago. Jack chuckled angrily. Yes, without a doubt. Eliza took him home early. I felt a chill creep into my chest as I sat by myself in my dining room, gazing at the half-empty wine bottle. 12 years old. I became aware of things I had been neglecting. Eliza casually mentioned that cabin where Jack and I used to hide out. What time was that? I inquired. Oh. That was years ago. Prior to everything, she grinned. I didn't inquire as to what simpler times meant before everything. I had no desire to find out. Jack began attending therapy sessions. Told me it was to relieve tension. I refrained from pushing. Their marriage had the appearance of two people who had been running from something for so long that they had forgotten why they had started running, not arguing, not dramatic, just worn out. My 62nd birthday was coming up in year 13. I became obsessed with it. This would be the time. I would put both of my sons in the same room. We would converse, heal, and snap a family picture. I finally began making plans for the next 8 months. Location, guest list, and menu. I threw myself into it. One day, Jack said to me, "Mom, are you inviting Caleb?" Obviously. He appeared uneasy. "Do you believe he will show up?" "I'll ask him." "Mom," he sighed. I said firmly, "I don't think. It's my birthday. I want my 2 sons to be there. That's all I'm requesting." He made no objections. I prepared my response to Caleb for weeks. Wrote it down, rewrote it, and practiced in front of the mirror. I needed his phone number right now. My 5-year-old one was most likely disconnected. I gave the park service a call. I wouldn't get it from them. Tried his former pals. The same response. I finally located it on the internet. A Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Park Staff Directory. Caleb is the regional director. Final name. The work number is displayed. As I dialed, my hands trembled. It rang twice. 3 times I came close to hanging up. "This is Caleb." He spoke in a deeper voice than I could recall. Steady and self-assured. I was having trouble breathing. He said, "Hello. Caleb." It was barely audible. "It's Mom." There was a pause long enough for me to believe he had hung up. Then, I know, in a neutral tone, without anger or surprise, I swallowed. "Next month is my 62nd birthday. I need and want both of my sons to be there. Please." One more pause. "Will Jack be arriving?" "Yes, but he isn't the focus of this. It has to do with family, concerning closure." "Who is the closure for?" "Mother?" For all of us, the question was like a slap. "Caleb, it's been 14 years, I said. "You want to get over this, don't you?" He said in a cool, almost gentle tone, "I moved past it a decade ago. I'm not stuck. You're the one who is still stuck." He chuckled, "I just love you both equally." Silent. More bitter. "No. You don't. You cherish your tranquility over my suffering. More than the reality of what Jack did, you adore the concept of family. What do you want me to do?" My voice broke. "Deny Jack. 1-6 and then. I never asked you to disown him." Caleb said in a level voice. "He's my son too. I asked you to admit that his actions were wrong, that it wasn't bad timing for Eliza to leave me and be with him right away. I said, you asked me to move past the betrayal so you wouldn't have to feel uncomfortable." Nothing emerged. "You decided on neutrality," Caleb added. "You decided not to create a stir." "Caleb, please. If Jack is there, I'm not. You can't be serious." "I'm totally serious. You chose your comfort and called it love." He spoke steadily. "Sure. I hope Jack was worth losing your real son for, if that's your decision." "Caleb, wait." The line died. I returned the call right away. Straight to a voicemail that sounds generic. Tried once more. The same thing. Texted someone. "Just listen, please." It became green. My message was unsuccessful. I was blocked by him. Send an email. "I apologize. Talk to me, please." It jumped. He had wiped me out as if I had never been there. I finally understood as I sat on the floor of my kitchen with my phone in my hand. Caleb would not return. He wasn't. I attended the celebration. What more could I do? Cancel it? Tell everyone I was blocked by my son? That all of the 14 years I'd spent acting as though nothing was wrong had been a lie? I then put on a dress, applied makeup, and grinned as guests arrived. Jack, Eliza, and their daughter arrived. I tried to feel something other than empty as my granddaughter ran up to me and gave me a tight hug. "Grandma, happy birthday." "Thank you, my love." Jack gave me a hug, rigid. He was aware. He knew, but he didn't ask. Eliza gave me a bottle of wine and a card. "You look stunning." I thanked her, snapped pictures, and grinned until my face ached. Within the first hour, people began to inquire. Where is Caleb? I said he couldn't make it. Work. I haven't seen him in years. That's terrible. Now, what is he doing? Conservation efforts. Montana. His performance is excellent. Grin. Reroute. Do it again. In the kitchen, my sister pulled me aside. Is he not coming? No. Have you asked him? I gave a nod. Unable to speak. She gave me a hug. Remained silent. What could be said? I wanted a family photo, so we took one. Eliza is holding their daughter, Jack is on one side, and I am in the middle, with his arm wrapped around me. Countdown, the photographer said. 4, 3, 2 grin. Click. I glanced at the camera's preview screen. We appeared whole, content, and like a typical family. Where Caleb should have been, there was an invisible void. It was only visible to me. Jack discovered me on the back porch 3 hours into the celebration. I turned and said, Mom, I need to tell you something. He had a horrible appearance. Red eyes. He had consumed alcohol. I'm divorcing Elizabeth. The world swayed. What? But he ran a hand through his hair and said, We've been trying to make it work for years. She is unable to let go of her guilt. She claims that we built everything on a faulty foundation and that she is no longer able to cope. I was out of breath. He muttered. Jack. I thought time would fix it. I did, really. However, she claims that every time she looks at me, Caleb and our actions come to mind. What did you do? I asked myself. He gave me a glance. Really? Mom. It began before she left him, she said, glancing at me. Both of us are aware of that. We've probably known that for a long time. At last. The reality. I had avoided for 14 years. How much time had passed? I hardly raised my voice above a whisper. Is it important? Yes, he said, shaking his head. I'm not sure. We didn't for 8 months or 10. Only after she moved out did anything physical occur. But emotionally, he chuckled bitterly. I sat down firmly on the porch step and said, Yeah. We were gone long before that. I apologize. Jack said. I apologize, but I know that doesn't make anything better. He returned inside. Sitting there, I gazed at nothing. The family that Caleb had sacrificed for was collapsing, and it had been founded on precisely what he claimed. Eliza discovered me in the restroom later that evening. My hands were shaking as I reapplied lipstick. She abruptly said, I tried to reach out to Caleb. I discovered his work email last year. I froze and wrote him an apology. What did he say? He once wrote back. I'll never forget what my mother did, even though I said I forgave you years ago. She hesitated. He was simply unconcerned, not angry. And for some reason, that hurt more than if he had screamed. She put her hand on my shoulder. She said, I apologize for everything, and walked away. I looked in the mirror at myself. I saw what Caleb must have seen when I told him to move on 14 years ago. Someone who prioritizes maintaining harmony over acting morally. After everyone had left that evening, I sat by myself with my laptop, looked up Caleb's wife's name, and discovered her public Instagram account. I flipped through years' worth of pictures. Caleb and his daughters at a campfire. They're learning how to fish from Caleb. Some joke that I would never hear made Caleb laugh. Love was abundant in his wife's captions. Thank you. Wholeness. One post from 3 years ago. Grateful for the family we built from scratch. No baggage, just love. No baggage. I was the baggage it left behind. I wrote him one last email. Poured everything out. Every apology, every regret, every truth I've been too scared to face. Subject, I understand now, Caleb, I won't ask you to forgive me. I don't deserve it. But I need you to know I finally see what I did. You were right. I chose them. I chose my comfort over your pain. I told myself I was being mature, fair, neutral. But I was just being a coward. Jack told me tonight that it started before Eliza left you. I think I always knew. I just didn't want to admit what that meant, because admitting it meant acknowledging that I'd asked you to swallow something unforgivable just so I could pretend we were all okay. You deserved better. You deserved a mother who stood by you, who called betrayal what it was, who loved you enough to risk making things uncomfortable. I hope you're content. I mean that. I hope your daughters know how lucky they are. I hope your wife knows what a good man she has. I'm sorry I never did. Mom. I hit send. It bounced immediately. Domain not found. He blocked my email address at the server level. I closed the laptop, sat in the dark. It was over. Really, truly over. The next morning, I found a package in my mailbox. Small, padded envelope. No return address. Postmarked Montana. My hands shook as I opened it. Inside. A photograph. Caleb and Eliza's wedding. 14 years ago. Me, standing next to Eliza, beaming, arm around her shoulders. Jack on Eliza's other side. Caleb cut out of the frame. Must have been cropped after. Stuck to the photo, a yellow post-it note, Caleb's handwriting. You were there for her. Never for me. Oh. I stood in my kitchen holding the photo and finally broke. I didn't cry for long. Not because I didn't want to, but because somewhere in that kitchen, staring at that photo, I realized crying wasn't going to change anything. Caleb had sent me a message. Final. Unambiguous. And he'd done it the only way I'd apparently understand, by showing me exactly who I'd been 14 years ago. I'd stood next to the woman who destroyed my son's marriage and smiled. And I'd told him to get over it. I stopped lying to myself after that. Threw away the cropped photos, the ones where I'd carefully framed out the empty spaces. Stopped telling people Caleb was busy with work. When someone asked about him now, I said we're not in touch. Most people didn't push. The ones who did got the truth. I made choices that hurt him. He's moved on without me. My sister asked once if I was okay. No, I said, but I deserve to not be okay. Jack and Eliza's divorce finalized 4 months after my birthday. He moved to a different city, took a job with a regional airline. I see my granddaughter twice a year now. She's growing up barely knowing me. Eliza remarried a year later. Someone kind, from what I hear. They moved out of state. The family I'd protected had scattered anyway. All that sacrifice, all that neutrality. And for what? I tried one more time to reach Caleb. Not to apologize again, not to beg, just to know. I called the Montana Park Service, asked for his office. The receptionist transferred me. It rang 3 times. A woman answered. Professional, polite. Regional Director's office. I'm trying to reach Caleb. May I ask who's calling? I hesitated. His mother. A long silence. 1 moment. I waited. Heart pounding. She came back. I'm sorry. He's unavailable. Is there a message? No, thank you. I hung up. He told them not to put me through. I was blocked even at his workplace. I started seeing a therapist, not to fix things with Caleb. That ship had sailed, sunk, and been forgotten at the bottom of the ocean, but to understand what I'd done, why I'd done it. She asked me once, why do you think you stayed neutral? I thought I was being fair. Were you? I sat with that. No. I was being a coward. Losing Jack would have been harder. Caleb was stronger, so I expected him to carry the weight. And now I know that neutrality isn't wisdom when someone's been betrayed. It's just taking the betrayer's side with extra steps. She didn't disagree. Through mutual acquaintances, I learned Caleb's doing well, promoted twice. His daughters are in middle school now. One plays soccer, the other's into art. His wife published a book about wildlife conservation. They bought land in Montana, building a life. He never mentions us, not even to extended family who ask. As far as his story goes, his family started with his wife. We don't exist. I updated my will. Split it 3 ways. A third to Jack, a third to Caleb's daughters in a trust they'll receive at 18. A third to a wildlife conservation charity in Caleb's name. The trust has a note from a grandmother who loved you but never earned the right to know you. Caleb can't refuse it for them. And maybe when they're adults, they'll understand that their grandmother wasn't a good person, but she tried to do one thing right at the end. I wrote Caleb, one final letter. Not to send, just to say you were right about everything. I chose peace over truth. I chose my comfort over your pain. I asked you to be the bigger person because I was too small to do what was right. I told myself maybe it wasn't cheating. Maybe it started after. But I knew. I saw the way they looked at each other before Eliza left. I saw Jack's guilt, and I looked away because admitting it meant losing him. So I lost you instead. I thought I was being fair. But fairness isn't treating betrayal and betrayal's victim the same. It's standing with the person who was hurt. Even when it's uncomfortable. You taught me what it means to have a spine. I just learned it 14 years too late. I burned the letter in my fireplace. Watched the paper curl and blacken and disappear. It wasn't about him forgiving me anymore. It was about me accepting that I didn't deserve his forgiveness. I look at that photo sometimes, the one Caleb sent, me with my arm around Eliza, beaming like nothing was wrong. I keep it in a drawer, not on display, not thrown away, just there, a reminder. I wanted both my sons. I told myself I could have both without consequence. But what I really did was protect the son who betrayed and push away the one who was betrayed. I called it neutrality. Called it fairness. Called it love. Caleb called it what it was. A choice. Jack called me last week. We don't talk often anymore. The distance between us isn't angry, just tired. I saw Caleb's name in a conservation journal, he said. Article about wolf reintroduction. He looked good. That's good. I wrote him an email, Jack said quietly. Apologized. Told him I understood if he never wanted to speak to me again. Did he respond? No, we sat in silence for a moment. Mom. Jack said. I think he was right about all of it. I know. I'm sorry I put you in that position. You didn't. I said. I put myself there. I'm 63 now, alone most days. My husband's been gone 5 years. My sons are strangers to me in different ways. I didn't lose Caleb in one moment. I lost him the second I asked him to forget the unforgivable for my comfort. He handled it quietly, like a man who'd rebuilt himself from scratch. He didn't scream, didn't beg, didn't give me chances to explain or apologize or make it about my feelings. He just walked, and now he's gone. No drama, no second chances, just silence. And the worst part, he was right. Jack wasn't worth it. The peace wasn't worth it. Nothing was worth losing my son who'd done nothing wrong except expect his mother to stand by him. I can't undo it. Can't fix it. Can't earn forgiveness I was never entitled to in the first place. All I can do is sit with what I did. And remember that neutrality, when someone you love is hurting, isn't kindness, it's betrayal. I chose wrong. Caleb walked away. And the silence is permanent. I earned every second of it. Thank you so much for watching until the end. If you really like our videos, please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Have a great day. I built my brother-in-law's business for 3 years without pay. When I left, his clients followed me, and everything fell apart. My brother-in-law refused to pay me for 3 years of work at his business, but my sister claimed I should be grateful for the experience. So, I taught them real business. My sister Natalie married Derek when I was 24 and fresh from trade school. I had an electrician's license but no experience or contacts. Derek ran a modest electrical contracting firm. His homework included new builds, renovations, and panel updates. 7 staff and too many jobs overwhelmed him. Natalie suggested I work for him. She said everyone will benefit. Would gain experience. Derek would obtain trustworthy aid. We'd be one happy family. Derek agreed. But with terms. I couldn't get my entire income right soon. The firm was booming and cash was tight. He promised to pay me a small weekly sum for living necessities and settle up after things stabilized. His estimate was 8 to 14 months. Young and stupid. I trusted my sister. So I agreed. The weekly rate was $250. No less than 48 hours. Sometimes 58. I worked the same jobs as his other guys, sometimes harder, to prove myself. His usual workers earned $28, $34 per hour. I earned less than $5. But I convinced myself it was temporary. So I persuaded myself, Derek was up to it. Natalie wouldn't cheat her brother, I told myself. 8 months. Derek was asked about adequate pay. The firm was still building. He noted. He answered, give it a few more months. Derek added, I was learning so much. Wasn't that worthwhile? Natalie and I discussed it. She stated Derek was stressed. She advised patience. She claimed my experience was worth more than money. So I waited. 14 months. I asked again. Derek was peeved. He accused me of ungratefulness. He promised to take a chance on me when no one else would. He said I could leave. But I'd start over. He said he was helping me by not paying me. Natalie backed him. She stated I joined the family business. She advised long-term thinking. Money wasn't everything, she said. Living in a 4-bedroom house your husband bought makes it easy. I stayed another year. Not sure why. Maybe I kept yearning for change. Perhaps I was afraid to start over. Maybe I couldn't believe my sister would let this happen. After 3 years, I did the math. Derek owed me almost $105,000 normally. One Sunday supper at their house, I mentioned this. I showed him numbers. Work hours. Market rate for a licensed electrician, minus what he paid me, $108,000 and change. Derek chuckled. Really laughed. These numbers were fantasy, he said. He called me an apprentice, not a journeyman. He thought $250 a week was acceptable for a tradesman learning. I mentioned entering with my license. I wasn't learning. Was working. He replied, the license was paper. Actual knowledge came from experience. Got experience from him. Natalie said I ruined dinner. I was dramatic, she remarked. She suggested I get a new work if I was unhappy. So, I did. The next day I quit. No warning, just a text to Derek saying I wasn't in. Called me 12 times. I remained silent. I saved little in those 3 years. My $250 weekly barely covered rent and groceries. I had another thing. I worked every city neighborhood for 3 years. I knew builders. I knew suppliers. And I knew which inspectors were severe and reasonable. Derek's job prices were known. I was aware of his 18% overcharge. I worked for another contractor for 4 months to save money and strategize. I applied for a business license. Proper electrical services was my name is simple and memorable. I started with an old van, tools, and me. I contacted every builder and general contractor Derek had introduced me to. I told them I was alone. I told them I had good prices and jobs. I was shot by several. Word spread. My workload exceeded me within 7 months. My first and second employees were employed. After 1 year, I had 5 employees and an office. Though poor, I was building my own stuff. Derek noticed. Of course he noticed. His regular clients switched to me. I didn't poach them. They loved my work and pricing were reduced. About 14 months after I left, he called. He accused me of stealing his business. I used contacts I made throughout his time. The man called it unethical. I questioned him if not paying his brother-in-law for 3 years of work was ethical. His call ended. Next day, Natalie called. She spoke before I could greet her. Mom was mad. She asked me why I couldn't let go. I was ripping the family apart over years-old events. I heard her voice rise higher and tighter until she stopped breathing. She then asked me why I let Derek steal from me for 3 years. I ignored it as he paid his other guys well and gave me scraps. She was furious that I was succeeding alone. A moment of silence happened. She then said Derek was struggling financially. How I took his top clients. His business collapsed because of me. I reminded her my clients chose me. They choose my company for my better work and affordable costs. Nobody made them switch. Natalie quieted again when I said Derek had enough money to pay his other employees. No, not his brother-in-law. He earned $28-$34 an hour for strangers but only $5 for family. She tried to speak. But I continued. She knew the arithmetic was easy. The call then declined rapidly. Natalie said I'd become selfish. I prioritized money over family. I informed her she chose her husband's falsehoods over her brother's livelihood 3 years ago. She chose that every time she urged me to wait. Every time she declared experience was more valuable than money. I hung up, angry but relieved. I finished speaking. Stop pretending things are fine. Ethan was at the office when I arrived. He checked my face and asked whether I was okay. I told him the essentials. Served family. Mistreated. Sister supported my screwer. Nodding, he stated his uncle did something like his cousin. He was promised part ownership of a landscaping business provided he worked cheap for a few years. The uncle acquired a boat and the cousin tended lawns for minimum wage 6 years later. Ethan said he understood. Some think family equals free work. Next day, Franklin called. He wanted me to price electrical work for a large commercial project. East Side restaurant complex under construction. 3 dining rooms and a kitchen. Total build-out. I reviewed the plans he sent that night. This was my biggest chance yet. The job was worth possibly $48,000, more than I made in 7 months when I started. I promised Franklin a quote by Monday. Bid work took up the weekend. Meredith assisted with financial forecasts Saturday afternoon. My kitchen table was covered in drawings, as we checked every wire, outlet, and light fixture. Meredith entered numbers into her laptop while I calculated materials and work hours. Despite my cheaper pricing, the numbers worked. I could undercut Derek and yet earn enough profit to recruit a third person, upgrade equipment, and possibly buy a second van to run 2 crews. Meredith printed the final bid sheet, which I examined 3 times. Everything looked professional and competitive. Franklin received the bid at 8:30 Monday morning via email. He called back around 2:30 inches the afternoon. I got hired. He called my quote competitive and professional. He also referenced Derek bid, went 18% higher with a paper pricing proposal. No breakdown, timeline, or details. Franklin liked my thorough bid, convinced him I was capable. The following week, I hired Logan. He was 23 and fresh from trade school. Made me think of myself from years ago. Wanted to work and prove himself. He arrived at the office in clean work attire with his license and test scores folder for my interview. I asked his salary expectations. He stated he'd take whatever I thought was fair given he was inexperienced. I offered $24 hour to begin. His eyes widened. I was asked whether serious, completely serious. I remembered working hard for nothing. Never would my crew feel that way. Tyler texted me unexpectedly Thursday. Heard about restaurant job. Congratulations. Always thought Derek's treatment of me was wrong. Several crew members agreed, but nobody wanted to risk their careers. I thanked him and inquired about Derek's business. Tyler stated things were tough. Derek was anxious and yelling at employees over trivial issues, bidding on jobs like a desperate man. No longer was the vibe good. Tyler said 2 additional regular clients switched contractors recently. Not to me, but from Derek. The word spread that his job quality had decreased. Jobs took longer. Estimates varied. He was called twice to fix panel installation issues for one client. Such things spread quickly in business. Builders and contractors chat. Reputation loss is hard to stop. Derek's business declined as mine grew. The satisfaction was real, but it didn't replace my sister. Mom called late Tuesday. Her name appeared on my phone when I was finishing paperwork at the office. She chatted about the weather and her garden. Her point was made. She invited me to family Sunday dinner. She suggested we sit down and talk like grown-ups. She stated Natalie missed me and Derek was open to talking. I asked what to talk. Mom said we must go forward. I agreed to talk if Derek delivered a $108,000 payment with interest. Mom quieted. She stated I was unreasonable. Family trumped money, she added. My jaw tightened. Derek exploited my work for 3 years for money, I said. I said Natalie made it about family when she urged to be grateful for being utilized. I was twisting things, Mom remarked. Derek was family despite his mistakes, she claimed. I inquired about my family status while working 60-hour weeks for $250. She didn't respond. She stated she hoped I would reconsider and hung up. Next Monday, the restaurant project began. Ethan and Logan arrived with the van around 6:30 a.m. I brought the designs and walked through with the general contractor. The area was stripped to the studs. We ran conduit after mapping panel positions. Logan handled kitchen circuits while Ethan managed the main dining area. I supervised and intervened. Work went well. No wall surprises or hidden issues. We finished first floor rough-in week 1. Franklin dropped by Friday afternoon. He checked our work using his clipboard on site. He nodded at panel installation. He tried some connections. He admitted to being amazed. He mentioned we were ahead of schedule and had great quality. He offered other projects if I was interested. I told him I always valued good work. Cassandra called next week. Her name appeared as I drove to a supply run. She requested time for a huge project. Depends on chronology. She informed me about a 36-unit townhouse subdivision that needs full electricity. She predicted months of solid labor. Why did she call me instead of her normal contractors? No more Derek, she said. He missed her final 2 deadlines. His team lacked order. One job was inspected 3 times for code breaches. She stated she couldn't afford such trouble. I promised to send her a bid before week's end. She awaited my response. The days lengthened. Most days I worked 12 hours, sometimes 14. It was unlike working for Derek. Every hour was mine. Every dollar I earned went to me. I built something real with my name. Meredith contacted me one evening after I had worked since 6. She requested a business discussion. Coffee shop near her office was our meeting point. She showed me the figures on her laptop. Revenue was soaring, but she worried about me. I worked too many hours, she said. She warned me about burnout and sustainable growth. I should engage another electrician soon, she advised. Consider a project manager for scheduling. I informed her I would consider. The look on her face stated she didn't believe me. Natalie texted 3 days later. I received the notice while pulling attic wiring. We were invited to coffee. Just us two. No Derek. I contemplated the message. Part of me wanted to disregard it. Part of me wondered what she would say. I texted back I could do Saturday m. She thumbed up. Saturday morning, I arrived first at the coffee shop. Black coffee and a window table were mine. Natalie arrived 15 minutes late. She looked exhausted, with dark circles under her eyes and an untidy ponytail. She ordered a milky, sugary drink and sat across from me. Before speaking, she swirled her coffee and stared out the window. She reported home life was tense. Business stressed Derek. He was drinking more and getting angry over small things. She said he was obsessed with my success and how I was doing better while he struggled. I said nothing. Just waited. I was asked how I was. My excuse was being busy. She nodded, expecting that response. I asked her directly if she understood why I left and was angry. Her lengthy response was about seeing both sides. About complicated relationships, and how business and family shouldn't mix. I let her finish. My next question was simpler. Was Derek's non-payment wrong? She looked down at her coffee. It was complicated, she said. I asked how complicated. Derek had expenses, she said. Business grew. Tight cash flow. I reminded her of those excuses from 3 years ago. She said I was harsh. I claimed accuracy. Although I loved Natalie, I couldn't be with her if she didn't admit Derek's theft. Not a family dispute or misunderstanding. Theft. Her tears began. She said I made her choose between her husband and brother. Others at tables looked over. I spoke quietly. I explained that she chose 3 years ago when she told me to be grateful for being exploited and supported Derek's excuses instead of her brother. I accepted her choice finally. She wiped her eyes with napkins. That was unfair, she said. My work should have been paid fairly. We sat silently for another minute. She got up and left. I finished my coffee and watched passers-by. I was sad and clear. Like mud was settled. Next week I prepared the townhouse bid. All 36 units' electrical needs were measured. I calculated panel loads and wire runs. Priced materials from 3 suppliers to get the best deals. I included fair labor costs for my crew and kept my total below Derek's. Meredith said my numbers were good. She suggested several ways to improve cash flow by adjusting the payment schedule. My bid was submitted Friday afternoon. Monday morning, Cassandra told me I got the job. She called my proposal professional, detailed, and competitive without being too low. The contract required 9 months of steady work. Now I could plan ahead instead of scrambling for the next job. My payment schedule was set up by Meredith to ensure draws at specific completion points. I applied for a small business loan at the bank that week. Now that I was doing bigger jobs, I needed a second van and more tools. The bank manager reviewed my Cassandra contract and financials. He approved the loan in 3 days. I wrapped a good used van with my company logo. Logan mentioned his trade school friend's job search during lunch. I requested she call me. That afternoon, she called. After checking references, her name was on my roster, but I wanted to meet her. Our meeting was the following Tuesday at my office. She was nervous and young, maybe 23. She said her experience was limited to school and a few residential jobs when I asked. I gave her apprentice pay with skill-based raises. Next Monday, she accepted and began. I now had 5 people. Ethan, Logan, the new apprentice, and me. We started 2 job sites simultaneously. As Ethan led one crew with the apprentice, I worked with Logan on the other. Coordination was harder than expected. I checked both sites several times a day to keep everything on schedule. Building something mine made working 12-hour days different. Charles called me Wednesday afternoon. My client had worked with Derek and me for years on various projects. He informed me that he would now work exclusively for my company. When I asked why, he said Derek's recent work was sloppy. On his last job, he had to call Derek twice to fix sub-panel installation issues. He said my work was cleaner and my guys were punctual. I thanked him and added him to my client list. Next week, I saw Tyler at the electrical supply house. He was getting materials, and I was getting townhouse wire. He stopped me by the loading dock. He said Derek constantly blamed me for his problems at work, saying I stole his clients and ruined his reputation. Tyler claimed Derek's shop was toxic. He said some crew members were looking for other jobs because Derek was always angry and taking it out on everyone. I apologized to Tyler, but I hadn't done anything wrong. Tyler acknowledged that. Everyone knew, he said. Derek visited one of my jobs 2 days later. Ethan called me while I was working on the townhouse project to say someone needed me. Derek was standing with his truck at the front of the building when I arrived. Unshaved, wrinkled shirt, bags under eyes. He looked rough. He attacked immediately, accusing me of stealing his employees and sabotaging his reputation. I told him I had to work again. He followed me, insisting we discuss this. I turned around. I told him I never slandered him and kept my cool. I said my work quality and pricing attracted clients. Derek confronted me. Everything I knew came from working for him, he said. Ethan approached to inquire about the issue. Derek looked at Ethan and then at my crew, who had stopped working to watch. He retreated. He pointed at me and said it continued. Then he drove off in his truck. I called non-emergency police from inside. I reported the confrontation. I provided Derek's name and license plate. The officer said it was good to document in case he escalated. My evening call from Franklin. He learned about the job site incident from contractors. Word spread quickly in this industry. I said I was fine when he asked. Franklin reported Derek's erratic behavior. He said Derek was losing bids because his proposal appeared rushed and desperate. He said some contractors stopped working with Derek because his quality had dropped. I thanked Franklin for checking in and for the heads up. Natalie called that night as I finished office paperwork. Her voice was shaky and wet from the start, like she had been crying. Derek came home from work and punched a hole in their kitchen wall, she said. Simply walked in and slammed his fist through the drywall next to the fridge. She claimed he was screaming about my ruining his life and taking everything. She tried to calm him, but he kept pacing and yelling. She said something to make me queasy. She said she was scared, not mad. Scared? No, she said he hadn't hurt her. But her tone suggested she wasn't sure he wouldn't. She should leave, I told her. Stay with Mom for a few days until Derek calms down. She was quiet for a while before saying she didn't want to worsen things. I felt frustrated again, like I had for 3 years watching her make excuses for him. When your husband was punching holes in walls, I told her worse couldn't happen. She said she'd think about it and hung up before I could respond. The next morning, my lawyer called about routine business paperwork. Natalie told me about Derek coming to my job site and wall punching. After quieting down, the lawyer asked if I had considered a formal demand letter for unpaid wages. I hadn't considered legal action beyond moving on and starting my own business. He said a demand letter would document the debt and start legal action. It would prove Derek owed me and refused to pay. I contemplated that for days, not expecting Derek to pay if I wrote. The man laughed at me when I showed him the numbers, but documenting it was important. Like proof I wasn't crazy, ungrateful, or dramatic. Proof that he owed me $108,000. I had the lawyer write the letter. I wanted the task as right. He created a professional document listing the hours worked, the licensed electrician market rate, Derek's payment, and the difference. The letter gave Derek 45 days to pay or propose a payment plan. We sent it certified mail to prove delivery. What would happen was known. I knew Derek would go crazy. But I sent it anyway because sometimes you have to say this happened and not pretend it didn't. Derek got the letter Tuesday. He screamed into the phone, 3 hours later. He claimed I was destroying him. He called me a vindictive jerk who couldn't handle his chance. He said the demand letter was harassment and his lawyer would silence me. After letting him yell, I said something. I told him stealing $108,000 and treating me like a dog for 3 years destroyed our relationship. I said the letter was factual. He called me more names and hung up. Natalie texted an hour later. The long, rambling message asked me to drop the legal action. She said Derek would go bankrupt. It would ruin their lives, she said. She accused me of cruelty. Before responding, I read the text 3 times. My response was brief. I told her Derek had 3 years to pay me fairly but didn't. I said he was responsible for consequences. She didn't text back. Meredith reviewed the monthly numbers with me the following week. She smiled as she opened spreadsheets on her computer. She showed me the revenue column and explained that my business had outperformed Derek's company for the 3rd month in a row. We were doing well, but seeing the numbers lined up hit me. I built something bigger than Derek in 14 months without exploiting anyone or lying to family, just fair prices and solid work. It was a long time since I felt proud. Proud like I'd shown myself my worth. Not bragging. Same week. Tyler texted. The message was clear. He offered Derek his 2-week notice and asked if I was hiring. I pondered that text before responding. The Derek leader was Tyler. Derek's operation would suffer if he left, but I wouldn't turn down a skilled electrician because of Derek's feelings. Tyler was considered for the job, but he needed to know I wouldn't get involved in Derek's departure drama. Tyler said he understood and wanted to work somewhere where the boss didn't have a breakdown every day. I asked him to call me after his notice period to discuss details. Derek did not respond to the demand letter after 45 days. No call, letter, or anything. My lawyer sued for unpaid wages. He said the court process would take months. There would be discovery, depositions, and likely settlement talks before trial. Signing the paperwork, I tried not to think about my sister getting upset. I found out quickly. Mom called me 2 days after the lawsuit. She was upset like she was when her kids fought over something stupid. She said I was dividing the family over money. She said Derek was talking about losing everything, and Natalie was a mess. She said to drop it and move on. I inhaled and reminded her that Derek's 3-year exploitation broke up the family. I said Natalie tore it apart when she told me to appreciate being used. I told Mom I wouldn't pretend it didn't happen anymore. She said I was stubborn and would regret it down the road. I told her I might, but at least I'd regret standing up for myself instead of letting others bully me. She hung up without saying goodbye. Natalie stopped calling after the lawsuit. In the first week, she never responded to my texts. Mom called me 12 days later to say Natalie would always support her husband. She claimed Natalie believed I was targeting their family and destroying Derek's business. I told Mom that Natalie chose Derek's lies over my unpaid labor years ago. Mom called me stubborn and said family should forgive. She remained silent when I asked if Derek would pay me the $108,000. She replied she didn't know and asked when I'd come for dinner again. I promised to arrive when Natalie was ready to accept Derek's wrongdoing. Not before. Sighing. She hung up. It hurt that my sister chose Derek over me. But I couldn't pretend it didn't happen for peace. Natalie chose her side, and I had to accept that, even though it meant losing family. Cassandra called me 2 days later about her regular builders. She said she told them about my company, and how reliable my work was compared to local contractors. She gave me 3 numbers and names. All wanted reliable electrical contractors. The first one I called that afternoon said Cassandra highly recommended me. He needed a quote for a 6-week commercial renovation. I drove out the next morning to inspect the site and tallied that night. The second builder called before I could call him. He said Cassandra said I set fair prices and finished on time. He requested quotes for 2 residential projects next month. The third builder emailed me about a fall shopping center remodel. There were quotes on all 3 projects within a week, and my calendar was booked 2 months out. Looking at my schedule and seeing steady work so far in advance was surreal. I was barely making $250 a week a year ago, and now had too many jobs. The company grew by doing good work and treating customers fairly, unlike Derek. The contractor community heard about Derek's lawsuit. Franklin called to see if my business was okay, and I told him the lawsuit was about Derek owing me unpaid wages from when I worked for him. Franklin said he had heard Derek was in legal trouble and some contractors were wary of working with him. Tyler texted me a week later that Derek lost a major apartment complex contract. Hearing about the lawsuit, the client decided to avoid the drama. Tyler said the client expressed concern about Derek's business practices and reliability. Everyone talks in the small contractor network. After Derek was sued for unpaid wages, people wondered if he was fair to others. The story wasn't spread, but it wasn't hidden either. When contractors asked me, I told them I worked 3 years for almost nothing while Derek charged clients full price. Some said Derek's billing had caused problems. Not much, but enough to wonder. Derek's reputation was suffering due to years-old decisions that caught up to him. I officially hired Tyler after his 2-week notice. On his first day, he looked relieved to be working somewhere stable. Tyler was fast and clean during a commercial building panel upgrade. Perfect crew experience for me. He mentioned Derek's company had 4 employees during lunch. 2 guys left the week Tyler gave notice, and Derek hadn't replaced them. Tyler said Derek was barely making ends meet with residential jobs like outlet installations and light fixture replacements. Derek couldn't compete on price or reliability anymore, so bigger contracts dried up. Since Derek was stressed and snapping at everyone over minor issues, Tyler said the office felt like a morgue the last few weeks. Tyler said Derek mentioned me often. Derek blamed me for every client loss and employee departure. Tyler got bored listening to Derek complain instead of solving his business issues. Hearing how far Derek had fallen hurt, but I felt like he earned it by not paying me fairly when he could. My lawyer requested Derek's financial records during discovery. After weeks, Derek's lawyer had to turn over 4 years of bank statements, client invoices, and payroll records. My lawyer brought me into his office to discuss the findings. His desk was covered in invoices showing Derek charging clients $28 to $34 per hour for my work. My project invoices listed me as a licensed electrician. He then showed me Derek's payroll records, showing he paid me $250 per week regardless of my hours. My lawyer did the math in front of me. Derek charged clients $112,000 for my work over 3 years. His total payment was $27,000. Derek kept $89,000 while telling me the business couldn't pay me properly. My lawyer said this strongly supported our case because Derek wasn't just struggling financially. He lied about the company's situation while profiting from my unpaid labor. The records confirmed my claims of exploitation. Derek charged clients full price for a licensed electrician, then paid me below minimum wage and kept the difference. Documentation proved it was theft. Derek's lawyer contacted mine about settlement talks 7 months after I sued. My lawyer called me to say Derek's side was finally acknowledging the debt, but they couldn't pay the full amount right away. His business was struggling, and he had no $108,000 savings. Derek's lawyer requested payment terms and settlement amounts. My lawyer asked what I wanted to do, and I said I wanted to hear their offer but wouldn't let Derek off the hook. We scheduled a meeting next week. I spent an hour on a conference call with Derek's lawyer at my lawyer's office. They offered $45,000 over 6 years. My lawyer called that insulting and offered $95,000 over 2 years. Derek's attorney said he couldn't afford those terms. I grew more frustrated as they argued. Finally, Derek's lawyer offered $72,000 over 3 years. I pondered it as my lawyer looked at me. $72,000 was less than the $108,000 owed, but more than I expected to recover at trial. My lawyer said I could get a full judgment in court, but collecting it would be difficult if Derek's business failed. A trial would cost money and time, and may not yield more than the settlement offer. Derek declaring bankruptcy and leaving me with nothing was another risk. I offered my lawyer $72,000 over 3 years if Derek wrote to me about his unpaid wages. I wanted more than money. I wanted him to admit his mistake. My lawyer negotiated that into the settlement. Derek signed a document admitting he owed me compensation for 3 years of licensed electrical work he did not pay me. The settlement no longer sought every dollar. Making Derek admit his actions was the principle. I valued that written admission over $72,000 and $108,000. Signing the settlement papers brought some relief. It wasn't perfect, but it resolved a long-standing issue. Derek had to pay me in installments and acknowledge his debt in writing. Within 45 days, the first payment was due. Natalie called me after learning about the settlement after months. I answered my phone after seeing her name. She yelled before I could greet her. She advised me to drop the lawsuit because the settlement was as bad as trial. She said I was ruining Derek's business and their lives for useless money. I let her finish and asked if she thought $72,000 over 3 years would destroy Derek. She said quantity wasn't important. It was about my intransigence. She was still missing the point, I told her. Money wasn't the issue. Derek stole from me for 3 years, while she told me to be grateful. I felt like I wasn't paid fairly because I was family. Natalie said I was dramatic and Derek made a mistake, but he shouldn't be punished forever. She remained silent when I asked when she would apologize for telling me to be grateful for being exploited. She couldn't admit her mistake. I told Natalie that Derek's written debt admission confirmed everything I'd said. He charged clients full price for my work and paid me little. The settlement agreement proved I wasn't exaggerating or dramatic like she said. In court documents, Derek admitted owing me wages. That admission proved I was right to leave and demand my due. Her loyalty was revealed by her refusal to see that despite legal proof, despite the evidence that Derek exploited me, she still preferred him. I told her I accepted that our relationship may never recover. She chose, I chose. She said I was sacrificing family for pride, and I said she sacrificed her brother when she told me to be grateful for being stolen from. She disconnected without saying goodbye. Sitting with my phone, I felt sad but clear. Natalie wouldn't change her mind, and I wouldn't deny Derek's peacekeeping actions. When people are honest, some relationships fail. That's fine. I had my business, crew, and clients who valued my work. It was enough. 3 years. Proper electrical services had been running that long when I realized we had survived the moment most small businesses fail. 10 employees were now on my payroll. Ethan was my leader. Logan managed his crew. Tyler made bigger jobs easier with his experience. We had 3 vans, a work truck, and an office with a receptionist who answered the phone while I was there. Our reputation was built on more than just quality work. It was about respecting others. All employees were paid fairly from the start. No delays or promises to settle. Workers were paid their regular rate for 48 hours. I split savings from under-budget jobs as bonuses instead of keeping them. Every week, I showed the crew money in their accounts, not just words about family. They knew I had their backs. The first Derek settlement check arrived Tuesday morning. As agreed by his lawyer, $20,000 was paid on time. That check made me wonder what it meant. Derek finally writing to me that he owed me, a legal document confirming that I was exploited, but the money didn't matter as much as what I could do with it. I called an office crew meeting that afternoon. Everyone gathered, curious. The settlement payment came through, and I gave them half as bonuses. Ethan grew quiet and red-eyed. No boss had shared money like that in 16 years in this trade, he said. Most contractors would have kept every penny, and called it loss recovery. I told him we built this company together and everyone who contributed deserved to succeed. After the meeting, Tyler told me he saw Derek at the supply house the week before. Derek appeared worn and defeated. Tyler grabbed materials for our townhouse project, and Derek grabbed a small order of residential supplies. Derek asked about me after seeing Tyler. Just asking, not hostile. Tyler said I was doing well and treating my crew well. Derek nodded and said nothing else. He paid for his materials and left. Tyler thought Derek was starting to realize what he lost. Not just clients or money, but the chance to build something good by helping others. Mom and I met at the grocery store Saturday morning. I grabbed coffee while she was in the produce section. She was surprised but not uncomfortable seeing me. After chatting about normal things, she mentioned Natalie and Derek were in marriage counseling. Said financial stress had increased. Derek's anger issues were worse. He punched another hole in their house's wall. Raged at Natalie over minor issues. She said Natalie was finally seeing some problems clearly. Mom's voice was careful when she said it, like she was testing whether I wanted to hear about them. I asked if Natalie was safe, and Mom said yes, that Natalie was handling it. I nodded and started to walk away, but Mom touched my arm. She said she understood now why I was so hurt. Said she was sorry for not supporting me better when everything started. I looked at her and felt something shift. Not anger, just tiredness. We got coffee at the shop next door to the grocery store. Sat at a small table by the window. Mom kept apologizing, and I finally told her I wasn't looking for apologies. I just wanted acknowledgement that what happened was wrong, that Derek stole from me and Natalie backed him up. Mom nodded and said she saw that now. Said she'd been so focused on keeping peace in the family that she didn't want to see how bad Derek's treatment of me actually was. She admitted she made excuses for him because confronting it meant dealing with the fact that Natalie married someone capable of that kind of exploitation. I appreciated her honesty. We finished our coffee, and I told her I loved her, but I couldn't pretend things were fine with Natalie and Derek just to make family dinners easier. She said she understood. Franklin called me on Monday with something big. Said he wanted to talk about a partnership opportunity. We met at his office that afternoon, and he laid out the details. Major commercial development project, new shopping complex with multiple buildings, full electrical contract worth over $225,000. He said my company's reputation had grown to where I was competing for serious contracts. The kind of work Derek always wanted but never achieved because his bids were sloppy and his reputation was mixed. Franklin said he'd worked with me enough to know I could handle it. He wanted to partner on the project, his company doing the general contracting, mine handling all electrical, profit sharing, on the whole development. This was the jump I'd been working toward. Commercial work, big contracts, real growth. I accepted the partnership and immediately started planning the expansion. Called Meredith and told her we needed to restructure the business finances to support sustainable growth. Hired 2 more electricians within the week. Both licensed. Both experienced. I paid them proper wages and brought them into a crew that already knew how to work together. Meredith helped me set up the accounting to track the commercial project separately. Got a line of credit from the bank to cover material costs up front. Everything was moving fast, but it was controlled growth, not desperate expansion. I learned from watching Derek scramble and overextend. I was building something that could last. Derek missed the second settlement payment. It was due on the 15th, and by the 20th, nothing had arrived. My lawyer got a call from Derek's lawyer asking about modified payment terms. They wanted to extend the schedule, lower the monthly amounts. My lawyer pushed back hard. The settlement was already generous compared to what Derek actually owed. The terms were clear. Derek's lawyer tried arguing about financial hardship, but my lawyer pointed out that missing payments meant penalties, according to the agreement Derek signed. 3 days later, the check arrived with an extra $650 in penalty fees. Derek was scrambling. His business was struggling, and the settlement payments were making it worse. Part of me felt bad. Most of me remembered 3 years of being told I should be grateful for $250 a week. Natalie called me on a Wednesday night. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. She told me she'd separated from Derek temporarily and moved in with Mom. Her voice was different, quieter, less defensive. She said she was finally seeing how Derek's pride and poor decisions affected everything. How he treated me, how he ran his business, how he handled stress by getting angry and breaking things. She said the marriage counselor asked her questions about Derek's behavior that made her realize she'd been making excuses for years. Not just about me, about everything. She asked if we could meet for lunch, just the 2 of us. Yes, I said. We met at a cafe downtown on Saturday. Natalie looked tired, but more present somehow, like she'd been hiding behind something for years, and finally stepped out from behind it. We ordered sandwiches, and she started talking before the food even arrived. She gave me a real apology, not the half apology from before. She said she was sorry for not believing me, for choosing Derek's version of events over mine, for telling me I should be grateful when I was exploited. She admitted she was scared to see the truth because seeing it meant acknowledging she married someone capable of treating family that way. Meant admitting her judgment was that wrong about the person she built her life with. She said watching Derek spiral over the past 14 months forced her to see things clearly. His anger, his pride, his refusal to take responsibility. She saw how he treated me and realized he was capable of treating her the same way when things got hard. I told her I wasn't forcing her to choose anything. She made her choice 3 years ago when she backed Derek instead of me. Now, I was just living with the reality of that choice. We met for coffee again the next week, and this time, Natalie listened more than she talked. I explained that I could rebuild our relationship, but Derek wasn't part of my life anymore. Not at family dinners, not at holidays, not ever. She asked if that would change if they got divorced, and I told her honestly that I didn't know. The damage went beyond their marriage. It was about her choosing to let me be exploited and calling it family loyalty. Natalie nodded slowly and said she understood. She wouldn't push for reconciliation or try to sneak Derek into situations. She just wanted her brother back, whatever that looked like now. The medical complex contract came through 3 weeks later. Meredith called me while I was on a job site, and I had to sit down in the van to process the numbers. $275,000 for the full electrical build. Design, installation, inspection. Everything. The project timeline was 9 months with milestone payments. I'd need to hire more people and probably lease additional equipment, but the profit margin was solid even with those costs. This single contract would bring in more money than I would have made in 4 years working for Derek at proper wages. I called Ethan and told him we just landed the biggest job in company history. He whooped so loud I had to pull the phone away from my ear. Derek's final settlement payment arrived on schedule, delivered by certified mail with all the legal paperwork. $72,000 paid over 3 years. Every payment made, even when I knew it hurt his struggling business. I deposited the check and met with a commercial real estate agent the same afternoon. I'd been looking at properties for months, waiting for the right moment. Found a small building near the industrial district with good highway access and enough space for offices, a warehouse, and a proper workshop. The settlement money covered the down payment. I signed the purchase agreement 4 weeks later. The previous owner's sign came down, and mine went up. Proper electrical services in bold letters across the front of a building I actually owned. Something I built from nothing after Derek tried to keep me small, independent, and grateful for scraps. 4 years after I sent that text message quitting Derek's company, I walked through my building doing a head count for the new employee handbook Meredith was putting together. 18 people on payroll. Licensed electricians. Apprentices. An office manager. A purchasing coordinator. Every single one of them paid fair wages with health insurance and retirement contributions. Ethan ran the commercial division. Logan headed up residential. Tyler managed the service and repair team. We had regular clients, steady work, and a reputation for quality and reliability. I proved you could succeed without exploiting people. That treating employees well made them work harder and stay longer. That family who watched you get cheated and told you to be grateful weren't worth sacrificing your dignity to keep around. Derek's business barely survived with 4 employees doing small residential jobs. Natalie and I had coffee every few weeks and talked carefully around certain subjects. Mom finally admitted she should have supported me sooner.